The best FIFA 20 pros in the world have been brought together again as the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe will fight to be crowned king of their territory in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. This weekend, the series kicks off as the top FIFA players who remain in Europe are meeting in a double elimination tournament to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside two of my very talented friends, Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, or if you need a refresher, this competition started off stream a few weeks ago on July 1st, with 24 of the very best players from around the European region. And now today, we are down to our final 4. And by the end of it, we're going to have our first champion of the Summer Cup Series. Now, you two know me well enough that I love Championship Sunday because I feel like this is why you play. This is why you grind and sacrifice your time and your energy. You have to have that singular focus to have the opportunity to lift a trophy. So I'm absolutely buzzing for today and for these players in particular.
Oh, 100%, Jim. We all love Championship Sunday, don't we? It's the best day. You know, the 4 guys we've got left in the tournament, they thoroughly deserve their spot here. They've been consistently good across the qualifying and over the last few days. 2 of them we haven't even seen yet in Olito and Tom because they did so well in qualifying. We're going to sort of make their debut in the tournament today. I've got a trophy behind me here to symbolise Championship Sunday. Unfortunately, because of the fact that we're all distanced around the world and Europe with the players, they're not going to be able to lift their trophy in the normal sense that they would at one of these events. However, they're going to get a very real $15,000 whoever wins this. So there's enough on the line, along with all the credibility you're going to get in the scene to make this a very serious tournament. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
Spencer just wanted to put the trophy behind him. But I'm not mad. I think I don't necessarily have one myself to be able to put behind me, so maybe I'm a little bit envious. I've got some jealousy. But I've got great energy as well, because today we could see the battle of the Ollies, which would make me very happy. It's a cool narrative. We've got Maestro, who's been in form. We got Tom, who's also sitting in that final at the moment against Olito. These are the matchups. This is the bread and butter. This is the main event. This is what we're all here for. Money is going to be made. Hopes and dreams completed, and others are going to be lost. All encompassing. That's a good premium that I like to get out there. I'm just looking forward to the action. This should be good.
Well, I'm enjoying both of your guys' energy, but to give some context to everybody watching at home about today's matches, let's take a look at what happened yesterday to kind of frame up the conversation and that narrative that Mike was talking about. Spencer?
Yeah, that's right. Cheers, Jim. We started today with Diogo versus Gorilla, didn't we? 2 of the best UK players, obviously Diogo Portuguese as well, and it was a pretty tight affair. It was going back and forth between the 2 players, and we talked about Gorilla potentially having this comeback to his best, which we were seeing over the last few days, but also Diogo had this ability to never really be counted out and always able to find a way back in. It ended up Gorilla holding true and getting that win. Obviously, Diogo not happy there in the last few seconds, but Gorilla advanced to the next round in that one.
It's all about getting those results. And then we're looking at Ethan here. Underdog Ethan, I should say. I went against him maybe yesterday and the previous day a tad bit, but he proved me wrong. Beat Enrazic and also was able to beat Principe. And he really impressed a lot of players. And it's got to be great momentum for Ethan heading into the FIFA 21 year. You see the penalty kicks here, a little Panika action, which shows you just another taste or another introduction to some of that confidence on a big stage.
And obviously these 2 teams, players progressed, which meant we had Gorilla versus Maestro in the next round. Maestro, the first time we were seeing him in the tournament because he'd done so well earlier in the qualifying. We weren't sure which one this was going to go. Gorilla was in fine form, but Maestro was coming in at this point in the tournament for a reason. The man has consistently been good across not just FIFA 20, but the last few titles as well. And it was the Frenchman who saw it through with some classic charismatic celebrations. Maestro progresses. Gorilla left the tournament at that stage.
And I may have foreshadowed just a tad bit, saying that Ethan's got to look towards FIFA 21 because he matched up against Ollebally. The Swedes are really making a run for it in FIFA 20, and Ollebally was able to get the job done. But I will say this, both Ollebally and Ethan looked not nearly as confident as some of their previous matchups. It was a little more of a cagey affair. Great goal there from R9 outside of the box, carries Ollebally through, and that leads us into Championship Sunday.
Now, as I mentioned before, we are down to our final 4 players. This is a double elimination tournament. There was 24 people to start, and now this is it. These are the guys. Now, because of the double elimination tournament, you have to lose twice. So Maestro, Ollebally, they've lost once already. If they lose one more time, they are going home, but they've had their backs against the wall. They've been dealing with this pressure quite well. We'll see who can take that one extra step and do it again. So that will be a very exciting match between 2 top players. And then you have the winners who have yet to lose. Hashtag Tom and Olito facing off. That is going to be a tasty affair as well. And then the loser of that game will actually drop down and face Maestro versus Ollebally. And then the winner of that will then go back and face the winner of who we saw in the winner's bracket for the grand final. Now, if the person who has yet to lose, right, in the grand final then loses, then we're going to have a grand final reset. And then whoever wins that will be named as the first Summer Cup Series champion. So very, very exciting times for us. Very excited for here, day 3 of this competition. Mike, talk a little bit about Olito, because I know you're a big fan of his game and how he plays FIFA.
Well, Olito came out of the scene this year, and he's really taken the FIFA 20 season by storm, winning FUT Champions Cup. And anytime that you win a FUT Champions Cup event, an international event, it's the first time that we've seen a Swedish player win such a big international event. Players start to question, well, can he do it again? Does he really have that type of form, or was this just a lucky event? And that was not the case whatsoever with Olito. He's been able to show up and show out consistently. We talked to him yesterday, as you see some of the highlights here, and Olito was telling us how he believes the best is still in his future, that he hasn't hit his max potential, and that his confidence is just growing, and he's always been working on the mental side of preparation. They trained with Ivan Lapagna, a good friend of his, also known as Boris Legend. They both are in the same town, about making sure that he was ready for the big moments and to grab those big moments.
Well, Spencer, before I ask you about hashtag Tom, because I know you know him quite intimately, let's take a look at another player profile about hashtag Tom, presented by Gillette.
Oh, baby, here we go. I'm about to score the #1 ranked FIFA player in the UK. Usman, send some diving. No. That's it. No. What's it say? No. No. That's it. Shush him right now.
He's offside.
He's offside. Now listen up. Football is the best. Gillette is the best. You're the best. And speaking of the best, I am here to introduce the one, the only, hashtag Tom. #1 in the UK ranked FIFA player. #3 ranked in the world. Tom, how are you, buddy? You been keeping up with that grooming or what?
I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said I need to shave this every day, but every couple of weeks when it's growing.
Okay, man. Well, guess what? You look good, Tom, all right? But listen, I am ready, and I need to know who will be the best a man can be in mystery ball right now, Tom. Stop. No, Tom, not already. It's too early. No, Tom. No! Okay, listen, how are you going to rainbow flick me in the first 2 minutes of the game, Tom?
Just get moved.
Oh, man. I'm going to put this in my Twitter bio. Playing the #1 FIFA player in the UK. Now, Tom, with FIFA being a difficult game to learn like anything in life, what would you say to the youngins to kind of inspire them in trying to become the best in gaming or anything in life, really?
Hard work and discipline. One thing with FIFA, I mean, we've all been there, like there's a lot of rage, right? It's easy to rage at a video game. So conducting yourself as a role model is a big part of it. FIFA is a worldwide game, so everyone plays it and watches it. And one thing I've taught myself over the years is about staying calm. And in terms of discipline, about training, always being ready to play whatever tournament it is, treat every tournament the same. The main thing I learned is staying calm in all situations.
Staying calm. That's a big one for me that I need to learn.
Yeah, we're on.
Hashtag Harry is one of Tom's teammates, and you actually taught him penalties or something, right?
He taught me how to take penalties the day before.
Oh yeah. That's how it works. He taught you.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen to this right here. He taught you how to take penalties, and then you guys went to penalties in a tournament, and you ended up beating him in penalties. But he was so happy that he lost because he was the one that put you kind of in that position to learn how to take penalties.
Yeah. Sums up Harry that I beat him in a quarterfinal, like a massive tournament for both of us, and he was just happy for me because it was my sort of moment. He was very happy for me then. So yeah, that sums up everything you need to know about Harry. He lost in a major tournament, and the first thing he says is, "I'm so happy for you. I hope you can go and win it."
Yeah, Harry is the best a man can get. Oh no.
Counts 3 as well. Go on, Neymar, volleys.
No.
Oh yes,
Ladies and gentlemen, and that is why he's the #1 in the UK, #3 in the world. Oh man. I mean, we asked before the game, who will be the best a man can be? It looks like Tom is the best a man can be.
I'm about to smack some kids on foot jams.
All right, guys, if you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette's Style Advisor on Gillette.com.
All right, I have a lot of questions for Castro about him getting slapped around 9-0, by the way. But this isn't about Castro. This is about hashtag Tom. As I said before, Spencer, you know him very, very well. Why did you sign him for your team? What really stood out about his character and his playing style?
Well, yeah, I think one thing that some people might not know about Tom is that he's actually been around a lot longer than people think. You know, he actually played in one of the first regional events back in Paris for FIFA 17. It's quite a long time ago, and he's kind of slowly made progress over the last few years, but really the last 18 months, I'd say, is when he's kind of come alive. Obviously, doing a great job with FUTWiz previously. And with Tom, his ability speaks for itself. Everyone can see what he's about. He's got to a final, actually won a PlayStation side of an event before, still looking to build on that. And he's had some great moments with Tex as well, representing England, and Fnatic. But crucially for me about Tom is it's his mentality, the way he goes about his business, his work ethic as well. You can see that across his competitive play and his content he makes, and he streams regularly and stuff like that. So he's kind of the full package, in my opinion, and a great fit for our club.
Yeah, it's nice of you to say in kind words, and hopefully he follows through on your belief in him today and holds that trophy up over his head. Now, you speak about taking care of our business. Yesterday, for everybody that may be just watching for the first time, we had a little bet going on. Well, actually, let's get to this PlayStation stuff first, because this is really important for you guys to know. Actually, well, you know what? We're going to go back again. We're doing a whole bunch of different stuff. We're going to get into, we had this pizza bet going yesterday. We were betting over food. Okay, and Mike, you ended up having to send pizza over to Spencer, and then we had desserts. And Mike, you decided to offer up cannolis. Like, nobody knows what cannolis are. That's for a second. They're not even on my top 10 list of desserts.
What?
Like,
Whoa. Hold on. Cannolis are not in your top 10, Jim? Do you have this list prepared? 10. And it was a nice, friendly gesture. I'm in New York City. I got pizza options. I felt like, look, Spencer, you look hungry. You're looking really skinny over there. I need to feed you. Let me potentially send you some pizza. I'm feeling good about the pizza that I'm eating. That's all it was, Jim. It was very simple. All right. And then I offered cannolis. I'm really trying to fatten the folks up right now. And I can't believe that's not in your top 10.
Story. Mike, you're missing out a crucial part of the story. You're making it sound like you wanted to give me food because I'm malnourished. It's because you lost at predictions every single time. That's why you owed me the pizza. Stop, forget that.
All right. So let's do something different today then. Maybe a challenge of some sort. I don't know if you guys have an idea, or I always like when you guys have to exercise or something. I don't know.
I've got obviously my guy Tom here, and I want to back him. You know, he's up against a really great opponent, Olito. I think he's the only player that hasn't. He's won every single leg of this tournament he's played already, Olito. So he's fine form. But obviously, I'm going to back my guy. I've got a pull-up bar in the corner over there, and I'm prepared to put a little wager in because Mike was so generous with the food opportunities yesterday. I will do 5 pull-ups for every goal Tom concedes against Olito. Okay, Tom. As Mike's mentioned, I'm skinny. I'm malnourished. Do not make this a hard day for me because I've got to continue the broadcast afterwards. I will be a mess. But Tom, you should worry about your own FIFA, mate. Don't worry about me.
Only 5? Like Tom's only giving up a goal or 2 on average every game. 5 pull-ups.
I want to add on to that too because I've been
10.
there. I've seen Spencer.
What are you
do
doing,
pull-ups
Jim?
and everything like that.
Be careful, Jim.
Look, Spencer can do 15, 20 pull-ups straight, no problem. I'm just going to throw that out there. So I think 5's a low number as well. I think you could do better. Can we get closer to 10? I'm just saying.
Well, we'll see what happens in the first game, and then if I don't have to do many pull-ups, maybe I'll do double or nothing. I don't know, but we'll see what happens in the first game.
All right, I respect that. You guys are the best.
Down.
Also, you guys could be here too at this competition moving forward because I don't know if you know this or not, but this is super cool by PlayStation. They put on weekly online PS4 events. So all you need to do is in the game, go locate the PS4 tournaments menu option, brings you to the events tab. You select an upcoming tournament, and then you register and link your account within a few seconds. Super very easy. And then you prepare to play. What's very cool is that you guys can do this at home. You can sit on your couch, you can be in your PJs, whatever helps you win. And then you have a chance to earn rewards and prizes, cash prizes. So head over to compete.playstation.com to sign up because as I mentioned, we want to see you in a future Summer Cup series. Yes, very cool by PlayStation. All right, now let's move into today's schedule, which will pop up just right after this. So you guys know what is coming because we have a nice slate of games, all big ones, by the way, everything riding on this, and it should be a whole bunch of fun. But yes, compete.playstation.com, then sign in with your PSN ID. All right, as I mentioned, we're going to get into the schedule really quick so you guys can see what's upcoming. But
I got the schedule, Jim. I'm ready. I got it.
Have it? All right, let's tell.
I know
tell
what's
us
happening.
I want you to roll it out, Mike.
Let me present this red carpet for you of this event that we're getting today. So right off the beginning, first matchup, losers bracket, winner go home. We have Maestro facing off against Ollebally. Let's get it. I'm still trying to push that Swedish narrative a little bit because we've never seen that in a finale. And then Maestro is probably a favorite here. I would just say based on form, what I've seen, confidence levels, it's all on the up and up. And he's a person that really plays off that emotion and his own self-assurance and passion for the game. So you got to love that. And then on the other end, of course, we got the final. We're going to see what happens here between Tom, Olito. How many pull-ups is Spencer going to have to do?
All right, so Spencer, I'm going to throw this to you. Which one or which player are you most excited to see? And I guess I'm not going to allow you to say hashtag Tom. That's the obvious choice. But there's
so out of the other three, Spence.
Yeah, out of the other three, is there one player that you're really excited to see step up when all the pressure's on?
Well, it's got to be Olito in that case, hasn't it? Because we haven't seen him yet in this last few days tournament. And he is the one player, as I mentioned earlier, that hasn't dropped a single leg. He's won every single game he's played. Tom hasn't lost either. That's why they're in the winners bracket, but he's drawn a few legs as well. So that's the difference. Obviously, they're both unbeaten, but one's got the perfect record, and that's Olito. And listen, he's been so impressive this year. And there's a lot of different matchups that we could still see, you know, whether it's Tom versus Maestro, which has been a great game over the last year or so when we've seen it. The two Ollies, the Ole Derby, whatever we're going to call it, that could be great. But also, you know, Tom Olito, the first winners bracket game we're going to see, which we could see twice and maybe even 3 times today. That's going to be a great matchup too. But Olito is the answer to your question for me.
Okay, and Mike, how about you?
I just felt like I built up Maestro, so that's who I'm pushing right now to get himself into the finals. I said that I'd be very open to seeing the Ollie Derby matchup. That would make me happy. I just haven't seen that before in a competitive event. Actually, I've never seen it before in over a decade of competitive events at a big international where it ends up being 2 Swedes in the final. We're almost seeing a new period now of a lot of the Scandinavian players. There's always been a lot of talent there. But there's a few guys that are capable of not only doing well in tournaments, but winning events. Every single event, they're becoming new favorites, Olito being one of the guys, and of course, Ollebally as well. And you wonder after this event if they can just carry some of that confidence into next year, because it's so important to be very dedicated, to stay calm, to stay composed, and to make sure that you're kind of putting in that grind. That's what Tom was saying in the Gillette feature with Castro, and that's where he's seen his progression as well, as his commitment to the game and to getting better at the game and working on these minor details, just creating a bigger skill gap for himself.
All right, we're going to take our first break, but when we return, we are going to find out which one of these 4 players has the goods to become the champion of Europe in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. So come back and join us right after this.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette. All right, everyone, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already. Because as you can see, I'm revealing the live viewership rewards for today, which are a Rare Players Pack and an Kylian Mbappe 98 rated Team of the Season so far. And these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account during today's live stream. So make sure you make that happen at ea.com/Twitch linking. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, the European edition. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And I'll be honest, guys, sometimes I want to say Michael Owen and Spencer LaBelle. But Michael Owen, that was a long time ago. He's not really doing so much anymore. Anyway, we're headed into the first match of this final day. Very excited. Maestro versus Ollebally. This is going to be a very good one. Both of these players are in top form, in my opinion. Who has the edge, though? Here we're going to take a look at the final bracket as it stands. Spencer, I'm going to go with you. Who do you think has the edge, if any, in this matchup?
Well, I'll be honest. My first thought when I think of this matchup in terms of their kind of reputation, Maestro's certainly achieved more over the last few years. However, you look at the stats and in matchups, Ollebali's kind of got the better of Maestro. But for me personally, I feel like Maestro can come through and he can turn it on when it matters. And I think it certainly matters now, because if you lose, you're out.
Now, Mike, was there something in the Gorilla match that you saw? Because we were talking and hyping up Gorilla a lot prior to his matchup against Maestro. Maestro came in and kind of said, you know what, Gorilla, why don't you sit down? I got this from here. Really slowed down his momentum and played extremely well. Did you see something inside of his game that you think Ollebally might struggle with?
Well, these guys know each other really well. If you recall, yesterday we interviewed Ollebally. He said they played over 10 times. They play in a lot of the Foothead Cups. I'd love to know what the record is, which I stressed yesterday. We have to ask them. I'm just curious who has the better of the 1v1 matchup or the head-to-head matchup. But I do think that Maestro was very impressive versus Gorilla. But it's a new day, and anything can happen. You kind of have a reset, and that's why when you're playing FIFA at that competitive level, it often comes down to fatigue, especially mental fatigue, and being able to have that consistency from Friday to Saturday to Sunday.
All right, we should probably take a look at the highlights of this game in particular, just to see with your own eyes what it looks like. Spencer, take this away.
Well, this was Maestro, obviously, against Gorilla, and how he secured his spot in the match against Ollebally there. We're in the Levante kit. He does represent Levante La Liga Spanish club. And this is 1-0 at this point. Gorilla on the attack. And you can obviously see the pluses and the minuses of the Maestro's game here. How he's scoring goals, now he's conceding goals. He actually was behind going into the second leg against Gorilla. It looked like he might be making an exit against the run of form, so to speak. But he turned it on when it matters. Great composure in the box there. Turn in tight space and get the all-important goal. And ultimately send Gorilla home. And let's not forget, Gorilla is a formidable opponent. And Maestro's picked up plenty of scalps in the FIFA scene over the last year or so. So he'll be more than prepared to do another one here against Ollebally.
Okay, and then on the flip side, Mike, before we get to any interviews that might be upcoming, Ollebally, we've talked a lot about Maestro here. He didn't play particularly well, and I can't wait to ask him about it yesterday against Ethan, but he did enough to get through. What do you think that says about his mentality?
Well, that's my response. It doesn't really matter. We're still talking about him being here. He got the win. In order to win tournaments, you have to get through the ugly games, the cagey affairs, the ones that aren't easy on the eyes. We all love a good back and forth where it's goals galore and we don't know what's going to happen, and the rhythm and just how the players are building up, and the tempo is all over the virtual pitch. But at the end of the day, you got the result, and Ollebali's shown that all year long. And I definitely think he can get this job done. I know we're talking so much about Maestro because he had that great result versus Gorilla, and he showed his versatility to be able to adjust in that second leg. But we're here. It's Sunday. We're down to the final four. Anything can happen. Let's stir it up, shake it up a little bit.
All right, now it's time to hear from Ollebally's competitor, Maestro, who we were talking about a little bit earlier. Maestro, good to see you, my friend. How are you feeling today ahead of this big match?
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, this will be a great game against Ollebally. He's an amazing player. We play much time together. So yeah, I can't wait to start this game.
And Maestro, Spencer here. We know you've played Ollebally quite a few times. And how do you usually come out on? Who comes out on top when you guys usually play? Do you think that's going to play a part in today's result?
Yeah. Ollebally beat me more than I beat him in Cup in another tournament. But now it's new day. It's new day of FIFA. It's different, and I feel ready to win today. And we will see what happens. But I need to give my best if I want to win today.
And we saw you adjust and execute a plan versus Gorilla, especially in that second leg. Do you have a certain plan for Ollebally, especially since you know his gameplay so well?
No, we know each other, so we just play. I just play my game for myself. I just play my own game, and I know how Ollebally play, and he knows how I play. So yeah, it will be 50-50 game, I think. But like I said, everything can happen. It's FIFA, so we will see what happens.
All right, Maestro. Well, the best of luck to you in this big matchup. We'll see if you can get to the losers final. And, yeah, it should be a very good game. All right, let's look now at Ollebally's highlights. We've seen a little bit from Maestro and what he did against Gorilla. Mike, walk us through what Ollebally did yesterday against Ethan.
Well, like we were saying, Ollebally, first off, got the job done. Beautiful build up here. Eusebio steps into space. We are very accustomed to him being able to convert in that area of the virtual pitch. And if I was describing Ollebally's game, some good fortune, lovely composure, I'd say he's a very balanced player, that he's definitely able to give you a little bit of everything. He's good down the wings, good with the attacking play, does enough on the defensive end, and you see that was the winner there outside of the box, just on the edge of the box. R9 with the classic or vintage R9 haircut, a haircut that I would look terrible with. But he carries on, and we're into, like I said, the last bit of the competitor. And it sounds as if Ollebally has the advantage here after talking to Maestro. Maestro said he loses more than he wins versus him, so this might be one of his bogey players.
I don't know. That might be a bit of a mind trick that I think Maestro is trying to play. We bring Ollebally in now. Ollie, what I found interesting after your interview when you beat Ethan was that you said that Ethan deserved to win, but yet you still got the result. What does that mean for you in particular to still be able to grind out a victory even though you didn't play particularly well?
Yeah, I mean, it's very important to get the wins, even if you play bad. So hopefully I can play better today and clutch it better and get a win.
Now, Ollie, I believe last time you played Maestro, you actually ended up winning 4-0 on aggregate, 2-0, 2-0 in 2 legs. So you're going into it in good shape and in good form versus this opponent. Does that play a part for you? And how much are you thinking about the Maestro game? How much are you thinking ahead to, right, if I beat Maestro, I'm going to potentially have this all-Sweden matchup, etc., etc.? Are you just thinking about this game or all the games?
Nah, of course, I'm thinking about the final. But to get there, I have to beat Maestro. He's a very good player, so I'll focus on this game for now.
And when you're looking at your gameplay, do you focus on solely what you're going to do, or do you also take into consideration who you're playing and you make adjustments? Because we've seen both types of players where they try to play their opponent, and then other ones where they just focus on, I'm going to play my best game, I'm going to make them have to adjust, you name it.
Yeah, normally I used I think I can beat everyone in this tournament. So I rely on my ability and not so much on how my opponents play. I just focus on my own gameplay.
Well, Ollie, thank you so much for your time before this big match, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks.
All right, Ollebally, everyone. Now, Spencer, Mike, it's our favorite part of the show. It's prediction time. So I'm going to go to Spencer first. Who do you guys like in this one? Maestro versus Ollebally.
Yeah, usually, Jim, I'm a stats-orientated guy. I like to follow the numbers. And the stats, I would suggest, on most recent meetings anyway, would go with Ollebally. But I'm going to go with my heart on this one. Not that I don't want Ollebally to win, but I feel like for some reason, I'm backing Maestro. Something inside me is telling me it's going to be Team Maestro for the win, and we're going to see one of them. But we don't know. But that's who I'm going with, Maestro.
Well,
Okay.
the pizza and cannolis from yesterday is what's inside him, telling him that Maestro's going to get this win. I hate that we're going to start out the show this way. I like to disagree with Spence. In fact, I might even prefer it, but I also think Maestro's going to pull something out here. I don't know. I get that feeling. And a lot of times you've played against somebody many, many times in the past, when it gets to some of these big moments, the bigger tournaments where the results mean so much more, it feels as if the other guy gets the result. It just has a way of working itself out.
All right, everybody, you heard it here. Maestro and Maestro are going to win this one from the two Maestros that are joining me. Let's throw it over to two other Maestros, Mark Hatcher and Ryan Pessoa. Guys, you got the call of this match. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Jimmy. And I think the guys on the desk there have set it up absolutely beautifully for us, Ryan. It is, of course, Championship Sunday. We want to welcome you along. And look at this. We're not messing about at all, Ryan. Straight into the game. We've already kicked off. What are your feelings on this game? Maestro versus Ollebally. Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
I think this game's is hard to call because Maestro obviously he'd be having a bounce. He's just beating Gorilla. He locked him up in the second leg, limited him to barely any chances. So for Maestro, that's a major positive because he even said it himself. Defensively, he's not as good as he is going forward. So it's for me, there's many positives to take out of that game. For Ollebally, though, I feel like that's a fantastic win for him as well against Ethan. He mentioned how he didn't play to the best of his ability, but he still managed to scrape through a win, and that's the most important thing. It's a results business. So he got the win, and he's playing Maestro now.
We're going to see if Ollebally can be the first player to break the deadlock here. Unfortunately for him, he's just going to run the ball out of play there on the far side. But I think it's a really interesting point that you bring up there, right? It's the fact that both of these players have kind of adapted and added something to their game that we maybe haven't seen a lot in previous tournaments. We talked about how Maestro has kind of had his head fall off sometimes when things don't go his way. But the fact that he showed that resolve to get that result against Gorilla is huge. And then for Ollebally, like he said, not playing his best, but still getting that win shows that both of these players have that kind of mental fortitude to go all the way here.
Exactly, and you said it perfectly about Maestro. He's a very emotionally invested player, but if there's something that I have to credit him for is prior to the game itself, his mental strength going into it and his preparation is flawless. But obviously there are things in the game that might not go his way, and he starts to, as I say, because of his emotional investment, he could lose his head a little bit, get a bit frustrated, and it shows in the game. But we haven't seen that yet, so here's to hoping that he can continue those performances.
Well, here comes Ollebally again. So far, nothing to speak of for Maestro going forward. It's been all Ollebally as far as possession is concerned and moving towards that final third. And this is the problem for him. He's going to have to break down this defense, which was so resolute yesterday against Gorilla. And maybe Ollebally can try and slide the ball past that defender. But again, Maestro here has kind of added something to his game, like we talked about previously. When Maestro has played his best and got his best results, it's because his defense has been as impressive as his attack has.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, Maestro going forward is ruthless. When he creates a chance, he scores it. But it's the same being said about Ollebally. We saw yesterday that Ethan held the lion's share of possession, but whenever Ollebally got a chance on the edge of the box, he was taking it straight away, especially with R9 Ronaldo. He was very useful in those areas.
Well, here's CR7, and he got a little bit of space, and he's played it across goal absolutely beautifully. And it is going to be the Levante man, Maestro, with Eusebio, who is going to break the deadlock here. Huge goal, not only in the context of the game, but in the context of the tournament as well. The first strike will go to the Frenchman.
It's a fantastic goal for Maestro as well. He bided his time. He built up slowly to see. And to be fair, there was quite a lot of space from Ollebally there, which we're not used to seeing. He was quite open when Maestro transitioned from the wing into the center, and it was fantastic composure to turn onto Eusebio's left foot and bury the chance. So 1-0 to Maestro, and you say it's probably against the run of play because Ollebally did hold a lot of the ball at the start of the game.
It's also completely in tune with what you were saying, though. As soon as Maestro does get that shot and that opportunity, it's very rare that you'll see him not at least test the goalkeeper. And once again, it's Cristiano Ronaldo who's looking to create yet another opportunity here on the far side for Maestro. Corner here for the Frenchman, already one to the good, of course. Inside the first 25 minutes here, the question is, can he make something of this set piece, which we've seen so many players do throughout the FIFA Summer Cup series?
We're seeing something here from Maestro. I noticed it in the Gorilla game as well. His fullbacks are genuinely pivotal in creating a chance to, as with those through balls down the wing, he's creating so many opportunities to counter-attack.
Well, maybe there's going to be a chance on the counter-attack here for Ollebally. Unfortunately, just couldn't find that little half-yard of space he was looking for to get that pass back across goal, but well marshalled there by the defense of Maestro once more.
Yeah, and those situations are tricky because, as we've mentioned before in different days of this tournament, the double tap, the lofted pass inwards is so important to guarantee that pass is going to go across. It kind of lifts it over the defender's foot, but in that situation, it doesn't seem like he wanted to take it. He didn't feel like the risk was gonna pay off, and ended up giving away a goal kick to Maestro. But in hindsight, it's easy to look at it like that, because I would personally have done a lofted pass there straight away and just tried to get a shot off, but he done something different.
Here's Eusebio again, trying to twist and turn and provide the same finishing touch that he did for the first goal that we've had in this game. And already this first half is just flying by in front of our eyes. 35 minutes on the clock, just 10 minutes until the referee will bring this half to a close. So a couple more opportunities for both of these players to go forward, for Ollebally to maybe try and find that equaliser here as he spreads the play across to Ferland Mendy. R9's going to pick the ball up deep here and return it to Ruud Gullit. You can just see trying to manipulate those defenders. Concentration, the name of the game here for Maestro, and a little bit of a lax pass there means that Maestro can pick up possession and once again come forward.
I think we're going to see Maestro just try and keep the ball a bit more, because he knows there's 5 minutes to go. He doesn't need to push on for a goal. He's winning the game. Ollebally has to chase it. He doesn't necessarily have to score again. If the whistle's blown now, he's won it. So he's just going to keep the ball and wait and wait and wait. Maybe wait for the team press of Ollebally, or just trying to see if Ollebally ends up dragging out someone out of position, so he has a pass down the line or a pass inside to create a goal scoring opportunity. But you see it from experience anyway. A lot of players will keep the ball for the final whistle, just to make sure if they do score, if they do take a shot at goal, your opponent has just limited opportunity to counter attack, because the whistle's basically going to blow for half time or for full time.
One interesting thing for me here, it seems like Maestro really is favouring this far side for his attacks at the moment. I don't know if he just feels like the strength and the pace of Cristiano Ronaldo is something he wants to take advantage of, driving into the box. But finally, he's going to actually play this one over to the other side, and it's another chance maybe for Eusebio to get a shot away, but Ollebally managed to close down that space just in the nick of time, as now it's just a few moments away until that half-time whistle. But unfortunately here, for Ollebally, he might be gifting Maestro another chance, but the referee is going to say no more chances in this first half, and it will be Maestro who takes that 1-goal advantage into the break.
Yeah, and there's been nothing in it. You see that there's been one shot in the whole game. 60% of possession has been to Maestro. There hasn't been too much to separate the teams, other than the goal, obviously. But it's still all up for grabs for both of the players here.
And coming into this game, I just felt like if Maestro was going to win this, I didn't feel like a 1-goal cushion was going to be enough. I could see Ollebally, if he got a goal advantage, being able to hold on to that with the way that he's played so successfully when he's managed to get those leads in games. But for Maestro, I always feel like, as well as he has defended so far, you just feel like sometimes there might be a little bit of impatience in his defending, trying to get the ball back, and he can give those opportunities away. I mean, what are your feelings on this one? Do you think that Maestro needs to look for that second hit?
For me, in usual circumstances, I'd say absolutely. But from what I saw of him in the second leg yesterday against Gorilla, it seems like he's kind of ironed out those flaws. Not completely. They're obviously going to still be there in some occasions, but you notice that he has the discipline to keep the ball the majority of the time and wait and bide his time for an opportunity.
Speaking of opportunities, there was almost one there for R9, but just got entangled with the defender who made a good tackle. But Maestro going to win the ball back here with Kevin De Bruyne. Nice turnover of play, and again, winning the ball back before Ollebally can really get into any particular dangerous position. But once again, a little mistake there. A little bit impetuous on the pass, and Ollebally now can pick up possession once more.
Maestro said in the interview beforehand that when he has played Ollebally, Ollebally has come out on top the majority of times that they have played. And now that he's taken the lead, for Ollebally anyway, from my personal experience, it's when you're used to beating somebody and they're taking the lead and it feels like it's becoming more difficult to break them down, you start to get in a mental block thinking, has he done all his research on me? Has all of those games that we played against each other ended up benefiting him more than it's benefited me? Because I'm losing 1-0 and I'm struggling to create any room in the midfield, let alone any room in the attack. So it's one of those things where I'd start to think, should I change something just to try and confuse him a little bit? Do something that I've never done before just to try and catch him off guard.
I think it's a really good point you raised there. It's, you know, as many times you play against someone, if you can get that advantage over them, that's great. If they beat you in the big tournament, then all of a sudden you think, yeah, should I have played all those practice games? Should I have given away the way that I play and getting comfortable with the way that I like to go forward, that I like to defend? But for Ollebally now, he has a chance to go on the offensive, but can't quite get the shot away without the defender getting a touch on it there. A chance for Eusebio, a chance for Ollebally, goes direct into the box from the corner as well. And we'll recycle the pieces here on the far side with Kylian Mbappe, who manages to find Cristiano Ronaldo. A little bit of pressure here for the Swede as he tries to take that around the side of the fullback there, but Maestro holding tight once again, and now we are going to see that cue paused. Maybe just a change of personnel, as this game is incredibly tight, but what a ball over the top that is. Maestro getting on the end of it, getting a little bit fortunate almost as well to get the ball back, and that was almost the most direct form of attack you could possibly have.
I think if he ended up scoring, those are the goals you hate conceding, because it feels like on one end I could have scored, but then the next minute it's one kick down the field and he's 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, and then next thing you know you conceded a goal. But he was fortunate there that I think is it Maldini he's using that managed to step ahead and win the ball back there. Otherwise it was definitely going to be 2 goals to Maestro.
A little bit of a let off there, a little bit of holding breath would have occurred there, certainly for Ollebally, as that ball was played over the top, but he managed to defend it well. And well, it's actually going to be Maestro coming forward again, twisting, and goes for that first-time fake shot to try and bait out the tackle from the defender, but the tackle was strong enough from the centre-back, and now Mbappe is going to be coming forward, little hill-to-hill, but again, just the passing not quite coming together here for Ollebally in the final third.
Not at all. Ever since, I'd say, probably from the 25th minute, he hasn't really posed any sort of threat where it's like there's a chance that he can actually score a goal. But what a save! There's a way that Maestro's playing now, and it's different than what I'm used to seeing him, because when I think of Maestro anyway, I think of a guy where he lacks a bit of discipline.
Big mistake
on
at the back from the defender. And he has to go for the little dink over the top. And we talked about how that over-the-top through ball can be so effective. Maestro almost did it at one end, but then Ollebally almost repaid the favour at the other.
Exactly. And as I said, those are the worst ones, because it's like, I've had the ball, I've lost it, and it's just one long ball down the field. It's a bit of Stoke City-esque football, but it's working. It's providing opportunities for both of these players, so why not continue it?
I feel sorry for Stoke City. They're always the butt of that joke. Yes. Nobody remembers the Stoke Alona years. It's always the ones just previous to that. But in this game now, we've got around 15 minutes left until the end of our first leg. And it's up to Ollebally, the Swede, to try and find an equaliser ahead of the second leg. Still pretty evenly poised, though. Just that one goal between the two players. But if Maestro can find another opportunity, then that really would put the pressure on to the Swede. Almost managed to work his way through their Maestro with Neymar as well. The little reverse elastico almost caused some problems. But again, Maldini, maybe not a lot of players' first choice in at that centre-back position. He's doing a heck of a job at the moment for Ollebally.
He's playing magnificent. I've never usually been a player that uses Maldini. I feel like he lacks in the physical department, especially now when you've got the team of the season cards, the summer heat centre-backs that are out. You've got a lot of these cards where they do have the pace, they have the defending and the strength, which Maldini does lack, but he's performing amazing in this game for Ollebally.
We'll see if he can keep that defensive record up in this game. Unfortunately for him, there is still one goal to his name, a little blemish on the record, but he's done his job so far. Now Ollebally, Neymar dropping deep, and you can see not a lot of options for passes going forward, which is going to force him to go back and retreat, and once again, maybe playing for that final attack here, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely, and I'd love to see the stats on the shots. I don't believe he's had a shot on target, so I feel like if he was to have a shot, now is the perfect time.
Well, it's Arnheim who just about manages to get away from the man with a little heavy touch, and the touch was from the defender here, which is going to be called back by the referee. So in the 90th minute here, a real opportunity for Ollebally to come up with a little bit of magic here. Is he going to try and go direct? Is he going to play this one short? What has the Swede got in the locker here? Neymar's going to take it and try and get the shot away, but it's charged down by Ruud Gullit. But Ollebally still with possession here. Maybe a chance in the last second, and yes, he's going to score the goal to tie up the game. And it is Neymar, the Brazilian, who manages to sweep it home into the far corner.
Who else other than Neymar? Probably the most favoured player this year alongside, I say, Birthday and Mbappe of one of the attackers. A lot of players favour Neymar over CR7, over Messi, over R9, and he's come up clutch here with a vital goal. Again, Maestro will be a bit upset about conceding that, but for Ollebally, it's fantastic. He goes in at 1-1, contrary to a 1-0 defeat, which is fantastic.
And of course, the action will continue in just a second, but it's time to remind you of something else you don't want to miss, and that is The Sims Sparked. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, entertainment, and competition, and celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. It premieres tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Pacific on TBS, and then runs every Friday on TBS through August 7th. It will re-air on Saturday, July 18th at 8 a.m. Eastern Pacific on TBS, and you can also catch it on the BuzzFeed multiplayer starting on Monday. So Ryan, an incredible first leg and all tied up like we would expect at this stage in the tournament between two of our top players. But that late goal surely has to put the momentum back into Ollebally's favour because of the fact that, again, he maybe didn't play his best game, but he still hasn't come out of that game with a loss.
Exactly. And I mentioned how Maestro, the way he is, I feel like he'd be frustrated at that. He done very well defensively. He was regimented. He was structured. He countered Ollebally perfectly in that game. He didn't give him a sniff at goal. And then to concede a free kick at the end, and then after the free kick ends up conceding a goal, it's gut-wrenching, but I feel like there are positives from both players, as you said. Ollebally didn't perform well at all, and he's 1-1 at the break or after the first game. And then Maestro can take positives, saying that for 87 minutes, basically, he held him out fantastically well. It's just about trying to create more chances because I feel like there wasn't a lot of gilt-edged chances in that game.
I completely agree with you. I feel it was a game where both players, kind of cancelled each other out with their defensive ability. It was not for a lack of trying. It just seemed like whenever either the central midfielders were on the ball and looking to move forward, there was just so limited options. And you have to put that down to the impressive player switching of the players, right?
Absolutely. The player switching was flawless from both of these players. And I feel like what contributes to them blocking each other out is the amount of times they've played against each other before. And I spoke about how it is good to practice against players or even play them in a tournament multiple times. You get a gist of how they're going to play, their tendencies and what they're used to doing. But it's also, it works against you because they're, in their stance, they're understanding what you do more, the little things that you do, they're starting to get to grips with it a bit more. And as you see it, it ends up countering out and it ends at least to a game where there's few opportunities.
So second leg is underway. You can see that in front of your very eyes, and it's still all tied up, essentially 0-0 in this game between Ollebally and Maestro, and it's going to be Ollebally again with his first opportunity to go forward. And on the counter-attack here, Maestro maybe with a little bit more space than he was expecting here, and using the pace and the power here of Cristiano Ronaldo to get away from Ferland Mendy, and that's not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. And oh no, Eusebio! Oh, he's not going to see that one again.
Oh my God. Again, we spoke about Ronaldo in the right attacking mid position, and he's been bullying Mendy but not even in just this game, but for many matchups, and is providing a lot of attacks down that wing. But then for Eusebio to miss that is unbelievable. That's a banker goal. For me, I'm already celebrating 2-1, and then to see it hit off the post is incredibly frustrating for Maestro.
Yeah, big miss. I think that's the only thing we can say there. Big miss from the Portuguese icon. Eusebio letting down Maestro a little bit there, but Maestro has to take the positives. How easily he did manage to create that chance as well. We talked about how the game was a little bit devoid of chances in that first leg, but being able to break through early on in the game, one of those things that you got to chalk up as a positive rather than the miss, which is, of course, more of a negative.
Absolutely. I wonder if either of these players are going to look to change something quite early on, or they're just going to bide their time and just wait to see if a chance opens up, because it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot in this game. It's pretty much going to be a tight game where limited chances are going to be available. So I wonder if someone's going to change something, maybe change to a 4-4-2 just to give them more options going forward to create a chance, or they're just going to stick with their formations and the way they're set up currently.
Yeah, it's certainly something we saw a lot of yesterday, and you were talking about the options that the 4-4-2 does give to players. You have that extra man up top, of course, to help with those little interchanges and isolating those defenders in those 1v1 situations. Well, here's
Absolutely,
Maestro
and
once again on this far side. Sorry to cut you off there, Ryan, but Ronaldo once again looking to create a chance, and Maestro almost managed to break through.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to say how I'm going against my word anyway, what I would do anyway. I know that if I'm playing someone where I played them numerous amounts of times, I feel like I would have to do something that's out of the ordinary in order to score a goal, because he knows what I'm going to do anyway. So especially both of these players, they've had time to watch over each other's gameplay, especially yesterday. So even for me anyway, I would honestly just change to a formation I've never used against you before and do something a little bit different on the edge of the box.
Keep something up their sleeve, and there's a header from the corner, something we don't see too much of, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo. No surprise to see the man getting up. A little deflection off of the defender means that Ollebally might have the chance here as he attempts that scoop turn with R9 to try and beat the man. And now Maestro from the back foot is on the front foot, but well defended once again by Ollebally, and he had to make that tackle absolutely perfectly, otherwise he would have been in all sorts of trouble.
Definitely. I have to give credit to both of the players where they're off the ball, the way that they're cutting passing lanes, the way that they're pressing as well. They're making the right choices defensively. So it's a major credit to both of these players, which is why the game is so tight.
Halfway through this first half then of the second leg, still no goal to give either of these players something to hold on to. As we move towards the second half of this second leg, a little bit of a risky ball there from Kevin De Bruyne, but luckily found its target in Ruud Gullit.
I think it's good to see KDB being used as well. Oh, sorry to cut you off again, but it's good to see KDB being used, because I noticed yesterday a lot of players prefer De Jong or even Zidane over him, and I just can't understand it. I just feel like De Bruyne has everything. 5-star weak foot as well. I know Zidane has the 5-star, 5-star, but I just feel like De Bruyne defensively is so it's just a perfect partner for Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think he's arguably one of the best foot items in the game, and that's exactly why he is in these lineups for a lot of these players. Maybe it's just, again, it's one of those feel things. A lot of players have used these players for a little bit longer, maybe don't have Kevin De Bruyne available to them. And, you know, they're used to Frankie de Jong. You were talking about it yesterday, right? How a lot of players have used not only the team of the season so far or the team of the year version, but, you know, the original 85 version or the inform. It's kind of a card that's been in a lot of players' teams for a long time.
Exactly, and at the start of the year, we had restrictions where you were limited on the squad rating of your team. So using someone like the 85 De Jong was a fantastic addition into your team. He didn't take up a lot of the rating. So when you're used to a player, you just want to carry on using those additions of the card, which is something that we've seen.
Strike from distance there, a little bit speculative from the edge of the box from Ollebally, trying something a little bit different from the free kick, but Van der Sar isn't going to be trouble. But that isn't the best kick out from the goalkeeper, and Alexander-Arnold had to get his skates on there to make sure that he kept that one in play. The Maestro has been a little bit on the back foot in this first half of the second leg. I'd say that Ollebally certainly has grown into this game a little bit and looked a little bit more dangerous coming forward.
Exactly, and I feel like Maestro's still going to be thinking about that chance that Eusebio missed, because it is, in a game like this where there's limited chances, they're few and far between, that has to go in.
There's a massive chance here, and he tries to drive the ball back, gets a little bit fortunate on the rebound, and Van der Sar opts not to pick that one up with his hands, and we'll deal with it just about. But again, Maestro, even though he hasn't had too many chances, you mentioned that gilt edge one that was missed by Eusebio, and there was another one on the horizon there for Maestro. Unfortunately, just couldn't make the most of it, and then at the other end, Cristiano Ronaldo just going to be pulled offside there as he just got ahead of the defensive line. But they're the margins we talk of. I don't think he was offside by very far there, Ronaldo.
Not at all. And something I've noticed as well from Ollebally, initially in the first game when he was pressing to try and win the ball back, he was using his right back just to kind of, or right back or left back, kind of just take a few steps forward manually, trying to squeeze him in. But now you notice that he's not doing that, because Maestro was just lofting the ball over the top or doing a threaded through ball, which was leading to chances down the line. So we've seen limited chances from Maestro.
Oh. Beautiful stuff from Ollebally with the volley with Eusebio. That is poetry from my lips, but it was more poetry on the pitch there from Ollebally. Beautiful stuff. The little ball over the head that created the chance initially was absolutely sublime, and then the finish from Eusebio. First time on that left foot, and what a goal that was. You said yourself it was going to take something special to separate these players, and maybe that was it.
That is a phenomenal goal, to say the least. Like, Ollebally's worked that chance superbly just to open up space, to pull defenders out. The little chip over for Eusebio to hit it in is, on one end, you see Eusebio miss a chance like that, but then he scores this. Is fantastic. And Ollebally will be delighted because, again, that's a fantastic goal.
Incredible stuff there from the Swede. You can say he hasn't been at his best, but that is what he can do. And you need moments like that to beat a player of the caliber of Maestro. And now for the Frenchman, he's the one on the back foot. He's the one who's going to have to push forward, look to make some changes, maybe before his opponent has to himself. But an instant reply, he's got what he's going to be looking for, but unfortunately for him, now he's got to break down that defensive wall that Ollebally is going to be constructing in front of that goal, trying to keep his goalkeeper as quiet as possible.
I feel like Maestro, now he's gonna start trying to play a lot more riskier passes. A lot of the passes where the success rate of it pulling off is very slim, but it's something you have to do just to try and create more chances, to try and transition a lot more quicker, because previously we've been seeing pretty basic passes from both of these players, other than the goal obviously, which was fantastic. But we've seen both of them take passes where the success rate is very, very high. But now Maestro needs a goal. He's going to have to start doing risky passes.
Big chance here for R9 again, and Ollebally with the Cruyff turn inside is going to double the lead in this game and give him that 2-goal advantage. Beautiful stuff from the Brazilian, getting onto that right foot. And once again, a well-worked move here by Ollebally, and the second half of this second leg is where he's really started to shine here, Ryan.
Again, a fantastic goal, and Ethan said it yesterday. I'm sure he tweeted or he might have mentioned it in an interview, how lethal Ollebally is as soon as he gets a chance. Like that's a half chance. He's still got to get past the defenders there, and he chose the right option of doing a fake shot inside onto Ronaldo's favoured foot just to smash it home, and it gives him a 2-goal advantage.
Oh, it could be another one here, and the goalkeeper being forced into the save, and you can see Maestro starting to struggle a little bit in this game, and Ollebally starting to find that rhythm, which has made him such a formidable force so far this season in FIFA 20. And for Maestro here, he just needs to get a little hold of the game. He needs to create a chance himself just to put the pressure back onto his opponent, but there, maybe not the best option available to him. And he's going to give the ball away, and Ollebally can try and counter once more on this far side.
I'm liking the flow of this game. It's opening up a lot more than it was in the first game. Both of these players now, well, it's for Maestro's sense anyway, he has to start going forward, and I'm committing a few more players forward to create a chance. And Ollebally is going to end up committing a few more players naturally anyway, because more spaces are starting to open up. So
Eusebio almost managed to poke that ball around the corner there, but just about got a toe end on it there, the defender, to stop that pass finding the intended target, which was R9 in the middle. But for Ollebally now, he's the one in control. He can slow this game down a little bit should he choose to. Maestro's got to use that press that we know he can implement at any moment in this game as Ollebally tries to go forward, because you have to feel Ollebally here, another goal, and surely that would be game over.
Definitely would be game over. With 3 goals, the way Ollebali's defended as well, it's been superb. And as I said, Maestro's going to have to start changing something just to create a few more chances.
R9 with a chance to strike, and he just about got a half a yard on the defender there, but I think that was still just enough pressure to make that shot a little bit more difficult than R9 and Maestro would have been expecting. Good save from the goalkeeper, but comfortable save at the same time. But opportunity starting to open up here for Maestro, and he's having to push forward. The question is, can he take one of these? Sooner
or later, the amount of chances you give Maestro, he's going to take one of it, and he's starting to get a few more chances where he just needs to get a bit closer to the goal if he's going to take one of those chances. Some of them are a little bit speculative, but they do go in, which is why he's been taking them.
A strike from distance there from the edge of the box, but defenders in the way for Ollebally, putting their lives on the line for the cause here to get through to that potential matchup. The all-Swedish matchup is on the horizon. Kevin De Bruyne back inside now. Ruud Gullit trying to play that ball through, but the player switch there from Ollebally. Break that down to us, Ryan, because maybe for the casual viewer, they won't notice how impressive that was.
It's fantastic. He's chosen the right player again, as he's shown in both of these legs so far. He's choosing the right player to play a switch with. He knows when to back off and when to move forward to try and close down the player in possession. And it's been extremely successful for him. And you saw there with De Bruyne, again, cutting the lane. It's not a lot of... It's really hard to explain, but it's so difficult to try and predict what your opponent's going to do, especially at this higher level. So for him to be doing that with such success is phenomenal.
Well, for Maestro, he's got 15 minutes to do something phenomenal himself here. He's got to find 2 goals to potentially send this one into extra time, as Neymar is just going to get bullied off of that ball by Virgil van Dijk. Comes in and steals Neymar's lunch money, and now it's going to release Cristiano Ronaldo on this far side. Ollebally with a chance to tie up this game, to really put a bow on top of this performance, but Maestro manages to hold on. It's a little bit fortunate here with Neymar as well to keep possession, and that's going to drive him forward.
Maestro done very well there as well. Not a lot of people will realize what he's done there is that with Vieira, he kind of baited him into making that pass he baited him into thinking that he wasn't going to close him down, then started to close him down and then backed off a little bit. So kind of, whilst Ollebally was mid-skill move, that's when he decided to move forward a little bit to try and close the passing lane. And then he moved back to cut the lane again when Ollebally tried to pass it, and he was able to block it. And it's just those little things that maybe not a lot of people who are viewing this would realize, but those are the key to defending, is trying to put your opponent off or trying to bait him into doing something where you think you can read it. It's not something that's always going to work. It could work against you. You could make the wrong decision, but for Maestro's sake there, it worked perfectly in blocking off the chance.
It's almost the old bait and switch, isn't it? What you think I'm going to do, and then executing what you think I was going to. Am I going to do it? Am I not going to do it? And that sort of game of cat and mouse that goes in with defending. But for Maestro, you can see he's had to make some changes, and there's no surprise for that. He is chasing this game at the moment. But Kevin De Bruyne, I mean, you've talked about him so much. He just seems to be everywhere on the pitch defensively at the moment for Ollebally.
Exactly. For me, De Bruyne is the best midfielder in this game, and I have to give credit though to, as I mentioned, Maldini has been superb. It's something, as I say, I never usually use him, but maybe I jinxed him there with a lackluster tackle. But other than that, he's been superb.
So 5 minutes left in this game. Ollebally fully in control. And he's got 1 foot in the next round. It's just a case of seeing this game out, and he might be able to do it here with that final goal to really finish things off. Neymar parried out, and it's going to be a simple finish on the rebound. Pele, the substitute, will come on and accept that goal gleefully, and it will be Ollebally now who will be moving on to the next round. What a performance it has been in this second leg, Ryan.
Phenomenal performance. It's a professional performance. He's picked him apart. He bided his time waiting because he knew Maestro had to change something to go for it, and he's counted in there to go 3-0 up.
What a tackle that is from Van der Sar. You almost thought for Maestro there, at least there'd be a consolation, but Ollebally, full professional performance from him. He wants to keep that clean sheet, and it looks like he might even be looking for a fourth here. But we are over the stoppage time, and it is going to be the final whistle that goes here, and Ollebally will be the player who moves on in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Commiserations to Maestro, but as you said, Ryan, what a professional performance that was in the second leg.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Ollebally. It's a routine performance. He's been doing this frequently this year. Commiserations to Maestro. It could have gone a little bit differently. As I said, that you save your chance. You look back at it and think, he's got to score it. If he scores it, it could be a different game. You never know. It could have ended up the same way regardless. But it's just those little things in the game. But Ollebally performed superbly defensively and in the midfield. He, as you said, with the bait and switch, he kind of forced Maestro into making mistakes. And he done well in the final third to score 3 goals, which is fantastic in this high level.
And what do you think is making? I know it's a kind of a strange question here and a bit of a general one, but what is making Ollebally so good in FIFA 20 at the moment? Because he seems like one of those players who just seems to have no obvious flaws to his game.
Yep, I'll be honest. At the start of the year, I didn't know too much about him. He plays on the opposite console of myself, but I've seen him in a few Foothead Cups. He's gone the distance. He's been performing well. He takes his chances as they come, and he's good at baiting the opponent in, or he knows when to make the right decisions, when he should push for it, when he should start to hold the lead. And it's credit to him. He's performed fantastic this year.
Well, as you say, congratulations to Ollebally. We'll be seeing some more of him later on. But for now, we're going to send it back over to our virtual desk with Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike.
There you go. Get to see Ollebally, and thank you so much, Onset and Ryan, for that dynamite insight about this game. Very, very impressive performance, especially in that second leg. I feel like he's a silent assassin in some ways. I feel like he underplays maybe when we talk to him in interviews that, yeah, I'm playing okay. But then he goes out there and smashes you. I appreciate that mindset, but this is a top quality player, Spencer.
Oh, 100%. I mean, like you said, it wasn't particularly impressive by his own standards yesterday. Even in the first leg there against Maestro, he just clinched and equalised in the last few minutes. But the second leg was fantastic. I know I predicted Maestro to win, but sometimes you just got to say, look, it would be a real act of folly if I didn't say, golly, somebody give Ollebally a lolly for that volley.
Oh, my
It was
God.
unbelievable volley.
Okay, we got to end this stream. Can the chat give Spencer?
How do I follow up
that? Okay, actually, Mike, I'm not going to let you. We're going to bring in the winner right now, Ollebally. He's going to be joining us. Ollie, so my first question to you, outside of saying congratulations, very, very good performance here in the second leg of this matchup against Maestro. Who do you want to face now in the losers final? Because #Tom beat you. He beat you 2-1, and that's why you got knocked down to the losers bracket. But then you have Olito, a Swedish counterpart, a little Swedish derby potentially. Who would you prefer to face in the losers final?
I mean, both of them. It's very good players, but I do want to play Olito in the final, so I have to say Tom.
And question for me, Ollie, fantastic performance there. I want to know what's been going through your head. You know, you said yesterday when you played Ethan, you didn't think you were your best and you were lucky to go through. First leg there against Maestro, you score a late goal to level it up. But then what's changed from there to the second leg? Because that second leg performance was fantastic.
To be fair, I don't know. I played the same instructions and everything. I just think the momentum. If Maestro would have scored that 2-1, I think the match would have been completely different. I would have to change shades. But yeah, I just played my style and it worked.
And to build off what Spencer kind of asked, what was the turning moment for you? I don't know if it was one of the misses from Maestro, if it was a big finish. I mean, the second goal that you had some kind of, I'm going to call it creative, but forced work into the box where you're kind of lobbing it forward, you lob it back, a lot of aerial options just because you're trying to unlock some sort of space.
Yeah, I think that Maestro lost his momentum when he missed that chance with Eusebio. But of course, when I scored that beautiful goal, that volley goal, I think I get the momentum.
Well, Ollie, congratulations again, and good luck on the next one, because it's going to be a real tasty affair, as I like to say.
Thank you so much.
All right, there is Ollie. Now, to go over the highlights, in case you missed it, or if you just want to see all the fun stuff that happened, Mike is going to talk us through this past match between Maestro and Ollebally.
Untradeable rare player.
So we have Ollebally versus Maestro. First leg, not a lot of action. And I thought this was going to be a very cagey affair the whole way through. There were some unforced errors. You see the opening goal. You cannot miss from there. You have to convert. Maestro's on the board. And then Ollebally didn't make much. A couple of big blocks, and it ended up working out for him in the 90th minute, which is a little bit for your confidence. When you know you don't play your best FIFA and you're still all even, anything can happen heading into the second leg, but it was all Ollebally in the second leg. We talked about a couple maybe missed chances from Maestro, but everything else in terms of being clinical, the build-up play, and I really like a couple of these goals. This is very creative work here in order to get in that box. 1-2 of dreams between R9 and Eusebio. You see the volley, you see the point. You know, at that moment, Ollebali's starting to feel a little more confident, feeling like the game is his, that he's ready to grab this opportunity, and his gameplay got a lot better. Beautiful first time, fake shot, change of direction, back of the net, R9, the guy that you want to have in that type of position. It makes me happy to see that, the resurfacing. That's a beautiful recycle. It's creative, and it just tells you you're more into that free flow, and that's what the first leg really lacked. Spencer, Jimmy, we didn't have open gameplay. It wasn't a lot of 1-2s. We didn't have the ticky-tack. It was structured and almost boring and methodical with the build-up play, which is very different from both of these guys' natural gameplay integration. That might be just because they have so much history against playing each other. They had to feel it out.
Well, so one big match is done here on Championship Sunday, but we have an even bigger one coming up right after this break as our two undefeated players who have yet to play or show their faces on stream, #Tom and Olito, they're going to finally face off to see who is going to book their spot in the grand final. So don't go anywhere.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Want to remind all of you to follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and make sure to tweet using the hashtag #UltimateHeadset for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. All right, everyone, welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. I'm Jimmy Conrad with Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, I just want to say it, we all love winners. And you know why? Because winners win. And we love people that know how to get across the finish line, to climb the top of the mountain, to look down and thump their chest and say they can do it. And we have two winners that are about to face off. Hashtag Tom and Olito, who have yet to lose in this competition. And I love it. I love that there's this type of juice on the game. Mike, I'm going to go to you first. Are you feeling as juiced up as I am? Because clearly my hype level is pretty high.
Well, your amazing analogy of we love winners because winners win has definitely put me into a certain type of vibe. But I'm definitely excited. I've been looking forward to this matchup since I knew it was happening from the opening day. Both these guys undefeated. They're going head-to-head. Someone's got to take a loss. Are we getting into predictions? Because I'm ready to go. I will say that. I'm revved up. I'm ready to go. I know where Spencer's going to go. Okay, I'm just saying I'm ready. I'm going.
Yet.
Spen and I are not going to agree. What's up, Spencer? We're not going to agree this time. We didn't do well on Maestro. We lost out on
this is what I'm going to say quickly with Spencer. Because these guys had to wait so long to play this game, there's so much anticipation. I like to think that works against you a little bit, but you guys have argued otherwise over the last few days. It's fine. They're practicing. They're getting to watch. They get to scout. Do you still feel the same way now that we're here in Championship Sunday?
Well, going into this particular game, obviously they've got the same situation, right? They've both been waiting the same amount of time and they're going to play each other. And someone's going to lose, someone's going to win. The loser's going to potentially get more games as a result of losing. So, listen, I think it's all about the one game, right? This is what the guys would say. There is advantages and there's disadvantages as well. But what I like about this format, not only what we've talked about, when you lose, you get another chance to get back in it, is like this game has been kind of just in the background. We've been waiting for it. We've known it's coming for 3 days now. We've known we're going to see hashtag Tom against Olito, and then all the other games happen. It just gets more and more important, and it gets built up. So I'm really looking forward to it now. I'm ready to go, and it feels like it's a bit crazy that we've actually got ready for this big game because someone's going to win this game, and then they're going to go straight through to essentially the grand finals. It's a massive game, and it's their first game of the tournament.
Yeah, and there's a lot of money at stake as well. $15,000 goes to the ultimate winner, the grand finalist, the champion of this FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Now let's take a look at hashtag Tom's bio. I talked a lot about him, especially on day one. He was my player to watch, and that's because look at this guy. Ever since he partnered, I always bring this up when I talk about him, but since he partnered with F2 Techs at a big tournament, the E Club
Nations
Cup. Yeah, excuse me. I'm just looking at all these stats. I'm overwhelmed by his stats, by the way. I just think he's been in this top form, and his mentality has been fantastic. And so I really like him going into this one. And again, I just wanted to bring it up that he was my player to watch, and now he's here. He's got the big one, and actually he's joining us right now for an interview. Tom, what is up? How are you? Great to see you.
Hello, Jimmy. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You know, I mean, face, hair. I've used this joke before. It's all working for me. Now, I don't know if you saw this earlier in the broadcast, but we have some stakes on this game in particular. A little fun bet that anytime you give up a goal, Spencer is going to have to do something. Check this out.
I've got a pull-up bar in the corner over there, and I'm prepared to put a little wager in because Mike was so generous with the food opportunities yesterday. I will do 5 pull-ups for every goal Tom concedes against Olito. Okay? Tom, as Mike's mentioned, I'm skinny. I'm malnourished. Do not make this a hard day for me because I've got to continue the broadcast afterwards. I will be a mess. But Tom, you should worry about your own FIFA, mate. Don't worry about me.
5? Only 5? Like Tom's only giving up a goal or 2 on average every game. 5 pull-ups.
I want to add on to that too because I've seen Spencer.
What are you doing, Jim?
And everything like that.
Be careful, Jim.
Look. Spencer can do 15, 20 pull-ups straight, no problem. I'm just going to throw that out there. So I think 5's a low number as well. I think you could do better. Can we get closer to 10? I'm just saying.
Well, we'll see what happens in the first game. And then if I don't have to do many pull-ups, maybe I'll do double or nothing. I don't know. But we'll see what happens in the first game.
All right. I respect that. You guys are the best. All right, Tom. You get to see that. What are your thoughts on that, Tom?
I mean, I do apologise in advance, Ben, if I do concede, but I'm feeling fairly confident in my defence, to be honest. And I think Spencer should hopefully just stay seated in his chair the whole time. That's what I'm trying to do for him.
Listen, Tom, I love that, but the last thing I meant to do is put any pressure on you. In fact, I'm actually going to reverse it right now. I'm going to say, listen, concede as many goals as you... Well, obviously don't. But I'm saying if you do concede goals, it's not the end of the world. Because it's like, they say you either win or you learn, right? In this case, we either win or I get hench. So I'll take it.
Yeah, it should be good either way then. I'll bear in mind that when I do concede, I'll think of Spen. Try and make sure I don't concede again. But yeah, even if I do, Spen's getting a wedge from it, so it doesn't matter too much.
You've had a lot of time, Tom, to just like Olito here, to kind of sit and watch the competitors. What's been your biggest surprise of the tournament thus far, from watching maybe the losers bracket and seeing which players went out, which players advanced?
I can't lie. I think the final four, if I'm being honest, was expected for me. From what I've watched and what I've seen lately, I expected that four. But my main surprise was Gorilla and the way Gorilla played. I've never seen Umut lose like that before. I can't lie. Gorilla, what did he win? 7-2 in the end, which is pretty crazy. So yeah, Gorilla was definitely the one. He's made a few runs in losers brackets before. I'm thinking FIFA 17. So maybe I should have expected from Gorilla, but he was the surprise package for me. But then, I'd say the last four, if I'm being honest, I wasn't too shocked. I expected them. I've seen them play a lot of online FIFA in this whole period since the season stopped, and they're the best players right now for sure.
Now, Tom, I've created quite a narrative, about how you haven't had any meaningful games. You've just been waiting and watching. What have you been doing to prepare for this match in particular? Because Olito is a terrific player.
To be honest, most of my preparation was in the week. I didn't watch too much yesterday because I just wanted to chill out, get some time away from it. I know everything that I've got to do. It's just about doing it now on the screen. But yeah, in the week we prepped a lot. We looked at what Olito does and what I do and how we're going to work it and how we're going to try and win, basically. So yeah, prep pretty hard. It's obviously a bit weird that we haven't had the competition, whereas most of the other players have had that 2 days in advance of losers bracket. But I'd rather be in my position and watch on the Friday and Saturday than have to play in the losers bracket. So swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, very well said, and good luck in this big match.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hashtag Tom, everybody. Now let's dive a little bit into Olito. Spencer, now let's just say, because you're the coach of hashtag Tom in some ways, let's break down Olito, what you think he has to do. What makes Olito special?
Well, there's a lot of things about Olito special, but in this tournament particularly, it's the fact that he hasn't dropped a single game, right? That's got to change. For anyone to lift this virtual trophy and have the $15,000, they've got to beat Olito. It's as simple as that. And they might have to do it twice, because if they don't do it now, well, they will have to do it twice. Tom will have to do it twice either way, because they'll either have to do it now and then a second time, or lose and come back twice. So it's going to be very hard to do that. We know it's a tough opponent. It's all about looking at your strengths, I think, at this point. Tom's just talking there about how he'd rather be in the situation he's in. Obviously, Olito's in the same position. But we're talking about how people have had an advantage playing from Friday. There's no one left from Friday. No one left in this tournament played on Friday. Some of them came in yesterday, sure. And it's only, obviously, the other Swedish Ollie, of course, that is still in it from a previous day. So I don't think that's really a factor anymore. It's about lining up against Olito. I believe in Tom. He's got to play his own game. But Olito will feel exactly the same. And he'll feel as confident as anyone going into this game. You can see on the screen his credentials.
All right, let's bring in Olito now, who's joining us. My friends, good to see your face. Now, you've scored 15 goals and only given up 6 in this competition, including beating Maestro, who's a very good player, 7-2. What are you doing so well on both sides of the ball that's putting you in a position to not just win games barely, but to not say embarrass, but just to be so dominant in your performances?
I think I've developed this season quite a lot, especially when I'm leading the game. I feel comfortable while leading. I know what to do to create even more chances while I'm ahead of my opponent. So that is it, I would say, yeah.
Oh, you talked about your development this year. Obviously, still a very young player, only 18 years old. What do you put that down to? Is it just experience and being able to play more tournaments and more games, or is it a particular thing you've changed?
I definitely grinded harder this year than previous, and I've been having a lot of practice games against other pro players like Maestro, Ollebally, Tom as well. Yeah, it's basically that, and also that I have great coaches from Team Hullet as well who help me improve a lot.
And a lot of people ask, especially about your gameplay in particular. So I kind of wanted to open the window up for you to speak on it. How would you describe the way that you play for people that are maybe new to the competitive scene? They're watching one of the best players in the world. Olito's about to go up against Tom. What can we expect? How would you paint the picture for him?
I'm trying to play as aggressive as possible, trying to press quite high up the pitch, and I like to attack on the wings especially. I feel like I'm the strongest. My strongest points in attacking is on the wings with the great players as we can have now. But I feel like I'm decent at attacking in the middle as well. And my strongest point this year is definitely defending 1v1, I think.
Well, Ollie, we appreciate your time and good luck against a very good opponent in #Tom.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so we've heard from both players, which means I wish I had a little jingle for this prediction time. Mike, I'm going with you because Spencer went first last time. Who do you got in this race between these two?
Well, I think I'm going to struggle with a rhyme scheme that we saw earlier with the Ollebally scenario that Spencer was able to interject. But I do think Olito is going to get the job done. Since winning FUT Champions Cup 3 in Atlanta, I don't know if there's been a better player. He signed for Ninjas in Pajamas. His confidence has been through the roof. Foothead Cups. Just results on results on results. And you hear him talk. He says he's got a game plan. He feels that he's the best at doing this. He's good with the high pressure play, good with the 1v1 defending. And so much is about your belief in self or your self-belief when you're talking about FIFA and having that mental advantage. I think he's just going to do enough to get past Tom.
All right, Spencer, I think I know where you're going with this, but explain yourself with who you're selecting.
Well, I completely understand Mike's logic, of course. I think you could make an argument for either player. They've had some great matches this year. Looking at this tournament specifically, Ollie's record is stronger, for sure. I think Tom's season has been building up to a potential conclusion, and like I said it earlier in the broadcast, regardless of whether he wins this tournament, there is definitely a big win coming for Tom at some point. But it could be today. It really could be. And what I like about this match we've got coming up here is regardless of what happens, there's a good chance we see it again. There's a good chance we see it twice more in this tournament if whoever loses can work their way back in. So it's not necessarily the definitive game, but of course I am going to back my boy Tom in this one, and I feel like he can get it done.
All right, this is the one we've been waiting for, everybody. The winner's bracket. Nobody has lost. They're unblemished. They're undefeated. And now we're going to throw it over to Dan Gaskin and Aga Rosenmeyer for the call of this game. Take it away, guys. I'm jealous you get to call this one because this is a big one.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Yeah, this is a huge winners bracket final, and I have the pleasure to be alongside Aga once again, who seems to have found every trophy in his house to put behind him. Aga, I mean, how many trophies do you have? Jesus.
It's a pleasure to commentate alongside you as well, Dan. I mean, there's not room enough here at the camera for all of them, but I decided to step up my background game a little bit more for such a nice day as today. Really looking forward. The 4 and now 3 best players left in the Europe. It's gonna be lit.
It's going to be lit indeed. Yeah, I'll just get all my trophies out as well. It's fine. I'll put them in my... Oh, wait. I don't have any. Not as successful as you, but 2 players who certainly are successful. #Tom and Ninjas in Pajamas, Olito. I mean, Olito joining Ninjas in Pajamas was huge for the FIFA scene, in my opinion, as a big esports fan and how big NIP is in other esports. But this particular matchup, I mean, we've been waiting for it. Our mouths have been drooling just at the thought of it. What are your initial thoughts coming into this one? Do you have a particular favorite at all?
I think it's a very balanced game. I know both players very well. I mean, Ole and I are pretty good friends, and Tom and I have played a couple amount of times. And so I know both play styles, and I think the fact that they're both in the winner bracket and have so much confidence, and they know that even if they should lose this game, they still have a chance to win the entire thing. I think they will show offensive, aggressive FIFA from the beginning.
Well, these are two players who know each other very well. Of course, they would typically be playing on different consoles. When we saw them at a live event last, it would have been Foot Champions Cup number 3. That event actually went in favor of Olito. He was crowned the champion there. Hashtag Tom. He got to the final of the PlayStation side, but unfortunately lost out to Umut, who later on went on to lose to Olito. So they've seen each other kind of across the way, but maybe haven't had the chance to clash as much at live events. Maybe a kind of a Foothead Cup every now and then. But I'm really excited for this one, as I'm sure fans around the world are, as we kick things off in our winners bracket final. And I cannot stress enough how important it would be to win this and get into the grand final, because if you do find yourself in the grand final from the winners bracket final, you get an advantage. It means you only have to win one best of 2, whereas your opponent coming from the lower bracket would have to win that best of 2 twice. And basically, it's just a huge, huge advantage, Aga.
Definitely. I mean, the fact that if you win in the winners bracket and you're ready for the final, and you don't have to overcome that mental hurdle of winning the loser bracket final, it's such a big advantage. And I've seen it many times that it's very, very rare that the player who comes from the loser bracket up to the final, that he actually managed to take both games and win the entire thing. That's what my experience says. So this game have a very, very big importance, and I'm excited to see how it plays off.
Certainly is going to be an exciting one, and just as a reminder, it's going to be Tom in the Hashtag United kit from left to right, and then Olito from right to left in the darker kit, as he's actually coming forward now with a little 1-2 between Eusebio and Hullet. And we did see maybe an early chance from Hashtag Tom that was cut out from some good defensive work from Olito, and it is something that he prides himself on. I mean, actually, something that both players pride themselves on is their defense, which is why we might not see as many goals as we've seen in their previous games, but certainly is always going to be that potential for a smash and grab situation from either player.
Definitely, and taking a look at Olito's game plan, as we can see here, he talks about how much he fancy himself in terms of the wings play. And as I mentioned before, I know Ole pretty good, and I know how amazing he is getting through on the wings. And we basically seen that it has become the new kind of meta, and here we have the goal.
An excellent opener for Olito. And you were talking about that wing play and how he can dominate either side of the pitch, but he was actually able to work his way into the middle and get Eusebio onto his right boot. And we all know how impressive Eusebio can be, whether it's inside, whether it's outside the box, and that weak foot just makes him such a necessity to a team. An early lead for Olito, and, well, Spencer, get ready for those pull-ups.
That's right, Dan. And I mean, I just talked about how good Ole is at on the wings. And in general, I mean, I think we seen throughout these 3 days that the meta in terms of working your way into the box and creating those 100% goals is through being very, very good on the wings. And we see it game by game, and yeah, it's just show how quickly the players adapt and how quick they are at finding out what is the meta.
Well, both players have a very impressive record coming into this game. Hashtag Tom beat Gravison 2-1, Diogo 7-1, and then Ollebally he beat 2-1, but now he has to face up against another Swede in Olito. And for Olito, it was a 4-4, then penalty victory against Dami, a 4-0 victory against Principe, and then a 7-2 victory against Maestro, which I think screams volumes with how well Maestro had played in this tournament, who unfortunately met his demise to Ollebally just seen in the previous game. But now it's going to be Hashtag Tom with a bit of possession, but as I say that, a wayward pass, and that's not good enough, really.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weird. We also see Tom is not happy with how the game is evolving right now and how it's growing. And that is where we have to see what he also said together with Castro, that staying calm is the most important thing. And he's been in these situations before, and he's really one of the players that is from a top player to a top player. Everyone thinks he's one of the best, if not the best right now. So he'll definitely have the chance to turn this around.
Well, maybe a chance here now for Olito coming forward. The fake shot from R9 unfortunately can't beat the man, but certainly it's scary, but he's giving it away. And Hashtag Tom finds himself 2 goals down now. Due to a mistake, R9 is going to gobble all those goals up all day long.
Yeah, and it looked very, very weird. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but you can't do these mistakes against one of the best players in the world. He will punish you every time. It's a part of Tom's philosophy to keep possession and play it out of defense, even though there's pressure on. But sometimes you have to play it more safe, and in this case, he has to do better.
Has to do better indeed. An absolute gift of a goal to Olito. For Tom, he just needs to refocus, and I think it's quite right he took a pause there, because if you don't take a pause and you get in your own head, I'm sure he's not thinking about the pull-ups from Spencer now at this point. He's just going to be thinking about getting back into this game. I've watched #Tom rise since FIFA 17 when we first saw him, and what he had to offer in FIFA 19 where he really started to shine. And I know that he isn't going to be scared by a 2-0 deficit this early on. He has the capabilities to get back into a game. And I mean, you've watched him as well, Aga. We know that Tom is just a magnificent player, and he certainly has the potential to get back into things.
Definitely, but it will require a much more focused performance for Tom, because for now, Olito is the only one getting really dangerous.
Maybe something. Oh no, that was a decent save from Van der Sar. Just pushes it wide, but this is better from Tom. Just testing Olito a little bit, showing him what he has to offer going forward. Just needs to try and surprise him, see if he can catch him off guard. Vieira to Van Dijk. You don't want Van Dijk on the end of it, but maybe this will be a little bit better. Van der Sar again gets down. And it was offside anyway, but a little bit of pace injected into the game from #Tom.
Exactly, and that is what he needs to do. He needs to bring out the pace, and the acceleration is in his passing play, because Tom is a possession player who likes to keep the ball, who likes to build up patiently. But when he gets to that third area of the pitch, I mean the danger area, he has to turn up the pace, to accelerate, to surprise Olito. And we just saw a little bit of that there. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for now.
We took over into the 41st minute now of this first half, and I'm sure #Tom would love to grab a goal just before that halftime whistle blows to give him a little bit of confidence. Of course, remember, it is a two-legged affair. We're not just going to see the one leg, and it's not a best of one, so plenty of time still for Tom to work with. So he is just going to recycle play here and look to see if he can introduce some of the midfielders, maybe, as De Jong on the ball turns on the edge of the box, but he's being kind of heavily approached there by Van Dijk, and that is always going to be a scary situation to find yourself in. Really lacking to find any space in the final third, and it's yet another pass cut out by Olito, who has done fantastically in defence here. Maybe something just as we go into the 45th and we have a bit of added on time. Is the ball through? But no, Van der Sar collects safely.
Again, very, very disciplined defending by Olito. Doesn't commit, doesn't take any necessary risks, and keeps Tom away, and he has the 2-goal lead for the first half.
Yeah, that is going to be half-time, and I mean, Tom looks on, and he's probably thinking, well, this isn't the best start. He has thrown away that second goal. I mean, the first goal, fair enough to Olito, but the second should not be happening. I mean, you've been in plenty of positions before, Aga, when you're competing, and you do make mistakes. It's natural. In a game of FIFA, when there's 90 minutes, you're going to make a mistake at some point. But when it does lead to a goal like that, how do you pick yourself up? Is it a case of just saying, oh, well, it's one of those things that happens, or do you have to change your mentality, change how you're playing? What would you do?
I would definitely forget it as fast as possible, because you don't have time to think about the past when you're playing. You're in it, you're alive. You need to just go through with it and forget it and try to push on. I mean, I was in a similar position in a final I played back at the ESWC. It's many years ago now, but it was actually against Gorilla, where I was down 2-0 at halftime, and I didn't change anything besides that I just forgot that I was getting totally outplayed the first half and just tried to keep pushing on, believe in my game style, and luckily for me, I managed to score 3 in the second half and win the title.
Well, this is the first time all tournament that Tom has conceded more than a goal across both legs, let alone in one leg. So he certainly needs to dig deeper and find something a little bit different if he is going to come back into this one. Otherwise, Olito might start to run away with things, as he has hammered a lot of his opponents so far in this tournament off stream. But plenty of possession now for Tom as he comes forward with Cristiano Ronaldo on the right-hand side. There is a through ball with the overlapping Carlos Alberto, who just have a little ball roll to try and get away from the man, but the pass doesn't get as far as the next. Instead, Mendy cuts it out, and this is, again, just great defense from Olito.
Yeah, definitely. And as we speak about Tom and his journey to become a top player, it's so amazing to see Ole as well. I remember when me and his best mate, Ivan Boris Legend, were at the FIFA E World Cup in 2018. Ole was there as Ivan's guest and coach. And he has such a nice attitude and is always willing to learn. And I think that is also a main factor for him that he's where he is now.
And the fact that you have those connections and he has those connections is always going to help you as a FIFA pro. We've seen how these young players can progress and how the help of older, more experienced pros can change the development of them in the FIFA scene. I mean, you look at Tex and his help from the likes of #Harry, for example, and then Olito with Boras Legend that you speak of. I mean, Olito, only 18 years old and another FUT Champions Cup winner, of course, but it's him coming forward here with a nice 1-2, and Mbappe can't get on the end of it, though. Almost close to a third there was Olito, and Tom does need to be careful. He is defending well, and he is putting Olito into the right positions on the pitch, but he is leaving himself a little bit vulnerable with a couple of these through balls, as the pause is going to be cued now for Olito as Tom marches forward. Has Hullet on the ball, there is a through ball available, does find Neymar, one more to R9 on the turn, but the pass doesn't get to Neymar again.
And again, just solid defense from Ole. I don't think he really conceded one big chance for now, which really demonstrates how confident he is in defending. He also said it himself, one of my abilities besides attacking on the wings is defending 1v1. I like to play aggressive. I'm confident in my defense, and he's showing it. He's not just saying it.
A chance now. Again, Eusebio to Cristiano Ronaldo, and on the left, it's going to be R9. As simple as you like. Olito making it look as smooth as butter as Tom watches on, and now he is behind by 3 goals just in the first leg here, Aga.
It's super impressive what we're seeing from Ole right now. I mean, he's so confident and so clinical in both ends. And here we see some passing display that is very, very good from Ole, and exiting with this first-time finish on the first touch, which is very efficient. And it is something that we've seen coming to the later stages of this cup have been used more and more, and Olito just shows it again that he's very clinical in both ends right now, and that is the difference between the two players right now.
Well, still smiles on the face for #Tom, but I think he knows that he really is going to be up against it now. Needs to switch on here in this first leg and try and just wrestle something back just to give him a chance in the second leg. Of course, something the players aren't used to is having that lower bracket, having that possibility of a second chance, as it were, but I'm sure that neither player would really want to be focusing on that right now. They're more dialed in on actually wanting to get to that grand final and have the advantage in the grand final, as Carlos Alberto has been so prominent for #Tom on this right-hand side. Does find Neymar, but Mendy has been phenomenal for Olito, and I'm really impressed with how he's controlled his fullbacks here.
Definitely, and I spoke about Ole as he is really a master on the wings, and when we talk about wings players, it's not only the wings, it's also how you use your fullbacks going forward and how you defend with them. And we've seen some players getting punished really hard because they weren't manually good enough at positioning their fullbacks at this cup, but Olito's just been perfect for now with them, and he just seems to want to score more goals right now. It's very, very confident performance from him for now.
It's goals, goals, goals for Olito. He's got 18 in the tournament so far, if we include the 3 he scored here. And that's only in, well, this is only his 4th match of FIFA, so that shows how much he has been dominating against his opponents, as De Bruyne now comes forward for Olito. There is a pass on again. It's going to be Mane on the right-hand side. Plays it in the middle. R9's got hold of it, but Mendy puts it out of touch, and it is going to be a corner. So still danger here as we're into the 79th minute. Neymar with a Little fake shot just to try and get away from the man, which he succeeds in doing, and he recycles play back to the defenders. But now they've got so many shirts up front. Hullet, though, will be stopped in his tracks. It's going to be a free kick here, Aga.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all the different variation the players have in terms of set pieces, corners, free kicks. And here we see a new one.
Oh, almost manages to make it work. You were saying that we see variation from the players, and that's something a little bit different, just trying to dink it into Cristiano Ronaldo, and that could have been a fourth for Olito. I love the creativity. I always say that players who try something a little bit different from set pieces are always going to find success now and again, but so close yet so far, but still a 3-goal lead. Maybe hashtag Tom can find something from this attack, though. De Bruyne to Hullet. There is a man on the left, but De Bruyne cuts it out.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that the set piece we saw from Olito was something he just figured out. It's something he's been working on. It's something he knows how to execute perfectly. It should almost have been a goal, if you ask me. I mean, he was totally free with the keeper. So again, he just seems so well prepared and confident. It must be the main word for me about Ole right now, confident.
Confidence is key, and perhaps his confidence can find him a fourth goal. That would be so detrimental to Tom's chances of getting to this grand final. His first shot, if there were to be a fourth, but better defending now from Tom, and maybe a breakaway here. The counter-attack is available, but plenty of men back for Olito, so it's certainly not going to be an easy counter, but there's the ball down the right-hand side to Cristiano Ronaldo. Needs to beat this first man, which he does with a fake shot. Plays it across goal, and R9 is there to give some hope for hashtag Tom. He points to the back, he points to the number 9, and this means it's game on going into leg number 2, Aga.
That is definitely the lifeline Tom needed. It also gives you a lot that you score in the end of the first match. That means that you'll have the chance to carry on some of the momentum you just had, because it's the late end of the first leg. So it's very, very important time for Tom to score as well.
A little bit of hope for hashtag Tom. And as we take a breather and as the first leg of this match concludes, I just want to remind all of you that this is just the first leg of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup series as well. Top ranked competitors from the other 5 major regions around the globe are also going to be fighting it out to be crowned king of their continent. And I mean, who is going to reign supreme and dominate their corner of the planet? Make sure you stay tuned to twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA or footchampions.com through August 9th to catch all of the action, which I can't wait to see, Aga. But what a first leg that was. I mean, 3-1, a dominating performance from Olito, but that one goal from hashtag Tom makes me think that this final isn't over. It's not concluded just yet.
No, I was ready to call a winner on Ole, but when Tom scored this goal, I mean, it's game on, and it matters more than the spectator perhaps would think it does, but because the timing of the goal that it comes in the late end also gives something to Ole, like this annoying feeling that you just was so close to make the perfect result, and then you just let one goal slip in. So that could really change his mindset going into the second and final leg.
Certainly going to give him a little bit of belief, and I'm sure Spencer is sweating a little bit, because that means, 15 pull-ups for him now after Tom's conceded 3, so not looking great for him. When we might see a very buff Spencer by the end of this show. But what was it that you saw from that first leg? Let's look at Tom's performance then, Aga, because he did let a few slip there, and there were little mistakes here or there, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, the second goal that he basically gives to Tom to Ole is you can't do that on this level. I mean, you're gonna get punished, and I mean, it seems like he got a slow start, a little bit sloppy, and it was a wake-up call when Ole scored to make it 3-0, and after that he started to look a bit more like himself, I'll say, and he got that goal in the end, which certainly can make this second leg super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen hashtag Tom make comebacks in previous tournaments, and I'm sure he has the potential to do so here as we just about kick off the second leg of this winner's bracket final. Of course, a ticket to that grand final is available for the winner, and the loser will go down to that lower bracket final and go up against Ollebally. Yep, that's right, we've got Olito and Ollebally. Both Swedes are still in the competition, and I'm sure we would love to see the Ole versus Ole competition, but at the moment, Tom wants to make sure he can find a way to get back into this game. But it's Olito with the early possession. CR7 on the right will just use a fake shot. Gets away from the man, but can't beat Virgil van Dijk. It's hashtag United. Tom now has a chance to maybe go on a little bit of a counter-attack here. There are men streaming forward. He could just play this one down to the left wing, which he does. We'll find Mbappe, who will stride now and use that pace that we see so often players be able to find success with. Neymar now in the centre, a little ball roll over to CR7, and can he find R9 waiting in the centre of this pitch? No, instead he's going to opt just to go out right, and might have to recycle play here a little bit, Aga, because sometimes you just got to accept that the attack isn't going to come of anything, but maybe it will. No, De Bruyne says no.
No, you should definitely not rush your build-ups and your chances, and Tom knows this, that he has a lot of time left now, and he only, and I mean, when I say only, it's not going to get easy at all. It's going to be very, very difficult. But he still had the time to score these 2 goals. We saw Gorilla, for instance, scored 2 goals on basically 2 virtual minutes against Maestro. So we know it's possible. However, it's another defense he's up against this time, Tom.
Well, Principe wasn't able to score any goals against Olito. Maestro was only able to find 2 in total. Tom is going to have to find the success which Gamey did in their game, where he was able to find 4 goals actually against Olito. That's the most he's conceded so far in this tournament. But certainly in the early stages, no real clear chances. It's just been a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a hustle and bustle in the midfield. But Eusebio now ball rolls away from Hullet, plays it back to Alexander-Arnold, De Bruyne to R9, and there is Mbappe waiting in the middle if he wants it, but instead will opt to just wait, be a little bit more patient with Hullet. Back to De Bruyne, and now Eusebio will he stream forward. De Bruyne again, and it's quick 1-2 passes, but Tom's wise to it.
We see here the Keegan pressing from Ole, and it's a goal with De Bruyne's 5-star weak foot.
And it's another mistake, Aga. I mean, I'm stopping my sentences because I thought that was going to be the end of the attack, but Tom giving the ball away again. Olito doing really well to pressure him and putting onto that situation where the mistake could happen. Tom now finds himself 3 goals down yet again, and this is not the way he wanted to start this second leg.
No, now we're yeah, I was almost saying back on track, but I mean, we're back to the draw board. He has to change up something now. 3 goals is a lot, and he doesn't have a lot of time. And also the fact that the way that he's conceding some of these goals, it's such a frustrating way, because he knows that some parts of the goals he conceded is on himself, and it's not just Ole who makes an amazing play. I mean, Ole takes amazing advantage of the mistakes Tom makes, but it's mostly because Tom makes some dangerous passes in a very dangerous area of the pitch.
I mean, this is the Olito that I think I was expecting to see. This is the Olito that Ninjas in Pyjamas signed. Someone who can perform at the top level against the best competitors in the world. And I think it was a shame that the season came to an end for Olito amongst other players, but he certainly has still been able to shine in these online tournaments. And it doesn't matter whether it's just a small tournament for a little bit of cash or a huge tournament like this for a lot of cash. He steps up at the right time and has demonstrated time and time again why we should really be talking about him as one of the best around right now.
Yeah, and probably the favorite now for this tournament. I see, I mean, watching him play right now, it looks pretty simple, but it's not. And that is one of the odds in FIFA. Let's just follow this. Could be 5-1, but Tom is great here at recovering. But I mean, like, it's really an art in FIFA to make things look simple at this level, because it's not simple at all. It's, in fact, very, very complicated.
I mean, it's not easy to have a 4-1 lead against a player like #Tom. And I mean, yes, okay, there has been a couple of mistakes here or there, but it's been Olito who has forced those mistakes. And the gegenpress, as you say, just making sure that no areas are easy for Tom to work his way into. No passes are comfortable, as Eusebio will find Mbappe on the right-hand side. R9 recycles somewhat to Hullet and back all the way to Mendy, but he's done so well to beat the man there. And Olito just looks so comfortable. But as I say that, a little bit of a mistake and maybe a lifeline here for #Tom, as there is a man on the right-hand side. Doesn't go for the through ball yet. He tries it, but Mendy far too quick as the left back.
And again, Olito gets it recovered. I think that I would change formation perhaps if I were Tom. Have to try to play more aggressive now and take some more risks, because Olito right now it's more likely looking that he's going to score to 5-1 as I'm watching the gameplay. He seems to be controlling this match a lot and want to score more goals. So he has to take some risk soon, Tom, because right now the 4-2-3-1 formation ain't going to do the job against such a talented defensive player.
Yeah, I do feel like Tom needs a second before this halftime whistle to really give him a bit of momentum going into the final 45 minutes of this winners bracket final. But at the moment, just the way that Olito has been defending, I can't really see it happening, as Hullet has possession in the centre of the pitch, and it's an easy spread to the right-hand side to Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe is there if he wants to go for a little 1-2, but it's all about controlling the game now for Olito. Just wants to slow things down, not allow #Tom to get back into this, and doesn't want to make any mistakes, so he's probably looking to get the last attack of the half.
And Ole is also trying to tempt Tom right now. We've seen it quite a few times when Ole took the lead, that when he gets the ball with his midfielder, for most of the times, he's just stopping up. And he's just waiting for Tom to come into that pressure to try to get the ball, which eventually could open up some space for him. As we can see here, perhaps it's Mendy.
Plenty of space for Mendy. Does play it into the middle. Eusebio tries to find the oncoming man of Cristiano Ronaldo, but it's going to end up to nothing in the end. But it is still a 3-goal lead and 4-1 on aggregate for Olito. A somewhat disappointing start to this second leg for Tom. Hasn't really been able to find his footing in this game. And you say you want to see a formation change, Aga. What kind of formation change would you want to see then, if it's not the 4-2-3-1?
I mean, personally, and I mean, it's very personal for each individual, I reckon, because you have a plan B and a plan C and so on with formations that suits your game style. And for Tom, I mean, I don't know what he have ready for us, perhaps later on in this game. Doesn't look like he changed something for now. But personally, I would try to at least have 2 strikers up there and not play the 4-2-3-1. Perhaps a 4-2-2-2 or a 4-4-2. We've seen other players use the 4-4-2. Principe, for instance, had success with it and made the comeback against. Sorry, I just fast forgot who it were, but I'm sure you can correct me, Dan. But it eventually paid off for Principe when he did it.
Yeah, I mean, Principe is a player who was able to get back into plenty of games, no matter the opponent, Aga, but he certainly wasn't able to do so against Olito when they went up against one another. But now, for #Tom, Mbappe on the left-hand side will just have a little turn, try and find a bit of space, but Maldini gets in the way, and Van der Sar, why is there any sort of possibility of an own goal? And really, I'm wondering when we're going to see that change that you speak of, and when maybe #Tom is opting to change things, because even though those formations are already available, it might not be comfortable for him, as Cristiano Ronaldo now has the ball on the left, still has possession as well. The through ball to R9. Does have Hullet on his shoulder, but he fake shots around him, but unfortunately runs it out of play.
And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when this comes, because for now, I would imagine that Tom perhaps put the team press on, which means that he will start pushing higher up with the entire team. But, I mean, it also matters how many players you have in the attack when you actually have the ball. It's not only just about the pressing play and try to make sure that you get the ball back fast. As we can see here, perhaps something could happen. I think he's trying to find R9 now, which he does.
Does find R9 from the left to the right, shifts it. He can hit it on both foot, but there's still plenty of black shirts around him. Maybe De Bruyne wants to take one from the edge, but it's going to be a shot in the end from the right boot. But Van der Sar has proved to be so vital for many a competitor in this tournament, as a quick corner will find CR7, but can't get past Hullet. Hullet has just been so strong for everyone really in this tournament, and it doesn't matter which iteration of FIFA it's been in the past couple of years. Gullit has always been there dominating the midfield. Maybe a quick counter-attack available for Olito on the right-hand side with Mbappe if he can beat this first man, but he's just going to opt again just to play short and go back, recycle a little bit, but still danger at the feet of Eusebio. To Gullit now, will opt to play yet another ball to CR7, and the 1-2 is there, but Virgil van Dijk steps in.
And now we've seen the pause from Tom. He wants to change something, and it's going to be interesting to see what he changes to, and if it will eventually pay off for him, or maybe it comes a bit too late. First we have to take care of this one. Kevin De Bruyne gets stopped again.
You're right, the pause here for Tom could be massive in terms of getting back into this game, but it's a case of whether he's going to get into that pause. Always one of the downsides of queuing up a pause early means that your opponent might play a little bit safer and not put that ball out of touch. But as I say that, we will get a chance now for Tom to go into those settings and potentially change some personnel, as well as maybe looking to go a little bit more aggressive with the formation, which of course is what he needs to do. However, that might not be good news if you are Spencer Owen watching on and knowing that there are 5 more pull-ups for every potential goal for Olito here. But I mean, with 20 minutes left here, Aga, realistically, do we see a chance for Tom? It's going to have to be a goal soon, surely.
He has to score very soon, the first one, in order to have a chance to make the comeback. And I think hashtag Tom is one of the greatest players, but in the world. But I just feel like watching these 2 games that perhaps the pause is coming too late, first and foremost, and also I just feel like Olito has been the better player with 2 legs, so I can't really see him drop this one.
Can't find anything with that through ball either. Alexander-Arnold wise to the pass, and maybe a counter-attack available, but no, Virgil van Dijk is there. Otherwise, that could have been very detrimental to Tom's chances of getting back into this winners bracket final. We'll play it down the left-hand side to Mbappe. There's a through ball to find Cruyff, who's now joined the fray for hashtag Tom. We'll play it across, but Van Dijk steps in at the right time, but still possession for Tom. Still a chance just yet. He's starting to piling on a bit of pressure now, but no, Neymar denies it, and now this is where things could get scary. The counter-attack is available for Olito. He's not able to make anything of it just yet.
And Ole is trying now to sit a little bit more deep with his defense, and then when he gets the ball, not play it around too much in his own half, but try to establish the play at Tom's half, because then it's not a dangerous area when you lose it. And here he loses it, and it's a goal.
It is a lifeline for hashtag Tom, as Cruyff, newly introduced, just finds his way onto the end of the pass, and it was a comfortable finish in the end. And we said we needed to see a goal soon. Still time, realistically, for Tom to get back into this now. It is going to be very difficult, and certainly he knows his back's still firmly against the wall. At least he's made it somewhat easier, but Mane's found his way into the box, and there is a cutback available if he wants it, but he goes back out to Ronaldo on the wing. Just wanted maybe to slow things down here and didn't opt to take the risk of the cutback. He felt like Tom had covered it adequately.
I think he should have went for the driven pass here, although I think it would have been a goal. Decides not to, and instead he actually loses the ball, gives away possession to Tom, which he could take advantage of now. I mean, for Ole now, if he can defend this sequence now, and if he managed to get the ball on Tom's half, then I think it's GG.
Unless we see something here. Cruyff can't get to R9 though, as that maybe was Tom's chance to get back into it, and I think you might be right. It could be GG here for Mane as he stretches his legs down the right-hand side of the pitch. There are plenty of men to look for in the middle of the box, but he plays this intelligently. He just wastes a little bit of time by going towards the corner flag and just making Tom work really hard to get this ball back. Neymar now will try and cut inside, and it has to be a goal in this attack for hashtag Tom if he wants to get into the grand final. Otherwise, he's going to find himself in the lower bracket. But what a challenge that is from Olito, surely to close out this game. There's the pass on the left-hand side. CR7 now dinks one through as we go into added on time. And I think we are going to see the conclusion of this one, and maybe it's going to be salt in the wounds. Neymar just smashes it into the bottom corner. Tom moved the keeper and almost just let that one in. Tried to predict it. And Olito is going to be going into the grand final. And Tom, unfortunately, will be dropping into that loser's bracket. But it does mean he's got a second chance here, Aga.
Definitely. And I wonder how it will affect Tom coming into the game against Ollebally now, because, I mean, Ollebally just comes from a win and he comes from a loss. So he needs to be able to pick himself up very, very fast. And it's now we're going to see Tom's mental character, how strong he is.
Well, Tom looks a little bit dejected, if I'm completely honest, a little bit frustrated as well. Whereas for Olito, I mean, it looks like it was just another day in the office for him. He will be moving forward to the grand final. Tom drops to the lower bracket. And it's a real shame if you're a hashtag fan, but at least there is a second chance for him. He'll be going up against Ollebally in that lower bracket final next. And I mean, what went wrong there, Aga, for Tom, do you feel? Was it in that first leg, those 3 goals, where he really lost this tie?
I think so. I mean, we've seen all the players speak about how important it is to get the first goal. And if you're not ready from the start off, you will get punished in such a talented competition. And Ole just seemed ready, prepared, confident, and he took advantage of those perhaps small rusty mistakes Tom made. Perhaps he wasn't 100% there from the beginning, and then it was just simply too late to recover 3 goals for him against a player of Ole's caliber.
Well, it's 5 goals for Olito going into the grand final, and that means 25 pull-ups, if I can count correctly. Jimmy, Spencer, Mike, take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys. Great commentary, Dan and Aga. Olito doing the business so good in the first leg. Spencer, how are your arms feeling right now? You getting ready? You stretching? What's the story?
I think we should concentrate on the FIFA, Jim. Let's talk about the FIFA first of all. Obviously, that's a disappointing result. The beauty of this format is that Tom can obviously work his way back into a final. Hopefully, you get himself a rematch with Olito. You've got to have some differences, though, in that game if there is to be a rematch, because obviously that was fairly convincing from Ollie, although a few mistakes by Tom kind of created his own demise. As for this push-ups thing, I was under the impression these were being done over, this was like a down payment. I was meant to pay these off over a period of FIFAs. I didn't think I'd be doing them all in one go.
We might let you do a double or nothing. Don't worry. All right, let's bring in Olito right now, the winner of this big match against hashtag Tom. Because, Olito, I have a question for you. You know your opponents have families, right? Because you're making these guys look pretty average, and that's just how impressive your performances have been.
No, I feel like I'm playing well, taking my chances when I get them. Tom did some small mistakes that I capitalized on in the end, and I felt like it was an even game, to be honest. But I took my chances, and yeah, I'm into the grand final, feeling awesome. No.
Congrats, Ollie, for being fantastic so far into the grand final. We know that your namesake and your compatriot, Ollebally, would love the idea of this all-Swedish final. Is that what you've got your eye on now? Would you prefer that matchup, a match against, of course, Tom, potentially in a rematch scenario? What are you thinking?
To be honest, it doesn't really matter to me, because if I want to be the champion, I need to beat everyone simply. So I'm just going into the grand final happy. Haven't won anything yet. So yeah, looking forward to playing in the grand final.
And August mentioned it with mental preparation and being there. And Boris even told me before Foot Champions Cup 3, before you won the event, he said, there's this kid, you need to watch Olito. He's ready. The time is now. You talked about working with different trainers at Team Holit. What does that look like? What's the difference of making sure your mentality is ready to become a champion or to have that pedigree to really do well at events? I think a lot of people at home aren't really sure.
I mean, for me, this year, it has been so different compared to last. Because last year, I was, when I matched for example, a top 100 player in Foot Champions, I got scared, and I didn't play my game when I played him because I knew that he was a good player. But Boras, as you said, told me and learned me that you need to go into every game feeling confident that you're better. And I think I learned that, and especially a confidence boost was, of course, after I won Foot Champions Cup 3 in Atlanta. So yeah, feeling good.
All right, Ollie, talk us through some of these highlights with Mike here, especially scoring this first goal in this match against #Tom, because as we know, that's a pretty important one to score to set the tone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm reading the pass to his Neymar here, pressing him quite high up the pitch, finds Eusebio, and just an easy finish into the top right corner there. So happy with that one, to be honest.
And what's better than one goal is adding more into the mix. Huge mistake there. Great pressure play from you as well. We saw that the complete game. You said before we got into the game, Olito, that you were really focused and really rated your ability to pressure your opposition, and you forced Tom into multiple mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I like to play with a quite high depth. Here, though, his last goal is a bit bad by me here, I guess. I should just take the last attack going into the second game 3-0, but it's a good goal from him. And I felt like he had some confidence going into the second game here while he scored that one goal. Then Kevin De Bruyne just smashes it into the back of the net there. And as you see on my reaction, it was a really, really important goal for me. So, yeah.
Olito, congratulations on getting to the grand final. You're now one win away from being the champion, but also from earning $15,000. So good luck and rest up in between these matches.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Olito, everybody. Fantastic performance by a fantastic player. I'm looking at my watch here, Spen, and I think it might be time for you to pay up on these pull-ups.
What's that?
Yeah.
So I'm going to
so 5 goals. 5 goals times 5 pull-ups. It's time, my friend. If you
I'm not going to lie, that last goal, there's no goal difference in this. There was no need for Ollie to score that last goal. He knew about the pull-ups. He could have just sent that into Rose then. There's no need for it, Ollie. It's bang out of order. Well, I have to move the camera a little bit and bear with me. This won't be enjoyable for anyone. Certainly not me. Certainly not you. Let's just close our eyes, think of England, and get through it. Okay, here we go.
Think of England and get through it. Mike, can you rate his technique while we're watching this?
Yeah, I definitely want to rate his technique because we did a push-up. You were there for it. You hosted that little push-up situation. And Spen beat me in push-ups, but I think my technique was much better than his technique with the push-ups, or the press-ups, as Spen likes to say. And he can't hear me right now, so this is perfect. So we got this lined up. All right, perfect. Let's. To be fair, if he went overhead
do you think he can do all 25?
I would say I definitely can't.
He's got to do
I think Spen will give us 20. I think Spen will give us 20.
No, I've seen too much. Can you stop stretching like that? He's all right. Let's see if he goes all the way down.
Spen is very underrated with pull-ups.
All
wow,
right.
this is
I
great
like
form.
It. That's
great
proper
form,
technique.
Jim.
Good form. What is he on, 4?
Wow.
5. Look at this guy. Man, look at the
you got to give him a lot of credit here. Like, I'm just going to clap it up for him.
All right, everybody. After starting the day with 4 players vying to be champion, we are now down to just 3. So come back and join us to find out who's going to be in the grand final against Olito. What a tournament this is. Don't go anywhere.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Alfonso, the man that everybody's been hyping about, will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ.
An absolute laser beam to that top left corner.
Ollebally to win it. And De Gui snatches it at the death. It's more drama from the Italian. users.
Chance to put the game to bed. To put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette. And as a reminder, everyone, PlayStation puts on the PS4 Tournament Open Series, which is a weekly online tournament and culminates into a monthly final, giving you a chance to come back and compete in your favorite games repeatedly. Now, players of all skill levels can participate in a Swiss tournament system, and the top 16 finishers per week and the remaining top 64 players by points will qualify for a monthly final. So sign up at compete.playstation.com to see how far you can go and what prizes and rewards that you can win. All right, everybody, welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. I'm Jimmy Conrad with Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, and we just saw a pretty great win if you're an Olito fan and a pretty devastating loss if you're a hashtag Tom fan. Now, Tom is going to have this next matchup against Ollebally. They faced each other earlier in this tournament. Tom won 2-1. But I wonder, given the fact that he just came off of this loss where he was pretty disappointed, will he have the mental capacity to get that confidence that I think he's going to have to need to beat a player like Ollebally? Spencer, I'll start with you since you know hashtag Tom the best.
Yeah, no doubt he's got the mental capacity. The difference is we've talked about momentum sometimes in this tournament, and I felt like it's been a bit of a weird concept because of the way it's set up. But this is the first time I say when it actually comes into play, because since Friday at least, when we started this Summer Cup, you've got someone who's lost a game coming into a game against someone who's won one, when previously everyone had been on a winning streak, albeit not including the tournament a few weeks ago. So now you've got Tom fresh off of a loss, going up against Ollie, fresh off of a win. So now momentum will come into a little bit, and Tom will probably start to second guess himself a little bit because he's not lost a single game earlier a few weeks ago, and he's come straight into a loss. So now I would say that the momentum is in favour for Ollebally, but Tom has played him previously. He's got a good record against him. So I think it's still anyone's for grabs.
So, Mike, because you're a competitor and you've been doing this for many years, played in some games just as big as this one, how does Tom then recover from this? Because he gave up a lot of cheap goals, and sometimes that's harder to recover from mentally than just getting beat because the other guy was better. Like you gave away the game, and I just wonder what you would do. What would you be telling yourself if you were hashtag Tom at this point to get it together?
Well, most important, especially in competitive FIFA in general, is that you have short-term memory. And ironically, I've actually been in this exact same scenario back in the day playing World Cyber Games events, which was a massive FIFA tournament back in the day. And it's a double elimination. So I've been in both sides where you're chasing, you're trying to get yourself back in the winner's bracket from the loser's bracket. And then also where you've had that scenario where you're in the winner's bracket, then you have to go down. So it's just important that Tom makes sure that he doesn't put too much additional pressure on himself. Don't say, oh, I don't want to blow this. I shouldn't blow this. I already beat this guy earlier. You can't start having those types of thoughts. You just need to be like, all right, that game's done. We're moving on to the next series, and we get to reset. I won't make those same mistakes. Don't be hard on yourself. Let's keep it rolling.
All right, let's bring in Tom now to get his thoughts. We've discussed how he should be feeling, but let's talk to the man himself. Tom, give us, how important is this first goal for you, I would say, against Ollebally? Because I really feel like that could somewhat alleviate some pressure based on what just happened.
To be honest, I'm not too stressed about that. Like, I've just laughed it off. That was shocking from me. Literally 3 of the first 4 goals, I've given him the ball in my own third and said, here you go, mate. Have that for your Sunday dinner. So I'll just learn from that mistake. But if Ollebally scores first, it's not the end of the world. Like, even at 4-1, I felt like I was in the game against Olito. So same mentality, really. I don't think 1 goal will settle this. If I score first, it's not like, oh my God, I'm the best player in the world again. Or if I concede first, I'm the worst player. I'm not too stressed out about it. And yeah, I just forget that game, as Mike said, short-term memory, and we go again.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right mentality, Tom. And I think that this tournament format gives you that option, right? How do you feel about this loser bracket and losers final opportunity? That because even though you've had 2 legs there, you said it yourself against Olito, you've kind of been the engineer of your own downfall a little bit with the mistakes, but you get a chance to put it right and potentially give yourself a revenge match against Ollie. So you're a fan of this the loser bracket format?
Yeah, I think it's something that's really good in competitive FIFA because it gives you the chance to lose once and then go through the losers bracket. We see in a lot of other esports, and I think FIFA benefits from it a lot when we have it in. It's definitely a good thing, and you get to see more of the top players. Sometimes they have an off day. Sometimes you lose one, and then they win the rest in lose bracket and they win the tournament. So hopefully I can do that now and show why losers bracket is good.
And having played against Ollebally earlier in this tournament and obviously getting a positive result, is there anything that you're going to shift going into this matchup? Obviously, you've forgotten about giving away presents. It's not December. It's not Christmas time. So you're not going to give away any more presents now. Is there anything that you shift specifically for Ollebally? Because you're well aware of what he's capable of, what he does on the virtual pitch.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, without sounding like really arrogant or cocky, I feel like if I play well, I am very, very good. So all I have to do is play well and the rest will deal with itself. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for Ollebally. I think he's one of the best in the game. But I've got to play better. Like Olito, he played well against me, but I think I gave it away. I literally said it, here you go, mate. Have the winner's final. Enjoy yourself. But I think if I play my own game here, don't worry about Ollebally. Don't stress out too much. Just do what I want to do, and then we'll take it from there. That's the plan anyway.
All right, Tom. Well, best of luck of not being Santa Claus, Tom, in the next match. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. All right. There is Tom, everybody. Now his opponent in this next matchup is Ollebally. So we're going to move into our Gillette precision play of the day with Mike LaBelle, who's going to break down a few of Ollie's goals.
So we're going to backtrack when we're looking at the precision play of the day presented by Gillette here. And this is when Ollebally is going up against Maestro. And you see this penetrating pass, and it's so difficult to do this. And I want to freeze frame because you can see the risk to reward. So he's going to go for another aerial pass to R9. And it's really important because not only do you get R9 in the box, but it's going to open up space. It drags the defender out of position. You see Virgil van Dijk has to chase R9, and that's where the space is now unlocked. It's opened up. He's going to header it first time. Beautiful finish, steps right into that. We know volleys work from there. And you could just see Ollebally's confidence growing with his creativity and with getting some success. A little bit of good fortune here, but it's still what you do with it. Feeds R9. And this is all about creating 50-50 chances. Right now, you got Vieira defending. He's either going to have to guess if you're going to go towards the near post, you're going to try to resurface, if you're trying to recycle, if you're going to try to re-angle. And that's exactly what he does. First time fake shot. It's beautiful. You have to be confident. You have to be feeling dynamic to make this happen. And there you have it. And that gave him the 2-goal cushion that was necessary. And that is the precision play of the day.
All right, those are 2 fantastic goals. Let's bring in the goal scorer of both of those, Ollebally. So, my friends, you have this revenge match. You lost to hashtag Tom earlier. Do you feel like the pressure is all on him, and you have no pressure whatsoever?
Yeah, I would say he's the favorite in this game because I played against him two times this year, and he won both of them. But yeah, I think I'm feeling confident after winning against Maestro. So I'm feeling good.
And what's changed since those matches against Tom that allows you to feel more confident? Like, do you feel like you've grown as a player? Do you feel like you've worked on some things and now you're in the best position ever to play and potentially beat Tom?
Sorry.
I was saying, what's changed since you played those games against Tom? You know, you've worked on something. You've clearly progressed as a player. Do you feel like you've been able to make some changes to your game to now get the victory?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more confident with like playing possession if I have to, like playing off the game, and also scoring a lot of goals. So yeah, definitely.
And did you see anything in that matchup that just happened where we had Olito versus Tom? We're all watching, obviously. Did you see anything that maybe, oh, my eyes opened up, there's an opportunity here, I'm going to break down his defense, I'm seeing mistakes, or even maybe some tendencies, anything you could take into your game that's coming up right after this?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the game, and I saw some things that Olito did very good. I'm a test like a Olito player.
All right, Ollebally. Well, we appreciate your time, of course, before a big match, and you're now one win away from having that all-Swedish derby in the grand final, and I know that's what you wanted. So best of luck.
Thanks.
All right, Ollebally, everyone, taking on hashtag Tom for the second time in this tournament. The loser goes home. The winner goes to the grand final to face Olito. Spencer, I'm going to go to you first. It's prediction time. I think we all know who you're going with, but we'll just set it up for you anyway.
Yeah, this is a really close one. Again, you can make an argument either way. I'm very much looking forward to seeing who Mike goes with. The main telling point for me here into what we could hopefully expect from this game is Tom's mentality going into it. Having just had that chat with him there, yeah, that was a bad game from him against Olito. But the only good thing about it, the positive to take from what was a negative game, is that he created the problems for himself. If he can cut them out and he's got the right mentality, which is why I'm feeling that he can do that, he'll be in a great position again. And even Olito said that was actually a tight game if Tom hadn't made those mistakes. So that's what's going to decide this game for me. If Tom plays his perfect game against Ollebally's perfect game, I'm going to back Tom. But we know it doesn't always go that way.
All right, we heard from Spencer. Mike, it's your turn. We're all patiently waiting to see who you're going to pick.
This is difficult. I've been back and forth on this. I put some thought, I put some effort. And I'll tell you what really shifted my opinion is the interview with Tom. Because from an ability standpoint, I think that Tom has a minor edge here, maybe even mental-wise, at least against Ollebally. But when we talked to him after a bad loss, it looked like he was already moving forward. That game's done. I'm somebody that holds on to a bad loss. I'm not very good at this. I need about a half hour to an hour. Get me off the console. Otherwise, I'm still talking about the game that I lost 2 games ago or 3 games back. Whatever it might be, that's just how I am. But Tom seemed like he was in high spirits and also seemed, hey, I don't want to be too confident here, but he's like, if I play my game, I'm going to get this win. So I'm leaning with Tom here as well. I thought beforehand I was going to be running with Ollebally. He's just been getting the job done, beat Maestro. But I liked what I saw there. You know, upbeat, not down on yourself. And it's a big reason that Spencer said that he really gravitates towards Tom as a player and wanted to bring him into hashtag is because of his mentality.
All right, we've heard from the competitors. We've heard from our analysts. Now it's time to hear from our casters, Onset and Ryan. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Jimmy. And yeah, a lot riding on this game. Obviously, Ryan, you've got 2 competitors here who kind of in the last chance saloon, right, to get to that grand final where they still have a heck of a job in front of them. They have to win 2 series in that grand final against Olito. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of hoping that Tom wins this one because I don't want to set up the Olito versus Ollebally final because that is a commentator's nightmare in itself. But for Tom, he's got to bounce back here, right?
Yep, exactly. And both Spencer and Mike spoke about it. Tom's mentality, you can see that he's already put that game behind him. He's moving on to the next game. The loss, obviously, for some people, they dwell on it. It affects their performance. But it seems as if he's forgotten that already. He's moving on to his future opponent where this is the game that matters. This is the pressure game. There's no, if you lose, I can go into another game against another opponent and try and bounce back. It's now or never. And both of these players, they seem quite calm. They seem quite composed. So we'll see who takes it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge thing here for both players, as you say, staying calm, staying composed. It's something that naturally both of these players have as characters, as individuals. So I don't think we're going to see them particularly getting carried away with the emotions of this and the pressure that is on the line. But we should once again reiterate that Tom has already beaten Ollebally in this tournament. He's also beat him at that live event in the semi-final out in Atlanta. So surely he must have that confidence inside him that he can do it once more.
Absolutely, and that's something that you always have to take into account as a player. If I'm playing someone I know I usually get the better of, and I'm going into a situation where it is do or die, where it's at that stage where the loser goes out, I'm going to be feeling a lot more confident than if I was playing somebody who usually does get the better of me.
Well, speaking of getting the better of somebody, it's actually going to be Ronaldo getting the better of his man inside the box, and Van Dijk had to come across there and deal with it. You could see a little bit of a grimace on the face from Tom there in the player cam as well, and for Ollebally, there's an early chance as well, and the goalkeeper's going to have to get a touch on that one to turn it around. And even though you've lost 2 games against an opponent, sometimes getting that experience under your belt on the way they play in the tournament can help you when it comes down to the do-or-die game.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's a testament to how both of these players have been performing throughout the year. They've both been in situations where they have to win, where the going gets tough and they need to perform just to make sure that they do advance to the next round. And I feel like Tom probably has a bit more experience because, as we mentioned before, he has been around for many years now, and he's been performing at the highest level in tournaments basically every single year. And albeit this one is played at home, he still has the experience of playing in a game that matters where you have to win.
Yeah, both these players kind of similar in the way that, they seem to not quite hit their peak yet as players. I feel they've still got a lot in the bag as far as, what they can do and how they can improve as players, even with the heights that they've both managed to get to. And it's going to be Ollebally here who might be on the verge of getting that first goal, but a good block from the defender. But as I say, both these players seem like they've still got some potential unlocked as far as their game is concerned.
For sure, and you can see Ollebally has come out the traps firing already, and it's gifted possession from Tom again, which is something that he has to start. I don't know what it is because he's not usually that type of player which gifts possession that easily, but he's gifted possession in the previous game against Olito, and he's done the same here, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't do it, or he needs to learn from those mistakes which cost him in the previous game.
There will be another short free kick routine here from the Swede, and Ollebally's going to turn back inside, and oh, what a strike! That is back across goal. The free kick worked beautifully across the box, and once again it's Eusebio who just buries it in that top right-hand corner. What a finish that is from the Portuguese icon.
That's a fantastic goal, and that's why Eusebio is a staple in so many players' teams. His shooting is lethal. It's like an arrow into the top corner. But again, as I said, Tom gifted away possession very, very easily. He wasn't really under immense levels of pressure to give it away that easily. And giving away a foul is something he didn't intend to do, obviously, but conceding from it as well, it's something he's going to be thinking about because he's conceded 6 goals already in the last 2 games. And 3 of them have been from mistakes where he's gifted possession.
He almost give it another opportunity to Ollebally there, and that would have been the last thing that he would have wanted to see. You can see there's a little bit of a stutter in the game at the moment, a bit of a technical issue, of course. We'll try and get that resolved as soon as possible. It's an online broadcast and online tournaments. These things happen, unfortunately, with the situation that we do find ourselves in, but we'll get back into that straight away. But just elaborate on your point a little bit more there, Ryan, about how Tom needs to get that out of his mind straight away, because he was talking about it between games, right? He needs to take this as a new game. But when you get that little flashback so early on and you give the ball away a few times, it's like, oh no, am I doing the same mistakes again?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a PTSD factor. You know that you've done something prior to this game, especially when it's so soon after what you've done, where 15 minutes ago he made that exact same mistake which led to a goal, and he's done it again. But as we know, Tom, as Spencer echoed before, Tom's mentality is so strong. He's able to get over things very, very quickly. You can see from his camera footage here, he's very laid back. He's chilled out. He knows that he's done another mistake, but Tom is a player where he's fantastic going forward. He just needs to get into the swing of things again and make sure that he can create some opportunities.
He needs to get back into it. And Tom, I've got to talk to you about that backdrop, mate. I'm an Arsenal fan. You're an Arsenal fan as well. You know, you represent City, but I know deep down you're an Arsenal fan, Ryan. But he's got Harry Kane up on his wall. He's got a FUT Champions Cup scarf that says Manchester in shot. I think he's actually trying to get to me a little bit here, but I'll let him off with that one. Let's talk about Ollebally, and let's talk about how good he's been so far in the tournament, because he just seems like, I mentioned this in the previous game, one of those players who is yet to make a clear and obvious mistake in a game. And in FIFA 20, that is key.
Absolutely. And chances are few and far between on this iteration of FIFA, where when you get that chance, you have to take it. And as I mentioned in prior days, you don't want to make mistakes to gift it away so easily. You want to make your opponent work for the chance. And Tom will be a little bit frustrated, but as you said, testament to Ollebally, he's taking the chances as they come. And he's also not giving away too many opportunities.
Of course, the prize, so to speak, for the winner of this game is an opportunity to go into that grand final where Olito is currently waiting. And let's talk a little bit about him while we get these technical issues just ironed out that are going on in the background, because he has been, for me, since the season sort of died down a little bit, we've had a lot of foot head cups, a lot of different competitions going on online. He's been the standout performer who seems to be not only getting to the final stages of these tournaments so consistently, but he is winning over and over and over. And once you get that taste of success and victories, it's very hard to stop that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's credit to him. I remember hearing a lot of things from Boris. He's been one of his mentors and helping him learn not just about the scene itself, but learn about the little things in his game that he could iron out, things that he could improve, the mentality factor that goes into competing at the highest level. So I know that he's come leaps and bounds from perhaps the player that we might have seen last year who didn't qualify for many events or who was struggling online. And he mentioned it himself. His confidence is through the roof. And when you're playing with confidence, you're playing with that swagger where I'm not afraid, or he's not afraid to play anybody. It doesn't matter who's coming up against him. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past. He knows that he's the guy right now. He's the guy that he's probably a favorite going into many, many competitions now. So it's a testament to how well he's been doing.
Yeah, he is the king of the castle at the moment, and he's in that grand final waiting for someone else to try and topple him. And it's going to be one of these two players. We're back underway. You can see not too much time going to be lost in this game. We're reconnected, we're rebooted, we're ready to go once again. 1-0 here to Ollebally if you're just joining us. And it's going to be Ollebally again in that Sweden kit. We will get the interception here, and Tom will have a chance to go forward. But after that early concession of a goal, this might be a good thing for Tom here. Just a little moment just to pause and just think about his game.
For sure. And just a quick one here. It says that it's 1-0, but it's still in the first leg of things. The disconnection did happen in the first game. But yeah, as you said, just to have a breather from Tom is a fantastic thing to do. I know personally anyway, when there are tournaments that are going on, I might just pause it just for a few seconds just to get back to grip, just to take a breather, just to go over what am I doing well, what am I doing wrong, what can I change? And you can see that it seems to be working for Tom. He's doing well at keeping possession, slowly but steadily building chances.
Now Tom with a chance to build himself back into this game. Like you say, going to go back inside here to Frankie de Jong, who's going to find his compatriot. Ruud Gullit here, fires it into the feet here of R9. Beautiful close dribbling, and has been the tonic here for #Tom. We've seen the trademark celebration as he makes a call, and that is the equaliser that he needed to find, and he's found it with R9.
That is a phenomenal goal. Beautiful use of the left stick dribbling onto Ronaldo's favoured foot, and he slams it home to equalise, which that's vintage #Tom there. That's what we've been seeing throughout the year, where he's been lethal on the edge of the box. Easy, as soon as he gets the ball into his striker, you don't know whether he's going to turn, do a drag back into an elastico, is he going to pass it back? You don't know, and that's the thing which separates Tom this year, which makes him one of the top players this year.
Well, for Ollebally is going to have to answer back now after the break, after the little disconnect. Now it's tied up at 1-1, so as we would expect in our losers bracket final, both of these players are going to be going tooth and nail for a chance to get into that grand final to become the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series European champion, the best in the region. Is the title that you're fighting for, and what a ball that is behind. Neymar going to be stretching his legs, a little stop up. He'll get that return pass as well. Now Tom's going to try and break down the defence now as Olleball's players are managing to get back into position. There's the drag back, there's the elastico, and almost a finish as well. 2 out of 3 there for Tom. Well, the most important one was that finish, and unfortunately for him, the defender managed to get the block in the way.
See that skill move right there, that combination, the drag back into the elastico, is so difficult to read it. And when someone does it, it's usually I've usually see it anyway from the likes of Tex. You see Harry and hashtag Tom have implemented it in their game as well, and it's so difficult to try and read and try and tackle, and it almost paid off for him there. So if he continues doing that, I know it's going to be in the back of Ollebali's mind now, where when he gets to the edge of the box, it's just something else that he has to think about, and it's a really difficult thing to try and cope with when you're playing against this sort of level of opponent.
It's the unpredictability, I can't even say the word, it's that difficult, unpredictability factor that you were talking about in previous games as well. You know, that you look back on that first goal that was created by Tom, and it was just left stick dribbling, very simple. And that's going to be in the back of the mind of Ollebally here. So when you do go for that little half-back elastico, as you say, the unpredictability factor in those attacks, as I do manage to get the word out the second time around, is what makes these top players so successful.
Absolutely, and as I said, for Ollebally, he's going to be thinking, do I drop off a yard now to try and predict the elastico? Do I stick touch tight to try and predict the left stick dribbling? It's just like, what do you do? So you just have to make sure that, for me anyway, that he sees less of the ball as possible and just try and keep it a bit more.
Well, just on the stroke of half-time here in this first leg, it is going to be Tom with a corner. There's going to be Neymar, who's going to be carrying this ball towards the edge of the 18-yard box. Couple of ball rolls from him, just trying to bide a little bit of time to find some space. Unfortunately for him, he can't make anything of that opportunity, but at the half-time whistle here, it will be 1-1. A tight game between these two.
Definitely, and you can see after the small interruption that hashtag Tom's come out the better player. He's revved up. He's starting to get back into the swing of things. Back to seeing that usual hashtag Tom that we've seen throughout the season. It's a little bit unfortunate for Ollebally because he was in the dominant stage where he was applying the pressure, and perhaps it could be a different story if the game continued. But it's one of those things now that's in the past. He has to focus on what's happening right now, and right now he's drawing 1-1. So the game is still up for grabs for both of these players.
I love the fact that we've got these player cams here as well. I don't know if you managed to catch that, but Tom's psyching himself up, having a little word with himself in the break and trying to maybe just make sure that his mental concentration is there for this second half of the first leg. But we are back underway. Lovely little feature that the production team have managed to bring to us and for all of you viewing at home as well. It just gives us that little insight into what's going through the player's mind as the game gets back underway.
Exactly, and it's credit to Tom. As I said, you've got to be the first guy that's praising yourself before anyone else. So it just goes to show he's confident in his abilities. He knows that he's improved dramatically from the first 20 minutes and from the previous game against Olito. So he's going to be hoping that it can continue, especially in this game and hopefully for the second leg too.
I kind of want to be a fly in the wall in Tom's room right now because he's having a lot of conversations with himself. And they mostly look positive, to be honest. It's kind of that mental reinforcement that he's trying to make to himself to stay concentrated, stay focused in this game. Whereas you see Ollebally, more stern face, just a cold expression of concentration. But for Tom, chance may be here for him to go forward once more. Here's R9. Is he going to try and get the shot away? He manages to dribble all the way through. And you can see what it means to him there. He enjoyed that one. R9 Ronaldo with a little bit of sauce inside the 18-yard box. It's 2-1 to Tom.
2-1. We've probably seen the first, would I say, mistake from Van Dijk? It's like, I'd say, if that's me anyway, if I'm Ollebally, bro, the controller's at the wall because I would think that I've showed him off there. He's got to win the ball, and I don't know what happened. I think maybe the cursor changed, and I'm not really sure, but it was fantastic composure from Tom to find the bottom corner, and he's taken the lead. And as we say, the only thing that matters is the scoreline, so he's going to be delighted with that.
So the turnaround complete for now anyway for hashtag Tom. 1-0 down in this game, remember. He's managed to pull himself back into a lead now in this first leg. 2-1 to the Englishman, as now Olleboly's going to be coming forward looking for a reply almost immediately, but well defended there by Tom. And now he has control of the game. He can control the pace of the game and try and dictate how he wants to go forward.
I think this is where we're going to start to see Tom slowly pick apart Ollebally, because he's a player where he likes to be in the driving seat. He likes to be the guy where I'm winning the game, come and get the ball. It's as simple as that. If you decide to sit back, I'm happy to sit back too and put as many players behind the ball and soak up your pressure. But the moment you decide to throw an extra body forward, I'll slowly pick you apart and get another goal. And that's where Tom is great at, and that's what he's great at doing. So Ollebally is going to be at the back of his mind where should he start going for it now? Not completely gung-ho, but should he start trying to do a few more risky passes in the final third?
We'll have to see if Ollebally does change the way that he is approaching this game. We're just past the hour mark here in our first leg, and I'm still with that 2-goal advantage. He's going to be pressing high up the pitch as well and manage to win the ball back. And even better for him if he can win the ball back in those aggressive areas to try and force an attack once more before Ollebally can really get near his final third to create a chance himself.
We're seeing a lot less, I say, composure from Ollebally. We saw in the Ethan game where he did soak up many minutes of pressure, but once the chance came, he was able to take it. Will we see that again? We don't know, but he's not really seeing much of the ball. And when he does see it, he's giving it away almost instantly. So it's a thing where he needs to think to himself, all right, the same way Tom's speaking to himself, I need to get to grips with this game. I need to be the one now thinking, all right, I know I'm not playing well, but I need to just try and keep the ball a bit better.
Tom trying to find the feet of Neymar there, who just managed to slide beyond his man, but the defender stepped out just at the right time to pick the pocket of that pass. And now Carlos Alberto is going to be striding forward here as Tom once again picks up possession fairly comfortably, and Neymar has managed to get into the channel here inside the 18-yard box, decides to recycle this time to Kevin De Bruyne as he gets the ball into R9. Is there going to be a shot? Little heavy touch out of his feet. Cricketta, goodbye, and he almost gets the finish away. But for Tom, again, you can see that confidence starting to flow when he gets inside the box.
The sequence of skill moves that he chose, genuinely the correct skill move and the correct sequence of dribbling at every possible moment there. And it's, again, a fantastic save from Van der Sar, which we saw yesterday from Gorilla. So the usage of Van der Sar is probably a popular choice amongst the community right now.
Well, just a reminder to everyone who's watching at the moment, this is the first leg, even though you can see an aggregate score. That's the overall score, as we had that little technical pause in the middle of the first half, or at the start of the first half, I should say. So 2-1 here to Tom in the first leg. He's looking to extend that lead once more as Mbappe goes back inside there to Hullet. Great run from Neymar and a great pass to find him as well. The heel-to-heel from the little Brazilian, but unfortunately for him, the block came in at just the last second. And now look at the space here for Kylian Mbappe. And Ollebally's got players flowing forward here. It's a case of, can he find the right pass? It's a foot race, and somehow Ferland Mendy manages to get down to that pass, as that was almost the inch-perfect pass coming in.
I have to say, this Mendy is phenomenal. We saw another slide block in the previous game for Olito, I believe it was. And with Ollebally in this sense, for me, I think he would know it anyway. He's not playing to the best of his abilities, so... And it feels like a lot of the time when he does get the ball, he's not making the correct choices. It's just one of those games. And for me, from past experience, when you're playing these type of games where you're only losing by 1-0 out and it's 5 minutes to go, I wouldn't chuck everything for it. In all honesty, I'd keep the ball for the final attack. I'd wait and see if I have a chance. And if I don't, it's not the end of the world. There's still 90 more minutes to go. But I would just try and keep the ball and limit Tom to not having the chance to create another opportunity, because if he does have another chance, the odds are he could score it. And it's something that Ollebally would try and avoid.
You mentioned it previously. You said a 2-goal advantage is huge going into a second leg. A 1-goal you're not too worried about as a player, because you know you will at least create one opportunity, or you would hope to at least, in that second leg. But now it is going to be Tom with possession here and the chance to go forward and maybe look for that second goal to give him a 2-goal advantage, or I should say, excuse me, the third goal in the game to give him the 2-goal advantage. But Ollebally's going to win the ball back here with a few moments left in this first leg. And the question is now, can the Swede create that one chance that he needs to go in level at the break? Heel to heel this time from Ollebally, goes back across goal, but again, heroic defending from Ferland Mendy, who has been doing work in that left-back position. And at the break here, hashtag Tom will have the lead, but it is a slender one.
Definitely, and he almost equalized against the odds, I'd say. So it's one of those things.
Well, here is something for you guys at home to be watching out for as well. If you haven't linked your EA and Twitch accounts, then you should have already managed to do it. These are the live viewership rewards that we have for today. A rare players pack, and of course, that beautiful, that magnificent, the glorious Kylian Mbappe, 98 rated team of the season so far. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers if you're linking your EA and Twitch account during today's live stream. And you can link your account over, of course, at www.ea.com/Twitch touch linking. And as we've already said a few times throughout the broadcast, a special foot item there.
Yeah, definitely that Mbappe is worth using, and he's come up clutch for many opponents or many competitors in this game, in this tournament, sorry. From Ollebally there, I'd say he'd probably take the 2-1 loss in it. If you look at it, he would be a bit disappointed that the game did have that small disconnection on the 20th minute, because you say he was in control of it. Tom was making a few number of errors, but he managed to bounce back after that break. He revved himself up, he got the equalizer and got the fantastic goal to lead him to give him the lead in the game, sorry. So I'd say 2-1 is probably a fair scoreline. So it's all to play for in the next game.
It's similar to what Ollebally was saying earlier, right? He said he doesn't feel he's playing his best FIFA, but he's getting results. And most importantly, like I think you're alluding to here, he's not out of the game at all. He's still got 90 minutes here where he's managed to keep that margin down to just 1 goal. It could have potentially been more with the control that Tom did have after that restart. So those small things, you talked about it a lot, those small margins that we talk about in FIFA and being successful by keeping those on your side, that kind of decision and not making those, those jilted changes halfway through that first leg to try and get back into the game can be huge and influential as we get into the second.
For sure, and I wouldn't be shocked if Ollebally has something else in his repertoire that he would want to change, maybe a change of personnel, a change of formation as the game goes on in the second leg. He'll be trying to keep it close, but he'd also want to push a few players forward just to try and lower the deficit as early as possible, so Tom doesn't have the opportunity to keep the ball more than he would do right now. So, as I say, it's still up for grabs. 90 minutes to play, and it's only a 1-goal deficit. So Ollebally he could be looking at that thinking, I could be 2 goals down, I could be 3 goals down. It's only 1 goal, and he knows how good he is to lower the deficit.
Well, you can see the second leg's about to get underway. The motivational speech from #Tom to #Tom is continuing in the top right-hand side of your screen that you can see there. And he's trying to get himself psyched up, and just 2 different characters and the way that they're going about things here. But the most important thing is, of course, that Tom does have that 1-goal advantage here. And just a reminder, this is the losers bracket finals. So the loser of this will go home, and the winner will have a chance to go up against Olito, who made it through to our finals a little bit earlier on. So everything on the line for these 2 players as we enter the second leg.
Definitely, and I know Tom will be thinking in the back of his mind that he knows he's winning, he's in control technically, he doesn't have to push everything forward to get a goal, but he'll be understanding that Ollebally sooner or later will have to start applying a bit more pressure, would have to start doing a few more riskier passes, and that's when he could think to start picking him off and create more opportunities going forward.
He's managed to pick possession off of Tom here, but unfortunately for him, just rolls the ball out of play, which is, again, just one of those things that can frustrate you as a player, giving possession away when you didn't really need to in that kind of situation. Was good pressure from Tom on that far side, but maybe expect Ollebally to do a little bit better than he did in that situation. Now you're seeing, like you talked about a little bit earlier, a little bit of possession here from Tom, Ryan.
Absolutely. He's in control here. He knows it, that yes, I'm winning by 1 goal. I don't want to rest on my laurels completely, but I know for a fact that you're going to be thinking, all right, I need a goal. Do I push for it now? Do I not? And when he decides to push for it, Tom's going to pick him apart if the scoreline remains the same. So Ollebally will be definitely thinking that he needs a goal kind of early, but he has to be wary of not pushing too many players forward into the final third.
So maybe an opportunity here from the set piece. It's going to be dinked in towards the box. Cristiano Ronaldo will get up and challenge against Virgil van Dijk. But as we know, FIFA 20 doesn't lend itself to those aerial battles as far as attackers are concerned. So it's going to be fairly comfortable here for Van der Sar to pick up for Tom. And good distribution from the goalkeeper in Tom as well, finding the feet of a player in midfield.
Yeah, we've seen these free kicks in a crossing opportunity area where some people are crossing it in, and it's leading to a few opportunities. I believe it was Olito against Tom who almost created a goal-scoring opportunity from it. And it's something that I don't do personally when it comes to those situations around the area. I just play it short and try and work a chance into the box because, as you say, the defensive player is usually going to be favourable in that aerial duel. So I want to keep the ball on the ground in the hopes that I could create a chance outside the box and slowly work it inwards to have an opportunity to score.
Well, speaking of opportunities to score, maybe R9 can create one here because the goalkeeper is horrendously out of position, but Tom does well to pressure the football enough to force Ollebally to have to recycle this play, and now when that ball is going to be recycled, he can pick off that ball as it's played in towards the box. But a little bit of a hairy moment there for Tom, committing the goalkeeper full on there and didn't get a piece of it.
No, I like that pass from Ollebally. It's not something I'll do personally, just because it was a pass where the angle is going to be a bit narrowed because of the goalkeeper fast approaching him. But it caused an opportunity, and a moment of mishap potentially could have happened from Tom there. But he done well to close out the passing lanes and ensure that the only way that Ollebally could pass is backwards, and if he's going backwards, it's not much of a threat.
That's a little bit loose there from Ollebally. Saw a little shake of the head on the right-hand side of your screen as well. I think he's a little bit disappointed that he didn't make more of that possession that he did manage to get hold of. And now Tom's going to be invited to go forward again. And when you're down by one, the last thing you want to be doing is presenting possession back to your opponent in the way that you do, as Van Dijk has to do some heavy lifting there in the central defensive position to win that back against R9, but he did it well, and he managed to win the ball back convincingly.
Absolutely, and that's why Van Dijk is a staple in teams. He occasionally, of course, every defender does make the mistake in game, but he's one where the chance of making that error is so slim, and he's just such a dominant force in that defensive line, and it's almost impossible to get past him when you're dribbling.
Well, Ollebally's trying to break down this defensive line of Tom at the moment. You can see plenty of players behind the ball here for the hashtag man, as he's deserved that right to do so, but now there's a little bit of quick interchanging passing going on, and there's that double A pulse, and what a save coming in from Edwin van der Sar. You almost expected that to be the equaliser there, but not enough power to beat the frame of the goalkeeper. And that was a big opportunity there for Ollebally, and that's got to be a confidence builder for him, knowing that he can get through those defences of hashtag Tom.
That was an incredibly worked chance. He done well. The right pass selection as well with the lofted pass. And again, Van der Sar, we spoke about him many times. And I know from experience, me and Tom last year, I believe it was I want to say it was Cup 6 or the LQE number 6 in Bucharest, where we spoke about Van der Sar and how we used the 89 version and how good he was at saving one-on-one chances. And his distribution was also very good. His handling was amazing. So I know that Tom loves Van der Sar on this game. He's one of my favorite goalkeepers as well, alongside, I'd probably say Ter Stegen might edge it over him, but chemistry-wise, obviously, it's a lot easier to get the likes of Van der Sar in a team.
You know, the likes of Van Dijk, De Jong to think about in that centre-back position. You obviously want them in your team. That's why you're seeing Van der Sar, as you say, for those chemistry reasons. And now you're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo on that right-hand side, trying to twist and turn, but Ollebally's starting to grow into this game a little bit, which is still 45 minutes ahead of us in the second half of this second leg. Is going to be big for his confidence. Beautiful little dink ball over the top as well, and now you're seeing a real chance create here for Ollebally. He's managed to finally get through, dink towards the back post, but no! Mbappe puts his hand to his mouth and prays to the heavens because he did not make the most of that opportunity, but again, headers not as effective as we've seen in previous FIFAs, and there's the perfect example of it.
Exactly, he's done everything right there. He's made the right choice. You could say Mendy put him off slightly, but with the likes of Mbappe, with his attributes in game, with the heading accuracy and the jumping, you'd expect him to score that. So Tom might be feeling that he's been let off a little bit there, but again, Ollebally is slowly starting to creep back in this game. He's created a few chances, which is going to be fantastic for his confidence, knowing that there's 45 minutes to go. I just need one chance where it's clear cut, and I think he'll be confident enough to take it.
There's a run outside here from R9. It's been found here by Ollebally. Goes back inside. Ronaldo has the chance to go one-on-one with Van Dijk, but no, he can't get the ball back into the feet of Eusebio, and it was Kevin De Bruyne, I believe, who managed to get that interception, or was it Ruud Gullit who managed to get across? One of the two managed to make the important tackle that needed to be made, and now at the other end, there's hashtag Tom, who's managed to get it on goal, and he manages to put it away, but the problem is the linesman's flag has gone up. The chances at both ends, as the first half of the second leg will come to a close.
End to end, as we've seen it, but Tom hasn't had a shot on goal. Obviously, that chance was offside, as you mentioned, but Ollebally, that pass there where I think he aimed it towards Mbappe, who was free at the back post again, which would have been a bigger chance to score, a bigger chance for the pass succession to be more accurate. But it's unfortunate. He's doing the right things. It's just, as I say, he needs to bide his time, but he needs to be aware that the clock is going to start to tick And in these situations, from experience, it feels like the clock goes faster. When you're losing a game and you need to chase it, it feels like 1 minute is 50 minutes. You look away, next thing is the 80th minute, and you need to change to a 3 at the back to flood everyone forward. So he knows now that he has to get a goal, and I'm sure he'll be thinking in the back of his mind that he needs to change something.
Well, let's see when those changes do come. We're seeing a change in midfield, actually. On the top left-hand side of your screen there from Tom as well, bringing on Kevin De Bruyne for Frankie de Jong. So maybe just some fresh legs to get up and down the pitch and make sure that he's tracking all of those runs from deep. The 2-1 here, the scoreline. As we say, no goals to report in that first half.
So I was just mentioning how De Jong, I know how the hashtag boys, they love using De Jong. He's been a staple in their team since his Team of the Year iteration came out. And it's a fantastic card, but again, I have to say, De Bruyne, for me, #1, man. He's got to be the #1 name on the team sheet for me.
There he is, straight into the action. Winning possession back this time for Ollebally. As Eusebio now is going to have to hold up the play, and he does so successfully well. R9 can't get away from Ferland Mendy, who has been absolutely superb in that fullback position for Tom across these two legs so far. There's a little run into space as well from R9, which has been used here and found by Tom. On Hullet action, and they're surprised that one of them won.
No, Hullet is fantastic. I like the use of the speed boost from the step overs that Ollebally is using. It's something that he does pretty much straight away when he gets the ball, where he knows there's space to run into, so he does a quick step over, something where the player does a tiny sprint boost, and it gives him more field to run into and get away from the defender that's behind him.
Now Tom manages to hold off that attack once more, and you can see now the pause has been cued by Ollebally. 57 minutes on the clock, so that last half hour in this game is going to be huge for the Swede if he wants to go up against his good friend Olito in our grand final. And the same could be said for Tom. A little bit of redemption, having been knocked down to that losers bracket earlier on. Neymar now, beautiful close dribbling from the Brazilian. You can see the running behind here. I think that's Kevin De Bruyne breaking from midfield, but Tom's going to recycle for the time being. Neymar goes back out wide. There's the ball into De Bruyne. A chance maybe about to be created here by Tom. He manages to get the right side of Van Dijk and goes directly for goal. There's not many times you can get the wrong side of Van Dijk, but Tom did it effectively there.
Absolutely. I have to give credit there to Ollebally with the way how it seemed like Tom had an abundance of options there, but the player switching and the manually cutting lanes from Ollebally is fantastic there, just to limit the chances he did have to play the ball.
Big chance here for Eusebio though, and Ollebally has managed to find an equaliser. He's had no sniffs whatsoever in this second half, but he has found one opportunity, and it's turned into that goal that he needed. Now we have a tie game here, 2-2 on aggregate. And that's got to be difficult there for Tom to swallow. I mean, he's been controlling the game. Ollebally hasn't had any clear chances on goal, but when he does, he puts it away.
Fantastic goal from Eusebio. His shooting is remarkable. It's an arrow into the corner. I think Tom even moved the goalkeeper there as well, which is credit to him, but it still went in. So it's a fantastic effort, and that shot power from Eusebio is phenomenal. That's why people use him. He does miss a few chances, of course. Every player misses a chance, but 9 times out of 10, when you get him in front of goal, he's going to bury it.
So 1-0 here in the second leg, but most importantly, the scoreline that matters is the aggregate one, and it's 2-2 now between these two players. And there's been chances for Tom to extend that lead in this game, but the first one, as I say, of memory that has gone to Ollebally, the Swede has managed to take it and find that equaliser, and now you can just see a little bit of confidence back in the play of Ollebally.
Absolutely. You can see he's starting to play with a bit more swagger. He knows now that mentally the momentum's in my favor. I'm the guy that's come back from the losing position, whereas Tom's the person where he pretty much he hasn't given it away. He hasn't done much wrong there, but he just knows that he was in control. He could have done something a little bit different in terms of keeping possession. So if we're looking at it from Ollebally's perspective, he must have tons of confidence.
Oh, there's a big chance here for Sadio Mane. Oh, it's offside, and you're a hashtag fan there. You are saying thank you very much, linesman, because Tom had committed his goalkeeper to one side. Ollebally had seen that and put it away, but we talk about those margins. They can't get any closer in this losers bracket final between these two games. It two players, excuse me. It has been a phenomenal game. You just have to wonder, is there going to be a winner here, or is it going to be extra time on the cards?
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I feel like there's going to be a winner. I'm not sure who's going to grab it, but the way that this game's shaping up, there's a lot more space in the final thirds for both of these players.
Great interception there from Tom, and Hullit's managed to turn back as well and keep possession as the defenders are flooding back, but like for like from Ollebally, his defenders get back and do the job for him as well as the midfield caught up with that breakaway. And now you are going to see game just slowed down a little bit as R9 was about a boot's length away from managing to find that interception.
That's a risky pass. It's a risky driven pass as a switch. He could have done a lofted pass, but he just wanted the ball to spray it across as quick as possible to try and generate an attack. But it's kind of fortunate that it wasn't intercepted, but it's just a thing now where those type of risky passes, is it worth doing it at this stage of the game? Personally, no. There's 8 minutes to go on the clock. You don't want to do something where you think back in hindsight thinking, damn, I should have done this differently, and it ends up costing you the game.
Well, here's Tom then, 84 minutes on the clock. We are approaching that final whistle here in the second leg. Is there going to be some last-minute drama here from the hashtag man? Goes out wide here to Ferland Mendy. Here's Ruud Gullit as well. Goes back inside. Chance. Beautiful flick. Surely R9. He's put it away. And Tom in the 86th minute has struck gold here. 3-2 now to the hashtag man. And R9 is going to be calling someone once again.
Fantastic goal. He showed the composure there to wait and see what Ollebally was going to do with the goalkeeper. I thought he was actually going to shoot in near post, and I was thinking maybe the goalkeeper would save it because Ollebally moved that way. But it was a fantastic choice of shot to arrow it into the bottom corner, into the opposite corner, and we saw the trademark celebration again from Tom. Couple minutes to go to hold it out, and Ollebally is definitely going to be throwing the kitchen sink to try and get a goal back and go into extra time.
So final moments in this game. What a time to score in a losers bracket finals. The 86th minute. The one thing that Ollebally can take some sort of positivity from, even though he's just gone down, is the fact that he has possession from the restart here. He has a few minutes left to potentially create and carve one more chance in the game. But it is going to be that, isn't it, Ryan? Just that one more chance that he's going to have to put away.
Definitely. Unless Tom makes a mistake, he's only going to be seeing the chance that he gets from the kickoff. And it's a thing where, do you try and quickly grab a goal straight away just to see maybe if he does make a mistake when the clock is dying down, or do you try and bide your time, wait until the 90th minute and see if maybe some space does open up? But that's a difficult one to choose, but it's a thing where he's experienced at this level. He's probably been in games where the margins are narrow, and he's going to be hoping that a chance does open up.
Well, here comes Ollebally then. Needs to make the most of this opportunity. Tom just has to hold on, and Ruud Gullit with that tackle. Might not have just won the ball. He might have just won this game for hashtag United's Tom. Here's Eusebio down this far side. Quite happy to run that ball towards the corner. Inspect every single blade of grass that is by that corner flag, but it's going to run out of play here. And he will have possession as we enter stoppage time here.
These are the nerve-wracking moments, but for me, if I've got the ball in the corner and I give the ball away, it's my fault. He knows where he's in the driving seat here. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just stick by the corner flag. If you tackle me, it's most likely going to be a corner or a throw-in. It's going to be my possession anyway, so it's just about dying the minutes down and to see if I can win this game if I'm Tom.
Well, stoppage time is up. The ball is out of play, and you can see the reaction from hashtag Tom as well. How much that means to him. For Ollebally, it means the end of his run here in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. But for Tom, it means a matchup with Olito in our grand finals. But still, plenty of work to do for him. He has to now beat Olito, not just across two legs, but he has to do it twice if he wants to become a champion.
Absolutely, and as Tom said, he felt like he gave the game away against Olito early on with the numerous amount of mistakes he did make to give away possession and give away goals as well. So he's going to be looking to redeem himself, especially against Olito, who had a resounding victory over him previously. And there's obviously a lot at stake. The champion of the Summer Cup Series in Europe is a fantastic accolade to have. But I feel like Tom will be bouncing, having that confidence, knowing that he's just beating another fantastic opponent. And Olito, again, on the other side of things, will be confident as well. He's just beaten Tom. So who's to say he can't do it again?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these two players obviously go up against each other. In my opinion, the two form players that we have had, but we're going to throw it back over to the desk now. As you can see, hashtag Tom has advanced to the grand finals. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, big win for hashtag Tom. And nice call on the game, Mark and Ryan. So, Spencer, you only would have had to have done 10 push-ups, or 10 pull-ups, excuse me. Some kind of physical activity. Given this game. But yeah, what a performance by hashtag Tom in particular. He I thought weathered the storm in some ways because he did give up the first goal. And Mike, what did you see in particular in this one?
Well, I think you saw his mental fortitude where once the comeback was kind of on for Ollebally, especially in the second leg where Tom was in complete control, he was still able to push through that. It's really difficult or really easy, I guess, for you to get down on yourself when things aren't bouncing your way. You might feel a little unlucky or hard done by an opportunity, or you're doing everything right and you don't convert the chance. But he battled back. It was a great winner as well in terms of the goal, just reading the game, waiting for the goalkeeper movement. You name it. So congratulations to Tom. And we talked about it. This is why we both went with Tom, as we're saying, I think he's got a slight edge. I know that he's never lost against Ollebally, and he didn't seem that he was mentally distraught from losing versus Olito, even though he had a bunch of self-inflicted errors.
Now, I really enjoyed his interview as well, fellas, because he just seemed to, I don't know, dust it off. And now we're going to have him on. What's up, Tom? Congratulations. Your attitude, I thought, after losing to Olito was superb, and I think that really led to success here in this this match against Ollebally. You gave up that first goal, though. And did you feel like, oh, man, maybe this just isn't my day?
No, I told you, Jimmy, before. The first goal was not going to decide that game. I didn't lose confidence. If I scored it, I didn't think I won the game. If I conceded it, I was just like, all right, cool. He scored. Okay, fair play. It was a good goal as well. Eusebio, absolute top bins. But I knew that if I kept it close, and I started playing better as well, I wasn't giving him the ball. I knew if I kept it close, I'd get the win. And that is what happened.
It is what happened, mate. Well done. And also, you're feeling, I'm guessing, in fairly good spirits going back to a game now against Olito. But at the same time, you're in pretty good spirits after the defeat from Olito. So I guess that the upside of being fairly positive after a defeat is that you're probably not going to be too positive after a win. So what can you do going into this rematch, if you like? Because even that first goal, which we just talked about, and you were right to give Ollie some plaudits for that top corner finish, you did give the ball away in the lead up to it, and then got the free kick that he scored from. So are you thinking like, I'm only actually conceding goals really when I'm giving the ball away? Cut that out, you should be okay, no?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about when you can see me chatting away on the camera. I literally said, if I don't give the ball away and don't give him the ball, I will win the game. Because I'm going forward, I'm fine. Defending, I'm all right when I'm not exposed like that. So all I have to do is cut out the silly errors. I think my hands are a bit warmer now, working a bit better in sync with my brain. And yeah, I think I did well to not really give too much away. The second goal was my mistake as well. So everything is coming up that it's my mistake that's costing a goal. I just need to cut that out and we should be good.
And we have a saying among my friend group. I don't know if any of you guys use this saying, but I'd say, Tom, you're feeling kind of bouncy. Like your energy has definitely shifted. Big time goal towards the end of the game. Obviously, you're pushing into the next matchup with momentum. Is there any message you kind of want to share for Olito?
To be honest, not really. Olito is a seriously good player. I don't really have much to say to him, apart from good luck. But not too much good luck because I want to win. But if I had to say something, not to Olito, but about it, is surely the pressure's on him. Because am I right in thinking that I have to win 2 in a row? 2 best of 2s, he has to win 1. So I can sort of go into this with no pressure now. And surely I can't play worse than earlier. That's what I'm thinking in my head. It cannot get any worse than earlier. So I look forward to it.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for your time, and hopefully you'll continue to bounce, as Mike says, and his friend group, into the grand final.
All right. Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Hashtag Tom doing the business and doing it quite well. Very impressive performance. But now we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is why we are here, the grand final, so we can name a champion for the first ever Summer Cup Series. So come back and see if that champion is Olito or hashtag Tom.
It's going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up
up in the air and into the back of the net. With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar. Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books.
It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice, so it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. So make sure you follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag #UltimateHeadset for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. All right, welcome back. I'm Jimmy Conrad with Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, we are near the finish line of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. Very excited. Olito versus #Tom. When we started today, they were the only two that were undefeated. Now, Tom does have one blemish, but he's fought back to have another crack at Olito. How excited are you for this, Spencer?
I cannot wait, mate. I think it's been really nicely built up to, we've seen Tom claw his way back. Instead himself, if he can still win this now, he'll be the perfect advert for the loser bracket. So that's now his goal, is to show that you can lose a game and still win the tournament and win that $15,000. But Olito has got the perfect record. You know, this man, right now, you would say, deserves it. He should be getting it, but Tom could change that narrative with not one, but 2 wins here. He has to win them both. We don't know if we're going to see one game yet. From a neutral perspective, we want, really, Tom to win this game, because then we get the final of finals, and then it's down to who you want to win. But from a neutral perspective, we want both games. We want to get as much FIFA as possible.
Yeah, that was a good look at the trophy the players will win, on top of the $15,000 at stake. Now, Mike, let's talk about Olito first in this matchup. How good has he been in this competition?
I mean, he's been pretty clear from the beginning that Olito's here with a mission. He's a man on that mission, and he wants to win, and nothing else will do. When we talked to him, he said that that's what he's looking to accomplish. We reviewed some of his gameplay. It showcases exactly that. He's got a game plan in terms of being high-pressure based, finishing opportunities, capitalizing specifically against Tom with some of Tom's errors. But I do like that Tom did bring up that if anybody feels the pressure, it should be Olito. I've got to win 2 series now. I played a horrible first game against him, or horrible winner's bracket matchup against him. But Olito's been on fire. And he's also been one of the few competitors that's been able to beat people by sizable margins as well. When you're looking at the European scene and what's happened over the course of this weekend, and even prior to the weekend where you're playing through a lot of the winners brackets. It's a beautiful goal, but you see it's still giveaways on giveaways on giveaways. And Olito rates his manual defending, rates his ability to high pressure, his micromanaging of players. You got to give a lot of credit to him as he adds one for just Spencer to do some additional pull-ups for us at the end of the game. But he feels good about it. He said that he's ready to go mentally. And you can tell that this is an all or nothing type of an event for him. He doesn't see a second place. He doesn't see, of course, going out before then. He has already envisioned, I'm winning this. I plan on winning this. I'm going to carry this with me. I want the new plaque/trophy that looks very pretty. The way they shot that, where the sun was hitting it, it had this nice little sparkle.
It looked bouncy, I think is the right way to describe it. All right, we got Olito.
Neither of y'all have bounce, so we can't talk about bounce with you. You know,
we got Olito with us right now. So my question for you, my friend, is we did an interview with #Tom before the last break, and he said all the pressure is on you. Are you feeling that pressure?
To be honest, I think the opposite, because he needs to win 2 best out of 2s. I can drop 1 game and still win. So I feel like it's going to be a tough game, of course, versus Tom, who is, in my opinion, the best PS4 player in the whole world. So going to be a fun game.
Ollie, that's high praise to give to Tom, a man you're saying is the best player in the world, but you just beat fairly convincingly in that game. We talked about maybe Tom making some errors in that match, but you've still got to be a certain kind of player to capitalize on those errors, and you did that very well. What have you learned from watching that match there between Tom and the other Ollebally? Has it changed your preparation going into this matchup with Tom?
Not really. I'm just focusing on my own game. I know that that's the most important thing. If I play my game and if I play at my highest level, I know that I can beat anyone. So yeah, I'm feeling confident going into this grand final versus Tom.
So we're not looking for any adjustments, and it sounds like going into this final. He doesn't feel the pressure. If anybody's on the pressure, Tom, I'm just giving a recap right now because I'm not sure what to issue a question about. You answered everything that I was wanting to know more about. I can't get you to stir the pot. If you want to deliver something for Tom, I'd love to have that. I think I'm just looking for a little back and forth. But the FIFA communities, we're nice guys here. We are always nice guys, right? We don't go at each other.
No, I feel like, especially my ways, the best thing for me is to be humble, as always, and I want to be humble against everyone. So, as I said, it's going to be a fun game, especially on PS4, because my main console this year has been Xbox. So it's very, very fun to see that I can play on both consoles and do pretty well.
All right, Olito, we're going to let you go so you can prepare for the big grand final. You're 1 win away from getting that $15,000 and that beautiful trophy. Guys, he seems pretty confident. He seems very confident. Spencer, you think that is enough confidence? And given his performances so far, I think #Tom's got a lot of work to do.
Well, certainly Ollie's earned the right to be confident. It's based on facts. He's been winning every single game he's played, and he is right to say that he has got that little safety measure in that he can lose a game and still be fine. The only thing that I would ask is if he does lose this game and we do go to this final of finals, is that going to mess with his head a little bit? You know, it's been a while since he's lost a competitive match of FIFA. So it'd be better to get it done in one, I would say, from his perspective. Get it done, you know, enjoy the rest of your Sunday and start to plan how you're going to spend your $15,000. It's Tom's job to make that a little bit harder than it sounds.
And as Olito said, Tom is the #1 player in the world, according to him. So let's get into our analysis presented by PS4 with Mr. Mike LaBelle.
Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. I'm always looking forward to breaking down some clips, but that also could be a bit of a mental game when he says, oh, Tom's actually the best player. As we're revisiting Tom here, late game situation, gets it to R9. I really like the hesitation here because the hesitation, which you're going to see on this instant replay, with R9, he just wants to make sure that he reads the goalkeeper movement properly. And you can see the goalkeeper scoot. So it's lovely build up. You've got the back heel, but right here, the goalkeeper slightly starts to scoot towards the near post and he goes across the body. But that's something you're only going to see used at the competitive level, at the absolute highest level. Everybody else is unleashing that shot right away when they turn. They're happy to be inside the box. They have one of the best finishers in the world with R9. You're going to take that opportunity. You're not going to pause. You're not going to hesitate. But that's why professional players do that, is just because they want to make sure that they could slide in the finish or pick out the right finish in that type of area on the virtual pitch.
Now, Mike, you know, we talked with Tom after he lost to Olito initially, saying that he gifted a lot of goals. Do you think it's as simple as that? Do you think it's just that will allow Tom to maybe get back into it and make it more competitive? Or, you know, or is there something else, I guess, that we're seeing, given your dynamic analysis as always?
I've got you. I've got you covered, Jimmy. Spencer, listen up. All right, so I will say this. If Tom didn't have some of those errors, it would have been a very even game, maybe a slight edge to Olito, but in terms of gameplay back and forth, would have changed the complete dynamic of that matchup. But I will also say this too, because Spencer brought up the point of, well, if this does go to a second matchup, so let's say Olito was to lose the first set of games here, so then it's win or go home, the finals, it's all even out, everything's been reset. I still think that messes with you mentally. I think it's kind of like the Mike Tyson quote where everybody has a plan till you get punched in the face. Well, you've got a plan when you've got a game in hand. But what if you don't have that matchup in hand anymore? You're not telling me your hands are going to be a little bit sweatier. The pressure's there. Maybe some hair on your arm is going to stand up. A lot of people watching at home, and this is for the title. It's for more money, and nobody really remembers second, third, fourth place. And I don't mean that to be a negative guy. I'm not trying to take a slippery slope, but I'm just saying we remember every time somebody wins an event. We know we could tell you foot champs 1, 2, 3, 4, but we can't tell you sometimes second, third, fourth. Oh, he had a good run. It doesn't work like that.
There's just something else we've got to throw in here as well, guys. We haven't really focused on. This is potentially their last game of FIFA for the season. You know, this is the European segment. We've got a lot more of these Summer Cups coming up across the world, but this is someone's last game right here. And at the end of the day, you want to go out on a high. And I personally want there to be a final of finals. Obviously, from a hashtag perspective, we want that. But from a neutral perspective, I think that's going to be much better entertainment. If Tom gets one back now, they've both lost one game going into the final. It's the perfect setup. But whether it will go that way, we don't know. But I would just say to both players, Tom and Ollie, go out on a high. If we can cut out, it's hard, it's easier said than done, but let's make someone win it from doing something brilliant. Let's cut out the individual errors. You know, Ollie, in fairness to him, has been close to faultless so far. You know, he's not making those errors. And like I said to him there, it's not just about making your opponent make errors. It's then doing something with the ball. There's no guarantee you're going to go and score from that. So Tom's been fairly unlucky in that every time he's made an error, his counterpart's actually gone and scored. So he needs to cut them out. Ollie needs to make sure he doesn't do it. Let's have a great game of FIFA, hopefully 2 games of FIFA, and see who's going to be crowned the champion of Europe.
Yeah, it's a very big deal. And as you mentioned, I think Olito does a very good job of punishing his opponents for their mistakes. I think that's a good way to say it. So who's under the most pressure, Mike? Both of them say it's the other person. Who do you feel like is feeling it the most? Who's sweating the most?
If I was in this position, I would feel more pressure being in Olito's role because it feels like you have something to throw away. And I don't want to be that guy. I'm not here to be a second-rate garbage man. I want to get this done. I want to get this win. I really don't want to see another reset in the bracket. And if Tom's able to really apply the mentality that's maybe a little more free-flowing, because he's saying, well, I got nothing to lose, that can be a massive advantage. People that play nervous or play with any levels of hesitation, and we haven't seen this from either of these competitors, so I want to be very clear, even though Tom had a couple mistakes and errors out of the back, I don't think it was nerves. They were just bad decision making, bad place, and we talked to him about it afterward. But if I was in this same scenario, I would feel a little more pressure on Olito just because you're supposed to win. You're supposed to get the result. You've been undefeated. Nobody's been able to touch you. You've had a lot of big spreads versus the best players in Europe. You won Foot Champions Cup 3. You've been a monster in the Foothead Cups. Everything points to you being the guy. And it's just a matter that you don't want to think like that, but it's hard. Sometimes you have those internal thoughts.
Well, I feel like confidence is interesting because you want to make sure that you exude confidence, but you don't want to be perceived as arrogant. And even within yourself, you don't want to just assume that you're going to win everything based on all your past histories. Spencer, do you feel the same way as Mike?
I think right now, I know what Tom's doing, and I think I know what Ollie's doing as well. They're both deflecting a little bit, which is exactly what I do in their position. I think right now the pressure is on Tom, personally, but I think if he wins, it flip reverses massively. It's all about this first game. If, like I say, if Ollie has got the safety net, he's earned the safety net, so he can lose a game. It's fine. But if Tom wins that game, it flips. Because then Tom's like, I've got you now. You beat me when it didn't matter. Because that's what ultimately, that doesn't matter anymore, that defeat, because Tom's worked his way back in. The only thing it makes a difference to now is the fact that Tom has to beat him twice. But if Tom beats him once, he knows he can do it again. So it's a complete 180 of the mentality. But right now, I'd say Ollie's got the advantage, but Tom could get it back.
Now, would you say, both of you, and Mike, I'll start with you, whoever wins this would potentially go into FIFA 21 as the #1 player in the world? No disrespect to all the other regions, of course. But because of how strong Europe is, would you agree with that sentiment?
Oh, that's a really strong stance. I will say this. If Olito wins this event, I think he has a case for making that claim because he also won a Foot Champions Cup and nobody won multiple Foot Champions Cups. So I like a good stat. I like results. And Tom doesn't have that. Now, don't get me wrong. Tom's had an amazing year, very consistent year. Spencer brought it up earlier. I think that we're going to see him win a tournament. Is that going to be today, right here, right now? Maybe, maybe not. But in the future, for sure, I agree. I'm on the same page. But without having a land result in this year's installment, I think it'd be difficult for Tom to make that claim, even if he won.
It's a really good
this European regional. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to say it's a really good question, Jim, because if you think about it, we usually start having this debate around now because we've got the E-World Cup final coming up, and that usually is the kind of decider, right? Even last year, it was a little bit, with all due respect to Mo Alba, he was a little bit of an outsider winner. So it was a little bit like, well, is he the best player in the world? Like, I think most people would probably tell you it was Tex last year. I personally think it was. He just didn't win it at the right time. And we have this debate every single year. Because of what's going on in the year, we're not going to have this world final. We're going to have a lot of continental winners, right? Europe often does provide the best player in the world. But I agree with what Mike said, really. I think if Ollie wins it, we've got to give him a shout out, like doing it on his opposite console to use as well. That's a massive deal. Like, not many people have made that transition over. Like, we talk about how good Tex is. Where is he here? He got knocked out pretty quickly from this tournament. There's a whole different load of questions as to why that happened and motivation at this point in the year. But the fact is, Olito is still going strong on an opposite console. It puts you in very good stead for next year, knowing that, or any other tournament in the future, whereby we usually have these cross-console finals that he can switch across. It's a great sign of things to come. But to say to both these boys, I would say, I think they've got bright futures. I think they're going to win some big tournaments in the future, but you can never count on that because the game changes. Every single year, a new game comes out. You can feel amazing. You can be like, if it doesn't happen now, it'll happen next tournament. The new game comes out. It doesn't match with your play style. You're out a year. That can change your whole career. So don't wait. Do it now. One of you obviously is going to win it, and good luck to them both.
So my next question then would be with regard to Tom. Since he's a nearly man, how important is it for him to win this tournament to kind of shed that reputation?
This is a nearly, man.
That was a reply to Spence. Spence does not like that at all.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I've called people nearly man, and they don't like it. Since he's a nearly man, where's this come from? I've never heard him called a nearly man before.
If we brought up his bio,
maybe this is karma because you call people nearly men, So maybe you're getting some karma here.
Now I'm calling one of your players a nearly man. I mean, he's gotten so close, and I speak to Mike's consistency that he's had. I mean, that's why he was my player to watch on day one. I mean, he's there. But how important is it for his mentality, his confidence moving forward into FIFA 21, for him to actually win a tournament and put his flag in the ground and say, I'm somebody and I'm a force to be reckoned with? Mike, start with you.
Perfect. If he doesn't win this, I don't think that's anywhere near the end of the world or we're going to start labeling him a nearly man. But I will build on that if Tom doesn't get anything for trophies in FIFA 21, then you might start to ask, well, does he really have the potential to actually be a tournament winner? And I don't mean this as a negative. There's only one guy that wins each of these events. And I mean, these are the best of the best players from all around the world. And I think it starts to come up then, because that's why we saw so many repeat winners when you're looking at Fnatic Tex. We're looking at MS Desari. That's why you were talking about even Mo Alba being maybe against the run of play. He really hadn't had a tournament that he went that deep prior to the FIFA E World Cup. There's certain names that come up constantly, a Bruce Granick. When we talk about Alfonso Ramos, guys that have won multiple events, August Rosemeyer, who's been joining us for the commentary, he's a multiple world champion. We expect to see these guys in finals, or at least when they make a run to get to the semis or the quarters, you're saying, oh no, I got to play August, or I've got to play MS Desari, I've got to play Tex. And I don't think Tom has that type of weight behind his name yet. And that could be a big shift here. And Olito's building on that as well. This is rookie season, and he's already won a FUT Champions Cup. He's doing great online. I think only time really tells to what's next, but at least he has that claim of saying, I've won the biggest event of the year, FUT Champions Cup 3, or the biggest prior to the FIFA E World Cup, one of the majors. So I think Tom needs that. If it's not this year with this event, then he needs to get something in FIFA 21.
All right, just want to give an update to everybody watching at home. Unfortunately, #Tom lost power in his house. So we are dealing with that issue right now. And Spencer, I actually kind of want to throw it to you. That's a very stressful thing to obviously happen while we're dealing with this right before the grand final. How do you think he copes with this, assuming that you are, because you know him so well?
Listen, right, I don't know if Tom can hear me right now. I don't know if anyone watching heard a phone ring earlier. It was actually my phone, and it was Tom ringing me because he was trying to tell me that he'd had this power cut, and obviously the guys have handled it now. All I'm going to say is this, and I'm not trying to make this a # narrative. Good luck to Olito. He's done fantastically well. If Ninjas and Pajamas get it, they deserve it, right? No doubt about that. But I will say this from a # perspective. We started this show on Friday talking about Tom, how this season began with a situation where he was put in a really difficult technical scenario that was not his fault, and he had to come through it. And he had to go and play a game out of his normal setup in like no time to get it. If he didn't get the game done in 15 minutes, he was going to get thrown out of the tournament. Horrible situation. Didn't end up working out for him. He lost the game, but I said how impressed I was with his mentality. And I thought that's the making of a man. That's going to be a great competitor in the future. Everything that happens, Stu, not just in FIFA or esports, but in life, is training for a future moment, right? Was that moment training for this? Think of the parallels, okay? It happens at the start of the year. It means he doesn't get off to the start he wanted. The last game you're going to play at the end of the year, you have a similar thing happen to you. And yes, he didn't win that game at the start of the season, but he dealt with it fine. It didn't affect him. I was so impressed by it. This is that training coming through right now. If he goes on to win this now, and it is a big if because Olito's in fine form, what a moment it will be up against all the odds, the power cut, a comeback. It will be like Istanbul. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be.
That was a very epic build up there, Spencer. Like super epic. Basically, Spencer just told us he was there for the first time some hair was growing on Tom's chest. He was like, I was there for that moment when some hair came out of that shirt. You had it unbuttoned and boom. Then you came to #, and now you got the full right here. Fur everywhere, ready to get wins.
That is quite the metaphor. That is quite the metaphor. So Mike, say this happened to you. Something like this happened. It maybe has happened to you when you're just doing a normal stream, but in a competition like this, do you think it could potentially throw off Tom? As it doesn't seem like it will. We saw how he handled the loss today. We've heard stories from Spencer. Or maybe it impacts Olito a little bit more because he was so ready to go and now he's got to wait. What are your thoughts on this, Mike?
Man, it's difficult to say who could potentially be impacted more or less. Well, we don't have a solution yet, so I guess that's kind of the next step. If Tom has to, for some reason, not play from home, I would say that's a massive disadvantage for Tom because you're leaving your comfort of your office space or wherever you normally play your games, maybe the monitor that you're used to playing on. Spencer told a great story earlier this weekend where he said that it was a qualifier and that they had an issue. I think it was with power, Spencer, correct me again, or it couldn't connect. They could not connect, and they were playing from, I think, #studio, and they ended up having to go to Spencer's place, but Spencer didn't have the proper setup really for competitive gaming. So Tom was playing a qualifier in a match to get to the first event, and he's on a 50-inch TV. And if you are not familiar, TVs versus monitors, especially a big TV, always has a little built-in delay, which makes it really difficult to play at the highest level. It doesn't matter if it's a shooting title, a FIFA game, League of Legends. You could pick any esport, Fortnite, whatever. It's going to be something that you're going to struggle with really being able to be the best you. So the fact that he was even competitive in that game was pretty impressive from Tom, but you got to adapt to the situation. So that's the only time that I think it'd be a disadvantage. Otherwise, there's really no way for me to be able to estimate what's happening in Olito's mind right now. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm enjoying this. I'm going to get some water. I was actually kind of hungry. Mike's been talking about cannolis and pizza. We don't have either of those nearby, but I'll go get something that we eat in Sweden, which I'm not sure what a great Swedish delicacy would be. The only thing I want to say is the Swedish fish, and I don't think they want to be claiming that as their number one go-to snack. And then with Tom, he's probably just trying to find a solution. I don't know. I'm going all over the place. You let me keep talking.
We went from chest hair to Swedish fish. I want you to keep talking more. Well, anyway, speaking of adapting to the situation, and we know this stuff happens, and we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna bring on our fearsome foursome, all four casters at once. Mark, Dan, Ryan, and Aga. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, I'm not going to be talking about chest hair. I think we'll try and keep away from that. We'll leave that to Mike LaBelle to kind of own that as his own, as he probably should do. But we've got the opportunity in this little break to kind of talk a little bit about this situation and the fact that we've got this grand final just around the corner. Ryan, I want to start with you here and get your insights on this game, because Olito versus Tom is a battle of two players that, you know, everyone's been saying, two of the top players in the world. But for me, Olito goes into this final as favorite because I have not seen a single mistake in his gameplay so far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. He was flawless in what we've seen of him so far. You could say, obviously, he was gifted a few chances by Tom, and Tom has been very vocal on that. So it's more of a thing where Tom's going to be going into that game thinking, all right, I know I've made mistakes which have led to goals. If I iron out those mistakes and I make sure I play my perfect game, Tom should be confident going into that grand final. But it's a weird one because obviously in the loser bracket, you're coming from the loser bracket of winning that section. So you have to win 2 best of 2s, which is no easy feat. And against somebody that did beat you resoundingly, regardless if you gave away goals or not, it's always going to be difficult. So I think it will be a good game.
And Dan, I'll come to you next, and I'm actually going to just touch on that point that Ryan brought up. You know, this is a double elimination tournament, and we've commentated some other esports where we've had teams and players saying that the winners bracket final is the most important game in the entire tournament because you do get that buffer. How much do you think that's going to impact this final? Because Olili is a hell of a competitor, but having to beat him twice just makes it even more difficult for Tom.
I feel a little bit emotional having you in my ears again, Mark. I'm glad that we've been put in a 4-box here. But moving on from my emotional state, I think you're right. The winners bracket final is always going to be a very important one. Olito is going to be so confident going into this now, where he's going to be saying, look, I just need to win 1 best of 2. I've already done that against Tom. It was a dominant performance. But on the other side, sometimes you gain momentum from a losers bracket run. Tom can look at this, say, look, I've had my 1 drop down now. If I win this first best of 2, momentum is then with me. Olito is then going to have that seed kind of planted in his mind of what happens if I throw this away. So Tom just needs to take those kind of advantages into this final. And I'm excited once we do get into it. It is a shame about the technical difficulties, but these things happen.
Beauty of the online tournament, right? It's the beauty of the situation we find ourselves in, and we're obviously doing the best that we can with it at the moment. But Aga, one of the most experienced players that we have in FIFA esports, you've been through every single situation I imagine that is possibly available in tournaments. Have you ever had your power go out in a tournament, or have you had something similar happen to you?
Well, something similar have happened before. I mean, during some of the qualifiers in FIFA 19, sometimes it was hard to connect with all the players. So we had to move sometimes at our office in Copenhagen to another room, to be honest. And it was just other screen settings, as Mike also spoke a bit about. It's just a different environment, and you just have to adapt. And I feel like it can go 2 ways for Tom with this scenario happening. Like it could make him relax more and just be like, okay, I'm really getting unfortunate here in terms of the circumstances. So now I just go out and don't think too much and don't care too much about what's going to happen, just play my game. Or it can stress him super much and eventually give Olito another advantage.
We'll have to see how that plans out. We're actually lucky enough to have some highlights to look over here as well. From the two players that we have in our grand final, of course, hashtag Tom and Olito. And Ryan, when we do get those coming up, I'm going to get you to talk about Tom a little bit because he's been, we'll actually start with Olito. Surprise, surprise. Let's talk about how impressive he's been so far in the tournament.
I spoke about how Tom gave away the ball, but you could also say how Olito forced him into making those errors. And it's a testament, as he said, defending one-on-one and squeezing out the pitch is one of his favorite qualities, and he's showing it. And how clinical he's been it's been remarkable. So for me, it's fantastic. From the work he does in both senses, defensively and offensively, is fantastic from him.
And Aga, how difficult is it to come back from one of those little mistakes that you make in the middle of the game that we just saw from Tom, gifting one of those opportunities to such a high caliber player that you're trying to take down?
It's very, very hard, and especially when it's a winner bracket final with the two best players in Europe right now. I mean, you can't afford to make those mistakes, as we also see here. It's another build-up that goes wrong. Tom said it as well. I simply gave him some goals that I shouldn't ever do in this scenario. So, I mean, I think that he have to do better in the upcoming match, because otherwise we'll see Olito win the first match.
Okay, well, Aga saying Olito. Dan, very, very quickly, just give me a one-word answer: Olito or Tom to become the champion of the FIFA Summer Cup Series?
Olito.
Olito. Okay, all right then. Well, what we're going to do, as we've obviously heard the favourites, is Olito from us four. But let's go back to Jimmy, because I believe he has some good news for us on our upcoming grand final.
Yes, everyone. And the good news is the power is back. And Mike has a bunch of chest hair. There's two pieces of good news there. We heard, wow, Olito seems to be the overwhelming favorite here from the casters to win this one. Mike, are you in agreement?
Well, it's an easy choice, though. It's almost unfair. We get better odds or better percentage play going with Olito over Tom just because he has 2-1. But I do think that Olito came here to win the event. That's been his main goal. He hasn't lost the game. Until proven differently, Olito's the guy for me as well.
Okay. Spencer, I guess you can't go essentially with Olito. I know you respect his game a lot, but you got to back your guy. How much work? I mean, even if he gets past that first one and beats Olito once, to do it twice against, all of us are saying, maybe one of the best players in the world at this very moment, is not an easy task.
Listen, all I'm saying is I blame myself, because Tom told me the other day some people came round to check his electrical fuses, and they were Swedish. They were dressed as ninjas, but also wearing pajamas. And it's unacceptable.
I love it.
Listen, Tom has got a lot of work ahead of him here. I just hope he wins the first game and we all get what this tournament deserves, because this tournament's been great. If we can get a nice finish to the European season, really, of having that final. So Tom win the first leg, then let's leave it all on the pitch. Let's play some great FIFA and see who gets it. Do I believe Tom can win? 100%. I will never go against this lad. Do I believe Olito can win? Definitely. He's been fantastic. So I'm going to stick with my boy, of course, but may the best man win.
All right, well, let's bring your boy on right now. Tom, you survived some power outage. Apparently, there's rumors that it might have been some Swedish people that maybe hit a switch to throw you off your game. How are you feeling right now mentally to then re-prepare for this grand final?
What an absolute stinker. I want to apologise to everyone for delaying this. It was not in my intention. The fuse went completely. Obviously, I'm sitting here getting warmed up, getting the hand warmers ready, thinking about the game. The fuse just cut out everything, internet, lights, anything you can name. So, yeah, apologies. I feel good. It's the sort of thing that's out of my control. Like, I can't control whether a fuse goes or not. So I'm staying calm, focused, and now it's time to play some FIFA.
There's nothing to do about Sorry, Spen, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, it actually involves you, because I was going to say the good news is, what people don't know off camera is that when I said I would do 5 pull-ups every time he conceded a goal, Mike said he'd do 1,000 burpees for every power cut. So we're going to get that in later on, which is going to be brilliant. But listen, no, mate, we've talked many times about the story of the similar technical issues you went through at the start of the year. So listen, if there's anyone in competitive FIFA that can handle that and just brush it off, it's you. So I've got no worries there whatsoever. Yeah. And you're feeling good. Mentality's good. I think I've said it many times now, but everyone, regardless of who they support, would love to see this go to a second game. And you're feeling confident you can do that?
Yeah, My mum wouldn't, because she wants me to eat dinner, but I've told her I'm here to win. Dinner's going to have to wait. Yeah, obviously, difference is with the Cup 1, I'm not playing on your granddad's chair and I'm not playing on a TV. I'm back to my setup, so I've been in worse, Ben. I've been in worse. I'm feeling good, feeling confident. Whatever happens, happens. This could be my last game of FIFA 20. I just got to make sure I'm there to play, and hopefully I can put on a show as well.
I don't know what to say in reply to this conspiracy theory of Swedish ninjas handing out pajamas, or that wasn't how Sven said that, but no, that couldn't have been right. And the fuse scenario and whatever else, and the burpees, I would be in great shape though, which would make me really happy. I guess this is the best luck to you, Tom. Our whole debate was like, who's at an advantage between, because you were gone, obviously. Who's at an advantage between this Tom internet power situation and what's going on with Olito? What's he doing over there? Is he getting cold? Does he have the hand warmers? Are they going for dinner? Is he skipping dinner? I don't know where to take it. I'm ready for the match. You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to play, Mike. Whenever I get the green light, let's hopefully put on a show.
All right, well, the green light is coming, Tom, so best of luck, and we wish you the very best in the big grand final.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thank you.
All right. All right, there's hashtag Tom. Spirits is high as always. We're going to throw it over to our casters now. It is time for the grand final. Dan Gaskin and Aga Rosemeyer with the call. Guys.
This is what we've been waiting for, Jimmy. I mean, I don't know if it's ninjas handing out pajamas or ninjas in pajamas, whatever Mike's going with. Either way, we have to see Tom win 2 best of 2s now if he wants to get back into this grand final and be crowned champion of the Summer Cup Series of Europe. Aga, it is a difficult position. We've said how it can be a little bit tough to come back from a loser's bracket run, but what are your initial thoughts on this grand final?
I think it's going to be, as Tom said, let's put up a show. I think both players would play with a huge confidence. I mean, it's interesting to see that these guys have been the 2 best players. I mean, in the winner bracket, Tom in the loser bracket as well. I mean, these are the 2 best players in the Europe and maybe the world even so. So, I mean, I'm just looking forward to watch this game. I don't think any one of them is going to play cagey or play passive. I think they're going for the win.
Well, it was a 5-2 victory to Olito when they first met in the winners bracket final, and Tom just making quite a lot of mistakes, and he even said that in the interviews himself that he needs to cut out those mistakes and then maybe it'll be a closer affair. Do you think there's anything that Olito is going to approach differently here? Is he going to maybe play a little bit slower and see if Tom does make those mistakes again, or is it just going to be a case of getting in Tom's face and trying to force those mistakes once again from Olito?
I think he'll stick with his game plan. When you win 5-2 against Tom, a lot of your strategy worked. So I don't think he has any reason to change his strategy or try anything else. I believe he'll play very aggressive again and try to force Tom to make those mistakes again. But as Tom also said, he's more warm now. He's not going to make those mistakes again. And if he doesn't do that, it comes down to who is the most brilliant with the ball.
Well, here we go. It's the grand final then, what we've all been waiting for here in the Summer Cup Series, the European Regional. And for Olito, it's simple. He just needs to win 2 legs of FIFA, or across 2 legs of FIFA. It's somewhat more difficult for hashtag Tom, who has to win across 2 best of 2s, but he almost gives away an opportunity, and he does, and it's going to be an opener here. R9 slams it home, and it is yet again another early mistake from hashtag Tom.
And we keep speaking about it. I don't know. I'm starting to think that it's just Olito who's amazing at this, pressing it. Like, you can't keep doing those mistakes. I'm pretty shocked right now because I didn't expect this start to the game. I thought like Tom would have that under control for now, but I think it's nice to see a goal from the very beginning, which means that both players will definitely open up.
Certainly will open up this game, and Tom mentioned in the losers bracket final, it doesn't matter who gets that first goal, whether it's him or his opponent. He always feels like he's still going to be in it, but I can't help but feel that's going to hurt his confidence somewhat, as Olito again will stride forward now with R9 to Eusebio, and there is going to be a man in the middle if he wants to go for a little cross, but quite rightly will recycle the play, go back to the middle of the pitch, and maybe Tom trying to replicate what Olito has been doing to him and pressing a little bit to try and win the ball back. But here's R9 again. He's going to be able to smash it. No, he's not. Vieira will step in the way this time.
And Tom doesn't want to think now that, like, oh, this is going to be a repeat of what happened. And you can start, perhaps get these small thoughts. I doubt that Tom already got them, because when you're at this stage, you're super confident. But Olito here again, he's really, really pushing forward. He wants to have the second goal. And then we're starting to see the same scenario as we saw in the previous matchup, Dan.
And as much as I'm saying it's a mistake from Tom, it is really down to the pressure that Olito is applying and where he's positioning his midfielders and strikers to try and manipulate the pitch in a way where Tom is really struggling to try and get out of his defence, if I'm completely honest. But that is going to be going in favour of hashtags Tom, and maybe he can find something from this attack to get him back into this tight. It's down the right-hand side. No, it's just going to go out of touch. And, well, things aren't looking great for Tom, but Olito certainly with a promising start to this game.
Definitely, and we speak a lot about the pressing play, and it all comes down to making your opponent think that he can pass it into a certain space where you know that you will have an advantage. It's about trapping your opponent, tempting your opponent to play it into an area of the pitch where you feel like you can make a tackle or an interception. And Ole has been brilliant doing that, and now we have a second.
Oh no, things have gone from bad to worse for hashtag Tom as he yet again finds himself 2 goals down to Olito. And you were saying about the temptation that Olito offers up, and it was again another wayward pass from Tom that led up to that goal. It was a little bit earlier this time, but Olito just seems ruthless going forward, not letting off whatsoever. And I'm a bit concerned for Tom's well-being at the moment, because the way this game's going, we could see 3, we could see 4. He needs to find another gear here if he's going to be getting back into this grand final, and maybe this could be the start of things. Cricketa from CR7 plays it into the middle. There's the Young that all these hashtag players are using. Hullet will play it to Neymar, who will manage to find Hullet yet again, but the 1-2 is cancelled out. Maybe a second bite of the cherry. R9 to Neymar, back to R9, but a great tackle from Virgil van Dijk.
That's important tackle from Van Dijk in the last second. Could have been a goal if Tom would have just 1 millisecond time more to perform the shot, possibly the near post. But good for Tom that he's working his way up where he is so dangerous and where he have his forces playing outside the box, just outside the box. Really seen a lot of great solutions from Tom there, but he has to be super innovative now, because Olito, his defense just been flawless.
Well, at least Tom doing a little bit better to win the ball back and showing the initiative that he wants to bring some of those strikers back on the pitch to try and win the ball back. But there's Olito again, pressing in the right areas and winning it back with De Bruyne and stripping Tom of that possession, and meaning that Tom has to work twice as hard to try and get that ball back. But all this time he's repositioning his players to try and cut off these angles. Olito is trying to search for that final through ball, but this time not going to work out. And Tom can start to reassess how he wants to try and penetrate this defence again.
And he's reading the game so well, Olito, and his player switching is on point. Just take notice of the red cursor, how fast it's moved to another player and how fast he is at shutting down the gaps, closing them, making Tom work in very, very small areas of the pitch. Doesn't have a lot of space to play with, and that is because of Olito's player switching. Very, very high class and very, very good at anticipating the game.
Space on the right-hand side from Mbappe as the through ball will be able to get past the fullbacks, and he will just stretch those legs, and there is a pass in the middle. He falls. It's not going to be through though. For a minute, Eusebio manages to put one in. Unbelievable scenes for Olito. Heartbreak for hashtag Tom. How on earth has Eusebio managed to get that one in, Aga?
I mean, it's unfortunate, but also fortunate at the same time. I mean, I probably think that Ole could or should have scored first one, but what happens after is very unfortunate for Tom, and definitely not the margins he needs right now. It needs to go with him. And for Ole now, we have pretty much the same scenario as we had in their previous matchup. And this requires so much mental strength for Tom. He's been tested today, and I feel sorry for him because it's not easy to cope with. If he would eventually turn this around, wow, what a champ.
Well, I mean, you're completely right. History is repeating itself. It was a 3-0 lead to Olito last time, and then Tom got a 90th minute goal back. And you were saying how important it is to make sure you don't have a bigger than 2-goal deficit going into this second leg. Why do you feel like that is the case? Why is it so important to be only behind by 2 goals?
I feel like there's such a big mental difference between 2 and 3, and also FIFA 20 haven't been on the competitive scene the most goal-scoring games, because we've seen every player improve very much defensively, and the meta have been, it's just been harder to create a lot of chances. Olito is proving us wrong right now, though, but I mean, it's just so hard, and it's also a kind of mental thing to feel like, okay, if I'm only down with 2 and I score 1, the momentum can switch very, very fast. And then you only have to score 1 goal to tie things up. But if it's 3 goals, it just seems so much out of reach.
Well, that has not gone the way that Tom would have wanted it to. 45 minutes in, and Olito finds himself 3 goals to the good. It's palm to the forehead for Tom. It's a big discussion with whoever he may be speaking to here as well, and maybe he needs to have that discussion and try and dig deep, find something a little bit different, because, I mean, Olito has crowned Tom the best player in the world in his opinion, yet he is slapping him all over the pitch right now, Aga. I mean, are we just seeing a really dominant performance and Olito is one of the best players around right now?
Well, he has been for the entire season. I mean, he's proved that. He won the championship, and I'm not sure if he said the best player in the world on PS4 or if he said in the world. Regardless, it's a huge statement, and it's well-deserved for Tom because he had such a great season. The difference, I'll say, between these two guys is that Olito has actually won a final, which... But there we have a quick response.
Here. And that is going to be the perfect start to the second half for Tom. What a strike from Neymar. I mean, it's caught Olito off guard there, I feel, but those are the kind of chances you need to create. Just the elastico to get away from the man. And that means it's game on, and this time it's an earlier goal for Tom here, Aga.
And exactly what he needed. I mean, now he has more time than he had in their first matchup where he scored in the end of the game. So, I mean, this is very important for Tom. The faster you can get the goal, the better, obviously. And yeah, my point before was like, I feel like the small edge between these two guys was that the Ole managed to win the final he was in at the FUT Champions Cup 3, while Tom has been so consistent this year, but just lacked that last win to claim the title. And if you keep reaching those points where you're so close, it starts to really hit you.
Hold on a
see this
second,
one, and he's back.
It's another. You say he's come so close to getting that title. Well, he edges himself a little bit closer to potentially getting into this final. As now that's 3-2. And Olito just couldn't clear his lines there. Tom wrestling the ball back away from him. Game on.
And yeah, as I was speaking about, that it can start to really annoy you mentally, that you're so close every tournament you go into, and you feel like you play well enough to actually win the entire championship, but you just need that one game. And if it keep repeating itself, it could be like a very very hard cyclist going on for a player. So if he could get this relief now, I'm sure it would be amazing for him, and he will start winning more and more trophies, because the trophies are coming. The question is just, when is it coming? Is it coming today? Because right now he's starting one heck of a comeback.
Well, momentum definitely with #Tom. He's on the ascendancy here, and you can see it in his gameplay now. He's starting to pick up a little bit of pace and trying to work against what Olito has been providing through the entire first half. And it's been quite a comeback, really, because he looked down and out. He looked pretty dejected, but here's Mbappe now. Will be a ball roll away from the man. There is a player in the middle, but he's not quite able to find him. Otherwise, that could have been a potential for a third and an equaliser as well. Is Olito not looking to slow this down? It looks like he's more than happy with the pace of this game, as R9 unfortunately can't be found by CR7.
And we really see Tom starting to play with very, very high tempo of the game. Something he perhaps struggled a little bit to do in the game before and in the first half of this game. But now the game seems to be on his premises, and that is what FIFA at this stage is about. To make the game become the way you want it. And right now it looks like it's closer to 3-3 than 4-2.
Definitely does. Tom has had quite an amount of possession here now, and confidence oozing through his gameplay. He's more than happy to shift the ball from one side of the pitch to the other to try and generate that bit of space in the midfield. Here's De Bruyne finding Hullet now, but that final ball isn't quite getting there. Olito doing very well to read it time and time again and just keep Tom at arm's length here, saying, look, I recognise that you're back into this final. I recognise that I do need to be a little bit careful, but he's still doing enough just to make sure he has a lead.
Definitely. But what I'm starting to see, he gets a free kick here and we'll have a pause. What I'm starting to see is that after Tom scored the goal to 3-2, Olito started to go down a little bit, sit a little bit deeper instead of continuing doing this high aggressive pressure, which works so well for him in, I'll say around 5 halves now they played. So he has to keep pushing forward and keep doing what he did so well in order to get the game back in his favor again.
Well, this has been the final that we all wanted, and I know that no one wants to be biased, but at the same time, I think everyone would love to see a second best of 2, just because it's not something we see very often in FIFA esports. But Olito with the free kick goes for that dink over again, which we saw in the previous winners bracket final, but this time not connecting with the head of CR7, which will allow #Tom in these final 15 minutes to have possession again, but it's another wayward pass that goes straight into the path of Olito, and he could make Tom pay here, and that would not be good news for Tom, because if he keeps conceding these goals to mistakes, he's only going to beat himself up. R9, though, can't get on the end of that one.
It's also interesting to see their build-ups. For me, it seems like Olito prefers to build up on his fullbacks, which means that if he loses the ball out there, Tom still have more work to do and have to do more great plays in order to score a goal. But when Olito gets the ball high up on Tom's half, it's more like central areas where he can convert much faster and much quicker. And it's just interesting to see the two build up kind of plays or go-to moves they have.
Well, Olito maybe could make things more difficult for Tom here as we go into the final 7 minutes of this first leg of this grand final, and Neymar will get shoved off the ball by Hullet, and it's going to be another free kick for Olito. And I wonder whether we're going to see the same creativity that we've seen from his previous set pieces. He does just try and dink it near the penalty spot with the oncoming run from Cristiano Ronaldo, but Virgil van Dijk denies it. But I love the attempt.
Definitely, and we see it. He manually picked Cristiano Ronaldo, and immediately when Tom sees that, he picks Van Dijk and tries to cover him. It's manual, and you have to be very cautious on these ones, because suddenly on just one set piece it can be a goal.
Well, Olito's so close there to just breaking through, but #Tom showing a little bit more resilience in defence now as we get to the closing stages of this first leg. But there's another interception, more pressure from Olito, and I'm sure he'd love to make this 4-2, but at the same time he wants to go into this second leg with a goal lead. So he's just going to hold on to the ball here, keep this possession so he gets the last attack, and even though Tom's trying his best to get the ball back, he can't seem to get the rub of the green. As now with just the last dying moments, maybe we can see something from Olito here to really rub salt in the wound as Mane on the right-hand side, fake shot to R9, lays it across. It was a beautiful attempt, but Neymar not able to get on the end of it, and almost was 4-2. Surely the final whistle goes now of this first leg. The referee says no, he's still playing on. What is this referee even doing? It's going to be another attack for Olito somehow. Mane with a fake shot away, plays it across, gets the La Croqueta, but great defending from Tom. Great resilience. All things considering, we went into 5 added on minutes when it should have been 2 there, Aga.
Definitely. I mean, he had a great chance here, Olito.
He did have a great chance, but before we get into that, Aga, I'll pick your brain. Just a reminder for all watching, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so. I hope you have. We can reveal the live viewership rewards, though. It's a rare players pack and still that Kylian Mbappe 98 rated team of the season so far. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers who have linked their EA and Twitch accounts during today's live stream. If you don't know how to do it, you can do so by linking your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. Now, Aga, I mean, continue what you were saying there, because that was just an explosive first leg.
I mean, that was, like Tom said it, let's put on a show. And I definitely feel like that was the case. I mean, amazing offensive plays from both of the guys. And I just wonder, my sentence before was with the Olito chance in the end. Why isn't he just shooting? Why did he decide to go for the pass? Because if he got that goal, he'll have the mental advantage going into the second match. Now, Tom is believing a lot. And that goal in the end, if he would have scored that, it would be in like a way to just slow things down again and make it on his premises.
Certainly felt like he was trying to maybe do something extra special there. It looked good. And like in my commentary, I was like, yeah, okay, that's great. And if it works, we're applauding him and we're saying what a phenomenal goal it was. But I think you're right. I think he overthought that one. And it means that Tom is definitely still in this final. As a reminder to you guys watching at home, Tom has to win this best of 2 and then another best of 2 if he's going to be crowned the champion. Aga, my question to you, though, is do you think Tom has enough left in the tank? Because he's come back from 3 goals down now to make this a 1-goal game. Do you see this potentially going to another BO2?
I think he has to dig very, very, very much if he's going to have a chance. But it's still open. And I mean, it really depends on if Tom wins the first one, we're all set again. Maybe it'll give him some sort of extra energy, extra motivation. Olito will start thinking as well, because he was leading 3-0 in the first leg. And if he drops that and gives Tom the win in this one, maybe he'll start to think, and then Tom has the extra mental boost, and then suddenly perhaps Tom will be the favorite for this match. But it's so hard to call this one because both players keep doing amazing plays and keep showing how good players they are. So it's a very tough one for me to call.
Well, there's extra incentive for Tom. He's got a dinner waiting for him once he does finish these games. But that dinner might have to wait if he keeps playing the way he was in those last remaining moments, because he certainly looked like he was going to bring this one back, as we will start our second leg then of the grand final. Olito with a goal lead going into this one after a 3-2 advantage. And it's still going to be, of course, Tom in the yellow and blue of hashtag from left to right, and Olito in the black from right to left. And the way that concluded and the way that first leg was, I honestly can't put my finger on where this final is going to go. But I can certainly promise you one thing. There is going to be goals.
And I believe you, Dan. I'm thinking exactly the same and predicting exactly the same. These guys are playing in a tempo that is very, very enjoyable to watch. They doesn't have any nerves, only confidence in their own abilities, and that the trophy is theirs. So, I mean, super impressive by both of these players for now.
CR7 doing a lot of work, tracking all the way back to join the defenders to ensure that the ball won back for hashtag Tom. And now Mbappe tries to steamroll past the oncoming Hullet, but he's going to have to recycle the play back to Mendy, who joins the attack now. And that's something that Tom has done so well all tournament, is getting those fullbacks and ensuring and utilising them in his best ability. As Mbappe now with a ball roll. We'll find Mendy again. He's kind of stuck on this left-hand side and needs a little bit of support from the midfielders. But there's that penetrative pass from Mbappe to De Jong. But back he goes yet again, and patient build-up from Tom. But he's rewarded with Neymar on the edge! And Tom's right back into things. 3-3. I promised you goals. And Tom
the balance, and Ollie doesn't get his player switch to the right player, and it gives Tom a lot of space. Therefore,
well, 3-3 here, and I mean, I think we knew that we were going to be in this possible situation, Aga. We knew that Tom had the ability to get back into things, but I am surprised that Olito has thrown away a 3-0 lead, but that means that we are right back to square one. And I'm really excited to see how this one goes, as it is going to be Tom on the ascendancy and on the attack. As we just apologise for some of the frame-by-frame pictures right now, as I'm sure they'll sort themselves out shortly. But Aga, what a response this has been from Tom, and we can only respect the passion that's gone into his game. Is honestly, I didn't expect it.
Definitely not, and it sounds for me like someone just scored a goal in my ears. I don't know who did it, but I mean, if it's Tom, wow. I mean, with all the mental traffic he had to overcome for now, it's amazing. It's really admirable how he had turned the entire situation into something positive.
Of course, and we'll sort out these difficulties as soon as we can, Aga. But I'm so impressed with Tom's kind of ability to get back into this game. And as you can see, we rejoined the game, and Tom has been able to find a second goal to take the lead in this one. And I'll have to give you a little bit of radio commentary for a short while whilst this is sorted out. But for hashtag Tom and for fans of hashtag all around the world, we can just kind of say a round of applause really for really having the ability to get back into this game, not just because he was 3 goals down, Aga, but the fact that he had that power cut earlier. He would have been a little bit stressed going through all that situation, and yet he's still been resilient. And in this scenario, he finds himself suddenly leading.
It's a mentality of a champion, Dan. I mean, it's so impressive, and as we can see, as much as possible, he's just driving on. He's trying to get more goals. He's in the zone now. Things are clicking for Tom. And on the other hand, you got to wonder how are all this mental state right now, because when you had such an advantage leading 3-0, you only need to win this best of 2. You got to start thinking what is going on in his head, and yeah, it's just super impressive.
Well, this is why when Mark asked me earlier about the importance of winning that winners bracket final and having that game advantage or the best of 2 advantage in this scenario for Olito, I did wonder if Olito were to lose the first best of 2, does that technically give Tom the advantage? Because he's going to have that momentum, he's going to have planted that seed of doubt into Olito's mind, and I guess we're going to see something a little bit different from Olito now, as very rarely in this tournament have we seen him actually behind in a series. The only time we did was when he played Dami off stream and he went on to win that game in penalties. So we'll see whether he can find something similar here and maybe make a bit of a comeback against Tom. But it is just the 1 goal, Aga, and when it's a 1-goal game, anything can happen, can't it?
Definitely, and we're seeing comebacks. I mean, we are witnessing one right now, and that's also why we love this game, this sport, that these comebacks, they happen, and we see the quality of a player, and we see stories getting written and getting shown here, and it's just amazing to be part of it, really, and see how much it means to the players and how much adrenaline and how much there is on the line.
Well, we're trying to give the best commentary we can as we follow this one, but our pictures from our particular studios aren't the smoothest right now, so apologies from myself. But I mean, Aga, this is the final we wanted really between these 2 players. We didn't want to blow out, we didn't want to see Olito just kind of dominate Tom and then be the champion that successfully. Instead, we've seen a real fight back from hashtag Tom, and I'm very impressed. My biggest concern though is going into potentially a second best of 2 if Tom were to win this one, how much Olito has in the tank, because it's very demoralizing, I feel, to know that you've thrown away a potential easier game in a grand final.
Definitely, and I mean, I'm having the same questions and thoughts towards Olle, but what I will say from my, I'll say, pretty short casting history and experience that some other games I witnessed. For instance, in the E-Superliga in Denmark, we had players who lost their first match where they picked themselves up mentally and went on to win the next match. So I wouldn't count Olito out yet.
Definitely wouldn't count him out yet. I think that we might have seen or heard the halftime whistle go there. And I'm wondering in this second half now whether we'll continue to see Tom kind of attacking Olito, because certainly Tom was making a lot of mistakes going into this first leg, and he was showing that, well, things weren't quite right for him, and Olito was pressing and he was winning the ball back. But now going into the next 45 minutes of this second leg, can Tom continue this attacking mentality, or will he drop back? Do you think there's a case for him to just go on the slight defensive now he has the lead, Agger?
It doesn't look like he's going to try to defend this home. I mean, he seems like he wants more goals, and I think it characterized both players a lot that they're not on again. What a final. I'm so excited for this, Dan. It's been amazing so far. It's the best game we had, and of course it had to be in the final.
I mean, what a way to kind of round out the European FIFA 20 scene. And there's a lot of players that are saying this will be their last tournament in FIFA 20 and they'll just look on for FIFA 21. But of course, still lots of FIFA 20 action to come. This is only the first regional championship in the Summer Cup series. We have plenty more coming your way on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA, as De Bruyne now will play it through to Hullet. And again, Olito managing to get these passes through, but Tom doing a lot better to step up with his fullbacks, step up with his defenders, and trying to stop these attacks earlier from Olito. And I think that's important, Agger, that he doesn't allow Olito to get too confident back into this game.
Definitely, and a very important point as well, I think, is it's an honorable mention, at least, to say I've been trying to sit in a similar situation at a foot, I believe it was back in FIFA 17 at a pre-qualifier for the Foot Champions Cup in Paris, where I had to play in a pre-qualifier in Sweden, actually, where I was in Ole's position. And
hold on a second, Agger. I hate to cut you off as you tell us about all your phenomenal stories as a player, but Olito right back into things now and has regained a goal lead, and he has absolutely carved Tom's defence apart there. He makes it look so easy, Agger.
Yeah, it's great play again, and we see the formation change here. It's 4-2-2 from Olito, another formation a lot of the pro players like to switch to as a plan B if they want to press a little bit higher, have their camps to meet your opposition's fullbacks a bit earlier in the pressure. To end the story before was that if you are in the situation as Ole is, you also getting a little bit eager and desperate to try to just close the game down in the first matchup when you know you have 2 games, because you don't want to go into another match and having your opponent to gain huge confidence and getting the mental edge. So it can easily be reflected in your game style that you're starting to get a little bit desperate because you want to finish things quickly, and then you can come with some flaws and some mistakes, but Olito just responding here, amazing.
Well, we had a pause for the players to have a little bit of a breather, and us casters to have a breather as well. And again, just want to apologise for any of the technical difficulties that we may have had a little bit earlier. All seem to have been ironed out now, so we can enjoy this final in all its full glory as Tom needs to fight back yet again, but that's not going to be the attack he wanted. Just goes out for a goal kick. He was so close to be able to beat that man. Can Tom now find something even more? He's dug deep on several occasions, but Olito just seems to fight back and seems to have an incredible passing ability about him right now. But for #Tom, here comes Neymar. Ball just to try and beat Hullet, but again, great resilience. But as I say that, Neymar gets the ball back, but Olito still has it.
And it's getting into the very end now, and it's getting super interesting, super exciting, and time is running out for Tom. He still have the time, but something perhaps needs to happen. Olito have cued a pause. Perhaps he want to go into something a little bit more defensive, a little bit more control.
We'll see whether he changes his style, but for now, we'll follow this attack because there was a chance for a through ball down the middle. Here's CR7 now, plays it through to Eusebio! And Olito makes it a 2-goal lead now and starts to get closer and closer to lifting that trophy. Of course, metaphorically lifting the trophy. When it gets sent to him, he can lift it anyway. 6-4 on aggregate. #Tom finds himself in a 2-goal deficit yet again, Aga, and it's going to be so tough for him to get back into this now.
This game has been amazing. I mean, it's back and forward. Ole takes the lead. Tom replies, and we start thinking he's making the comeback of dreams. And then Olito just replies and say, no, this title is mine. What a play again. And I like that he kept staying in the 4-2-2 despite having just 1-goal lead. He wanted to have this goal as well. And another time we see Eusebio coming out victorious for Ole, and a 2-goal lead now, and back to his 4-2-3-1. So it's really going to be tough now for Tom.
Well, the young Swede Olito is really put on a show for us here. It looked like he was going to crumble at one point, but he's put himself together so quickly. And for Tom now, with only 15 minutes remaining, the big question is what he has left. Does he have another gear? Because I feel like he's gone into 5th, he's gone into 6th, he's even up into 7th. But Olito has just responded and pushed him right back down to 1st gear. It's going to be a tough job for #Tom, but I guess there is still time, Aga.
There is still time, but he needs to be very precise now in his build-up. This attack is going to matter a lot. And if he loses the ball on Ole's half, he needs to get the ball back fast. Because if Olito get his play and his position established on Tom's half, he will start to run down the clock as he has to do. And then I don't think that Tom will have time enough to come back. This sequence here is going to be very interesting.
Now, the offside flag raised in that potential last chance for Tom to get back into things. Maybe it's going to be his chances of a second best of 2 and his grand final hopes fading away. Or maybe this could be the attack. The through ball, though, cut off perfectly by Maldini. Olito has been so good at reading those passes from Tom and made it so frustrating for Tom going forward, as the free kick will be called, which means more time to run down here for Olito and less time for Tom to get back into this tie.
Oh, and he decides a very dangerous pass here. He succeeds with it, and now Tom just have to... It's hard to say what he has to do better because he's doing everything he can, but it works for him here. Could he do something here then?
Has to be now for #Tom. The ball on the right-hand side was not the play for him. Instead, he's focusing down the middle. Now it's out to Carlos Alberto. If he scores here, there is still hope for #Tom, but he has to play flawless FIFA at this point. Here's R9, drag back, doesn't get past Virgil van Dijk. And maybe that is going to be it for #Tom. It has been such an incredible fight from him. The fact he was able to come back from 3 goals down. But Olito has shown time and time again why he is such an incredible player, why he is arguably one of the best players around, if not the best player, and he's already celebrating. Olito is going to be your European champion of the Summer Cup Series. It has been and a phenomenal performance from him, Aga. And I don't think anyone can question just how good this man is.
No one can question Olito. I don't think anyone has this season, because he's been superior, and now he can add another trophy to his cabinet. And it won't be the last, based on the mentality we've seen, the plays he's made. It's been such an amazing tournament from Ole. Very well deserved.
I mean, to go 3-0 up, to throw that lead away, to then find yourself a goal down, to then regain that lead, not by just 1, but 2, shows such incredible mental strength, and the ability in which he did so, also amazing. I mean, some of the goals he scored there, Aga, like, you wouldn't think this was a grand final with how confident he's passing the ball around, but what a final it was.
Yeah, well, it had everything, really. I mean, we couldn't ask for more. I know we wanted, like, for the neutral perspective, we perhaps wanted another game of these two, but I'm sure we'll have it in the future, because these two players are coming here to stay. I mean, they're both champions in my eyes, and I could just congratulate both of them, because it was an amazing final that had everything.
I mean, are we looking at kind of a new era here for FIFA players? Do you think we'll see the likes of Olito at a FIFA World Cup, maybe in an E-World Cup final? Does he have that potential in your eyes?
I definitely think that he's shown that what he's capable of, and it's still very early to say, but what he has shown this season, it would be unwise not to think that he had the opportunity to be there someday.
And on the other side for #Tom, I mean, the term nearly man has been thrown around for him, because yes, he's made the PS4 finals, he's won PS4 finals, but hasn't had that trophy. That trophy is going to elude him once again here in the Summer Cup series, but he is also a player to watch out for the future, isn't he? This is not going to be the end of #Tom.
Definitely not. I think the majority will say it's just the beginning of #Tom, because he's so consistent. He's been one of the most consistent players for over 1 year now. So again, it's not the last final Tom is playing, and I'm sure in the future that he'll eventually also add trophies to his cabinet.
Well, Olito is our European Summer Cup Series champion. Aga, it's been a pleasure to commentate alongside you. But for now, we're going to go back to Jimmy, Mike, and Spencer on the virtual desk.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Aga. Inject that game into my veins, fellas. That was some top quality FIFA. I could watch those two play probably for a few hours straight. I don't know if they just want to do a side stream and we can watch it later. Those guys were so good. And to go up 3-0, to go down 4-3, I mean, the storylines were unbelievable. Spencer, I know you're gutted being, one of the guys that signed #Tom, or being the guy as the chairman. I don't know if you're the chairman or not. You don't have to disclose that. But how are you feeling right now for Tom in particular?
For Tom, I feel sorry for him, because I think he put up a great fight there, but it's that first goal. I know it wasn't the first goal in the sense that he came back from it, but if you're giving Ollie those opportunities. But I have to say, well done to Ollie. Fantastically well throughout the tournament. And what a game. Like I said, from a neutral perspective, we'd have loved to get that second one, but we had all the goals in the first one, so we were good. Tom, it was a game of two halves for Tom in every sense of the word. You know, he came back from that 3-0 deficit and brought it back in. So from a neutral perspective, couldn't be more happy with that final. From a # perspective, I feel sorry for Tom, but I think if you look at the balance of the tournament, the right man won in Ollie.
All right, let's bring in Olito now, the champion, the man, the myth, the new legend. Congratulations. So that's first. Second, you go up 3-0, Ollie, and you have to be thinking, well, here we go again. This is what happened the first time I played #Tom today. You seemed like you hit cruise control, but then he came back and put 4 up against you. Were you nervous at that point at 4-3 that maybe you're going to drop this first match?
As I said before, I felt like the pressure was on him, because I know that I could lose the first game and then go into the second one winning, and I would won the whole competition. But as I told you guys earlier as well, I worked with my mentality this year, and I think I've shown that my mentality is pretty good at the moment, at least.
100%, Ollie. Congratulations, mate. Fantastic performance throughout the tournament. Well done. I have to say that we talked a lot about Tom making some errors. that allowed you to score. But we weren't probably focusing enough on what you were doing to create those errors in the first place, because it's not like, Tom's a bad FIFA player and he's just passing the ball to you. You're creating the pressure that's making that happen. So is that something that was a natural decision from your part and a tactic to play that kind of pressing game to create mistakes? Is that something that you do intentionally?
Yeah, definitely. At the start of this FIFA, I was the guy who maybe played a bit more drop back, etc. But then in my first event in Bucharest, it didn't work out for me. So I changed up my whole playstyle, went to the aggressive playstyle that I know that I can play, and to Tom again, in my opinion, the best FIFA player in the world. So it's a big achievement for me to win over him in a grand final.
Well, first off, Olito, congratulations. That was amazing. That was a show. That was a clinic. That was back and forth. We had comebacks. We had goals, everything. I want to know, what's going on? What are you listening to? Do you have music going on? Are you talking to a coach? I see the reactions. I know something's going down. What gets you in the vibe? What's your focus point?
I'm actually talking to one of my coaches called Renzo. He plays for Vitesse in the Dutch league. And this was actually his first tournament as a coach. So I'm super proud of him and me to become European champions at this tournament. And without him, I wouldn't won this competition. Simple as that. He's amazing.
All right, Ole, before we let you go, and congratulations again, so you can go celebrate, of course. Do you now consider yourself one of the best players in the world? Now that you've won this tournament, now that you took down who you consider to be the best player in the world?
I mean, on a good day, I feel like I can beat everyone. So the answer to that is maybe a yes. But as I said, I still want to have my feet on the ground and, not fly away. So I'm very, very happy about this title, of course. And, putting my name on the European Championship feels amazing. So thank you so much.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Olito. And I don't know what you're going to go do to celebrate, but Mike thinks Swedish fish. I don't know if that's what you guys do. I don't know, but have some fun.
Swedish meatballs, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll take that. We'll take that. All right, Olito. Have a good rest of the night. Congratulations. Now let's take a look at these highlights, Mike in particular, because this final, I can't say enough about it.
Were you not entertained? If you're watching this final, if you're a neutral, even if you're a fan of Tom or Olito, you got what you wanted. You got the comeback. You got a lot of goals. Tom should not hang his head here. This was so entertaining, and he left everything out there on the virtual pitch. So Olito got off to a very good beginning. It's similar to what we saw actually in their first matchup earlier today, where Tom had a couple uncharacteristic mistakes, and we got to credit Olito in his pressure play. Spencer talked about this a little bit when he's interviewing him. He's so good at taking away angles, being aggressive, and picking and choosing his moments, because you have to go intermixed. You can't get predictable, so you have to mix in being passive and then being aggressive. You see Mbappe attacking down the wing, gets the pass across, bounces around, maybe a little bit of good fortune towards the tail end of that, but at the end of the day, he created that opportunity. And Olito rates himself as being one of the best attacking players, especially down those wings, because you have to always look to find those angles and find the pass across. It's easier said than done, and this started to trigger the Tom comeback. You see the double tap with the hand clap, hands are warm, the overlapping run, Ronaldo, a bit of a bounce, still having the composure to pass that across, Ronaldo to Ronaldo. If I would have seen that in real life, it would have made me very happy. A little R9, CR7 connection. Second leg, Tom gets what he needs right off the beginning. 3-all. Turns, and what happens there is a misread from Olito. He thought that he was going to pass the ball, didn't pass the ball. With that little turn from Tom, he opens it up, and you can just tell that he's very happy days at that moment, rides the momentum, and momentum is crucial in FIFA here. Ruud Gullit, extra pass to Mbappe. Love the step overs, one of the most valuable skill moves in FIFA 20, and not used enough by casual or even intermediate players. So highly recommended because it gives you a speed burst as you attack space, and you can kind of guard the ball in the meantime. As you see the equalizer, unfortunately from Tom, kind of a traditional area down the wings. And Olito's able to get that equalizer. Then from there, he builds. This is a beautiful sequence. Even if we rewind that just a tad bit, I'd love to do a breakdown. So many first-time passes, and it's all about lining up that timing. You see the back heel, puts him up a goal. And then just to add a little more cushion, we'll say here, turn from Ronaldo, extra pass Eusebio, near post, count it. And at that point, 6-4 in aggregate, you had to say, oh, Olito is going to be our champion. Wrapped it up.
There he is. The 18-year-old from Sweden who was representing Ninja in pajamas. What a team that is. Wins it. He's the first champion of this FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Here are the rest of the tournament dates. As you can see them, there's a lot going on. This is just the first of many. Very excited to bring this to you guys. So my question, Spencer, as we get to our final thoughts about this tournament, our full 3 days here, how has this tournament set the tone for the rest of the Summer Cup Series events?
To be honest, Jimmy, it's given all the other continents a massive challenge to try and match that intensity, particularly in the final matches there. What a 3 days it's been. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, you know. I think the reintroduction of the loser bracket is fantastic. It gives us that chance to create those stories and give people an opportunity to play their way back in. The only thing I will say is, you know, we see a little bit less of the games that got the likes of Tom and Olito to the point of the tournament where they were. So we see a little bit less of them, but that's why the final is so gratifying, because we're seeing such great FIFA from both guys. So, mate, it was amazing. I hope the other continents live up to it. There's a challenge out there. We know Olito is the main man in Europe. There's a discussion to be had about whether he's the main man in the world. And it's a challenge to the other continents. Let's see what you got.
All right, and then Mike, for you, I just want to talk about that part of the discussion. Olito, given what he didn't lose a game throughout this competition. Is he, for you, I'm going to put you on the spot, the #1 player in the world right now?
I definitely think he has a claim at it. And there's other people that can make a claim for it too. I want to see how the others finish up, because I always look at MS Desaria being right there, always knocking on the door. But I definitely believe if Olito came out and made a tweet right now and said, hey, I feel that I'm the best player in the world, that's going to get a lot of retweets, a lot of likes, and a lot of support. And that's because he has a direct claim backed up by results. And at the end of the day, that's not subjective. That's objective. It's not our opinion. It is right there for all of us to see. And that's why I said earlier, even if Tom were to have won this event, I don't think he has that claim without having a major. But considering now Olito has a major, he has the European Championship, he's got a bunch of different online results, I think he'd make that claim. I don't know if that's a good enough answer or not for you, Jimmy, saying that I wouldn't be mad if he made that claim, or if people all around the community said this is our champion.
I'm not mad. I saw it here, first person. He dominated today. He dominated prior to this. For me, he has to be in the conversation as one of the best players in the world. And to echo Spencer's thoughts as well, this has been a fantastic tournament. The rest of you guys, the rest of you continents, you are on notice. This is how it has to be done. This is one of the best grand finals I've ever been a part of. So everybody, that is it. The European edition of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series is over. It is done. It is finished. So on behalf of Spencer and Mike LaBelle and all of our incredible casters, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to offer up another big congratulations to our winner, Olito, once again. And I want to take a moment to thank this amazing crew behind the camera. You guys don't know how hard it is for them to make this look so easy. So we are really in awe of what they do. And so that is it. What a tournament. Make sure you pay attention to all of EA's social media channels to know when the next Summer Cup Series is going to be broadcast, because this was a lot of fun. See you soon.